Uh, see who's up. I know I got to do stuff tomorrow, so I cannot be up all night tonight. But I'm going to see who comes in and joins me. That it's a weekend holiday. I doubt if anybody's up, but we'll see. Yeah, well, got two folks already. All right, that up. See if I can get this. Oh, info and settings. We'll do this real quick. There it is. Paste. Save changes. All right. See, hopefully it showed up. Okay, there it is. Here's the link. On gold, let me just real quick. Something on gold. What do you guys want to know about gold? Gold is it's a complex topic. It's a complex topic about gold. You want the background on gold? You want to know just how to chart it? Or you just want to know where I think it'll go? I don't know what you guys want to know because gold is a big topic, man. Hey, Latino, what's up? Gold is Vermin, gold is a very, very big topic. So we have to slice it up, exactly what you want to know. Um, well, gold is a form of money. Anything that you use to transfer wealth is money. So it could be gold, it could be silver, it could be seashells, it could be it could be currency. Anything can be used as money. There's a reason gold is a system. Gold is a system. Gold particular has gold. A gold system in particular is a way to keep the currencies and the business cycles in a uniform, like what's his name said, it was this straitjacket. So in other words, it's there to restrict to restrict prices and restrict um, what is this? Restrict borrowing and stuff like that. In other words, it's basically putting your society on a budget, and there's upsides and downsides to gold. No, it's not anymore. You got several things that could be basically the market is basically the standard of exchange through the world. One part of it, but no gold. They basically United States took the world off the gold standard in 1971. Oh, okay, okay. Good. Keep us updated on your on your business project. I saw your video on your Colombian girls. Yeah, they got some keisters on them. Okay, how come Dr. Sabi felt melanin didn't exist? That I don't know. I haven't, I've read a lot of Dr. Sebi's work, but um, what he said about melanin, I'm not up on. So he said a lot of stuff. In fact, he was in this, his business was in the city before he moved to, I think it was Costa Rica. But I heard him say a lot of things. I never heard him speak on melanin. Her entire Dr. Welsing's entire position on race is basically going off what the genetics and what the Germans did back in the 1800s, as far as saying that that black people or the African was a default, or the default race, the original race, and everything else was a mutant from it. And they did a lot of tests. In fact, I did put that up in one of my videos talking about what they did in Germany. In one of my uh, the Negro question. I can't remember which one it was, but they talked about what the Germans found, and they did experiments on black people, talking about eugenics and whatnot. So, hey, John, what's going on? I think the link to the Hangout is in the description. Somebody said if I could find a way to put it in the description, so I found a way to put it in the description. So if anybody wants to jump on and talk, you can, as they come up. Trump, no, Trump can't put us back on the gold standard. If anybody can put us back on the gold standard, it'll be the Chinese, because the Chinese have enough gold, and two, the world has to agree to it. No, a lot of black people get killed in Nazi Germany. They killed 5 million black troops, or well, they were actually French troops, but they killed about they basically murdered about 5 million black troops, black folks in Germany that they don't talk about. I mean, there were some German Nazis, but there's a whole lot of them that got killed. But those were Africans that African troops that came from the French colonies, and they were in the there was a part of Germany that France took over after the Treaty of Versailles. Yeah, well, I can't remember the names. I mean, that I haven't really researched that, but I know that it happened because I heard that about 20 years ago, and there was a whole lot of them. In fact, they were the original people to actually get. So the Germans actually killed a lot of people in Uganda, if I'm not mistaken. So Germans are not Germans are not any better than any other European. Germans are very practical. They can be very nasty, or they can be very decent to you. But the Germans fought the Romans for years and years and years and years. So they're very warlike people. Actually, the Democratic Party was there well. Democratic Party was well before the KKK, and parties are fluid. So parties are fluid, just like people are fluid. We don't support the Republicans when they were, when we supported the Republicans after Lincoln during what is it, Reconstruction. So and we supported the Republicans. We supported the Democrats under the FDR. We supported the Republicans again under what's his name, General. Remember his name right now. Eisenhower. Eisenhower actually started integration. We had a lot of black Republicans under Eisenhower. So it depends on where the crumbs are. Black folks make deals. Simply Deep, what's going on? Black folks will make deals when they can. I mean, black folks are very practical people. They say, well, how come we don't support the Republican Party? The Republican Party has never given us anything to support, no, really since 1964 to support them for. They really haven't. What has the Republican Party done to actually deserve the support of black people? Uh, it was bound to happen. It's not the first time because they're on opposite sides of the fence. You know, Anthony G doesn't believe in mixing and cares and obviously does. Is this true? Is this the this is Nicolo? Is that right? Is that your name? But no, they're not. Germans are still Germans. Germans are still Germans. You always think you thought the Brits were pacified until Brexit. Germans are still Germans. Thought the Russians were pacified too. Russians are still Russians. They don't change. It's just they're pacified as long as things are going well. When things aren't going well, they get the wrong person in. The German people will come back together. The thing is, Germans respond to authoritarian leadership, and a lot of Germans don't want to go back into because they were under it for since they were under the Prussians for a long time. And once the World War II happened and they got the Prussians cut out away from them, a lot of them don't want to go back, but they're still the same authoritarian people. Uh, no, well, Japan is going to have a problem with that radiation, so no, they don't share the same fate. They have the same ideas, but in fact, I think Japan and Germany will get along fine with China leading the world because they're more authoritarian. You know, the Chinese and the Russians are more, how can I say, they're more in tune with Germany and Japan than they are with the rest of the West. You know what? That's a problem with all countries. You know, all countries that have had some kind of empire, they think they're the shit. You know, hell, I've heard that about people in Argentina. Argentinians are the you know the arrogant bastards of South America. Japan not so much. Japan not so much. Germany's actually very powerful right now. You know, their industrial might, and when they allowed the Prussians to come back uh, into with the rest of Germany, they're a financial juggernaut. The thing is, they basically lead Latinos to hate art. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Latinos hate art. Yeah, I keep hearing, man, Argentinians are stuck up like a motherfucker. Well, Argentinians think they're white, you know, so they think they're European. You know what? You can't tell about a president and how good a job he did until he's out of office because I was just telling my family, I was telling my mother about Obama is that there's some things the president gets through, and there's a whole lot of stuff that doesn't get him past his desk. So he prevents a lot more things from going through than he actually passes. And I guarantee you, a year about the first after the first, I would say, year in with Trump, you can tell how good a job or how bad a job Obama did, because all those policies will be either enhanced or undone. Yeah, Japan's a non-issue. There's a lot of stuff Obama actually did that, well, a lot of stuff you got to remember. A president is not a god. He has a balance between him and Congress, and a lot of stuff Obama did. There, people are starting to find out about it. Single mothers that got extra tax breaks that nobody talked about, because if he talked, if he put it out there in the press, the Republicans in the Congress would have killed it. We don't know. Well, Trump can only do so much, and we can see how much. We got to see how much they're going to let him get away with. How much the Congress is going to let him get away with. So there's a lot of things he can do, and a lot of things he can't do. Uh, you know what? Since I never been to Cuba, I don't know. I mean, when you say a good leader, leaders are always good and bad. It just depends on which side of the coin that you're on. But he was a strong leader. There's some African countries that love him. There's some South American countries that love him. I don't know one thing. He did a lot for Latin America and Africa as far as providing doctors. So that's one thing that I do like. A lot of black people didn't take advantage of that. I was to get my daughter to go down to Cuba and be a doctor, but dealing with black women, she didn't want her let her baby go. China owns the most gold. Well, Cuba is a shithole because Cuba's been on an embargo for 50 years. So if you're under any country under an embargo, it's going to be a shithole. Zimbabwe was that for the last 10 years because they basically the rest of the developed world actually embargoed it. So Zimbabwe was that way for a long time, and still is for a little bit. Yeah, I like Fidel, man. I like Fidel. I'm not Cuban, but I like Fidel. Gotta have somebody to kind of keep United States in check. Every place is a shithole. It's some time in history. Europe might be a shithole in 50 years. Well, Eastern Europe is a shithole. You look at the Ukraine and a few other places. Do I check? You know what? Like I said, well, one thing about me, especially now, man, that I gotten older, I've been this way for the last 20 years. I'm basically a political agnostic. So, if you say there's a policy, certain policy that a certain leader does, I'll like the policy. Like, I'll give you, for instance, there's some things that I liked about Gaddafi, and there's some that I didn't. Um, on balance, the first half of his rule, I think he wasn't such a good leader. But the second half of his rule, as he got old, I would say he had a lot of good ideas. But a lot of people didn't like him. Well, you know what? You know why that is because the Panthers, because the black liberation movement was very in sync with Cuba and the African liberation movement. So all those movements came around about the same time, and the Black Panthers basically made the Che Guevara shirt popular. In fact, they have a lot of Black Panthers that escaped to Cuba. Hey, Thomas, what's going on? Um, well, there's always going to be people that hate a leader, and there's going to be people that love them. And he's a strong man, so he's gonna crack some heads. He's gonna crack some heads. Putin, as much as we say about him, and Putin is nothing nice, man. Putin, whatever you think Fidel is, man, he's nothing compared to Vladimir Putin, and his people love him because they're authoritarian. So, but we're a liberal country, so we're not gonna like people that they're not. A Putin or Fidel Castro is not right for the United States because they're authoritarian states. Oh yeah. Yeah. Basically, when they raped the Soviet Union or Russia, there was no more money for Eastern Europe, and Western Europe didn't want to bail them out. So yeah, yeah. Well, so was Fidel. Fidel was a real man. Fidel Castro was the real deal. That's how come they want to bottle him up. I mean, they didn't want him to basically infect the whole world. I'm not even going to pronounce it. KGB is the equivalent of the CIA in the United States, but I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name. This form of capitalism is coming to an end. And the next step, it will either be a technocracy, is what the fourth industrial revolution is, or there's going to be more like what more like a brand of mix of socialism, capitalism, what's the well, like Wolf talks about. Um, you're going to have worker co-ops. You can have worker groups, like almost like the internet startups, or worker co-ops. You have a lot of those, I think, where people have to invent their own jobs and come together with their own talents and then make shit happen. But we'll see, man. Nobody really knows. And well, there's always crony everything, man. There was crony slavery. There's crony. Okay. I thought the KGB was I thought the KGB was different than like Homeland Security. So Homeland Security is supposed to be domestic. I thought the KGB was more like the CIA, where it was external. But hey, yeah, well, there's all kind of ways of doing things online and whatnot, so you can get paid all the way around the world. Not really. Actually, worker co-ops were actually older than socialism. That's how you used to get things done before capitalism. There was independent workers or groups of craftsmen that would get together and make things. Before capitalism was, capitalism really got going because the machinery is so expensive. It took capital to actually buy these machines. It's gonna evolve. Well, capitalism could end tomorrow, the way we know it. It could end tomorrow, and that's the real tip. And tomorrow. And it could end overnight. Nobody's really rooting for that. Not even me. I don't really care. I'm for a system that works. So if capitalism works and it can handle all ills, I'm for capitalism. Socialism can do it. I'm for socialism. But the thing is, you can't have one without the other. And I think I've more than a few videos. Um, it depends. There's always going to everything is a niche. Everything is a niche. What kind of crops you grow, uh, what kind of products you make, shoes, socks, clothes, whatever. Everything's a niche. So, some niches are bigger than others. The human production relies on human needs. So yeah, I'm seeing animals needing products. Not necessarily, because capitalism's only been around a couple hundred years, so we don't know. It's still new, and it's having problems already. You can't say, you can't. Feudal systems have been around a couple thousand years, so you can't say that capitalism that just got on the scene is the best, because capitalism has flaws, just like every other system has flaws. You can do simulations, boss, but your banks are in trouble. If the bank system collapses and the financial system collapses, capitalism as we know it is going to die, and then you will see feudalism. You may see slavery. It will die. It will die an ugly death. Uh, people work for free all the time. You ask your wife, ask your mother, or you take care of your kid. You're working for free. Uh, the- the- Nobody knows, boss. Under any condition, the conditions. It was technology into slavery, but if technology all of a sudden you go into a dark age, you will see slavery, and that's always possible. Yeah, well, yours will be the first, D. Ver. A whole lot of dead bodies, so basically you can take a number. You already have a two-class system, make tell Latino. And probably, I think it's a three-class system more than anything. Barter systems don't work on large scale. Well, they're supercomputers that take more into it than that. And anytime you put human beings into variables, it doesn't work. No, it could be dark age. It could be a dark age if your banks collapse. They let the banks collapse, you'd have got a dark age, because all the systems would have been in systemic collapse. Even they know that. Yeah, well, push come to shove, there's for age-old farming, there's not enough arable land to do that. The only reason that you can do it now is because of the advances in, basically it's two things, the internal combustible engine and petrol, because there's no way to feed 8 billion people, or 7 or 8 billion people on the old technology. It's not going to work. Am I pro Second Amendment? I own a gun, so yeah, I have no problem with it. And Canada can't bail anybody out, man. They can bail. The only country that could actually bail people. There's two regions that actually bail the world out if it was developed. One is Africa, and the other basically is China. China has all the structures to actually bail you out, but under certain circumstances, China manufacturing and the arable land that's still in Africa, or could be in Africa. Those are the two regions that actually bail the world out if it was necessary. I don't think it'll be necessary. I think they'll settle it. I don't think anybody wants what would happen if you have a cascade effect. Those do not work, do not eat. They also steal. And the thing is, you don't have enough jobs for people, James. That's the problem. Yeah, Democrats will go for it, and the Republicans will too. What do I think about the recount? It's bullshit. The recount of the election, I think, is bullshit. I think globalism is here to stay. Globalism is here to stay unless we have a cascade collapse. Well, there's a whole lot of things that we go into China, but the thing is, I said I can't really get as far into it as I would like. Hey, Cheyenne, what's going on? They're not really. They can't be a survival of the fittest. If you start that kind of crap, man, you will get a dark age. And not a eugenicist. He's more like a social Darwinist more than anything else. That's the only way out, man. It'll happen because that's your only way out. There's no other way to do it unless you're gonna start reducing the population like about 80%. Um, you know what? What is it? What kind of crisis will it cause if they do try to find out and they take Trump out of office or they give Hillary Clinton the election? What kind of problem do you think is going to start? And what the thing is, if you have to have a big enough population that's already on doing a Gattaca, because if not, the normals will swamp them out. The whole thing about socialism was keep regular folks from basically carrying the technology. We have to join the hangout to hear people. No, I'm not talking to anybody. Nobody's joining me on the hangout. So I'm just answering questions from the chat. So I'm reading the question and I'm talking to you guys. Why are AR-15s trash? Social Darwinism, you get in some places you get social Darwinism. In some countries you do, because you don't work, you don't eat. So you get social Darwinism. Um, you know what? I think the reason they basically allowed him in is because they were afraid of what would happen if they didn't. And not the military, the military complex didn't want a Hillary in. So you have two things working against them. So the 2 out of 3 basically outvoted the one. The people in the military out basically had dibs on who was in the White House. Um, it's a new idea, but it's never been done. Social Darwinism is a you got to remember, man. In fact, I'm gonna do my books channel. I have a religious book, man, called The Evolution and origin and evolution of religion, and they talk about really long blocks of time. So you talk about 100 years, 200 years, man. That's just a drop, man. When you figure human beings have been around for a million or anywhere from a million to 2 million years. So 100 years is a drop. I mean, I do mean a drop. It's nothing. China's been around longer than that. If I was 30 again, I had to be like 21, man. I would get my engineering degree. I'd probably get 2 engineering degrees, mechanical and electronic, and I probably try my wares over on the continent. If I was young again, that's what I would do. Try to make it happen there. My Hangouts link is in the description box. Oh, the UK is it social Darwinism? Well, I can't tell. I don't, I don't know enough about the local UK actually think about it, but I know in the USA, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I think because you guys are subjects, the UK has subjects instead of citizens. I don't think they actually allow they take care of their people. It might not be as well as they want, for a small country and the kind of financial morass that they're going through. I think they do a decent job. They try to take care of their own. Well, hell, as many troops as they sacrificed over the years, they should take care of their own. I hope so. You know what? A lot of stuff. I have a lot of things in my head that I've learned over the last 30 years or so, and when you guys ask me questions, you guys bring up stuff I hadn't thought about in years, man. So it comes up when you guys bring up questions. It comes out, and it gets me to rethink the stuff that I've already gone over. So yeah, you guys kind of have helped me exercise my brain. You guys can speak if you want to, man. I'm, if you don't have to wait on me, because I'm just answering questions from the. Yeah, electronic engineering. Yeah, man, because trying to connect systems. Like Mikhail Latino, he's going doing the same thing. With software and drones and stuff like that, but you still have to do the circuits and put stuff together, man, and put the boards together to adapt the software. So you always need electronic ignition, especially with robotics and shit, man. You always need an EE because it's more about circuits now than it is about heavy machinery. But if you marry double E with the ME, you basically got it covered. I mean, they're always going to need heavy duty people for bridges and water systems and like that are civil, but to actually make money, a double E and an EE is good. It's better because you can always learn software on your own. But there's something about you have to go to school to do. Engineering is very difficult to learn on your own. You have to have somebody has to show you shit. You have to play with with systems and stuff like that. So in fact, I would have been a double E, but I had a fiance that was jealous, and then I had a baby mama. Black women are a trip, man. Black women are a trip. Black women, when they
now I can come in and talk.
Okay.
Not come in and talk. I see Mick Latino's here too. What's up, bro?
What up? What up? You hear me?
Not much, man. I saw you were hanging out with Mick Hybrid the other day, man. I was in there with you. What's up, BGS?
Hey, what's up?
It's brother Juro, man. On the portal
Hey,
logo on your screen. Not much,
okay.
man. Yeah, you start talking about these women. I got to come on in now, bro, because I'm
Yeah.
recently divorced. But I was kind of watching some of the videos, Sandman and what is it, Turd Flinging Monkey. They were talking about,
Mm-hmm.
like, I think you had kind of lightly touched upon Japan and how they're about ready to go under as a nation because they're
Yeah.
trying to preserve this, feministic kind of just no way to sustain it.
It's more of a little
So,
utopia that they have, the racial utopia, I would say.
yeah, it's a monoculture. We'll call it a racial. China's fairly close, but not as close as Japan is, as far as a monoculture. In
Yeah.
other words, when I say monoculture, you have basically, like I think what you call a monoculture, we over 90% of this basically the same racial mix, and that's
Yeah.
monoculture. And China's almost that. I think China's like 89 to 90% Han, so they're pretty close. But yeah, Japan is a monoculture. That's what they want to preserve is a monoculture. That's how come they don't want a lot of immigrants. So it's not about feminists. They don't really give a shit about feminism, man.
Yeah, that thing's non-existent.
Yeah, they don't care about that shit. Women, women only gonna do what they're allowed to do, and when they get out of bounds, they'll stop it.
Well,
You know?
according to Turd Flinging Monkey, he was saying that they're doing a whole lot to give women these privileges and benefits that come along with this feministic ideology. And as a result, they put their country in a no-win situation because the voting bloc and be the ones. The women, they're the ones that are dominating.
Latino, let him finish. Let him finish, Latino.
Yeah, man, don't be cutting me off till I get my.
My bad.
You writing your book and all that, man. You going back to writing your book. No, I like your book idea. Okay, but anyway, he was just pointing out that how it really put the prime minister of Japan in a catch-22. No matter which way he goes, he's going to have to give up something that's ultimately going to destroy the country because they're negative in terms of their population replacement, and the women are like they're basically saying we're going to have to spend billions of dollars on child care, but we're going to have to also accommodate these women if we want our technology base to continue to grow. And there's just no way to balance that. They're going to have to literally come back to the men that have kind of bailed out of the culture. Because the thing is, you got a whole bunch of women that are dependent upon government for subsidy and support, and the men have been kind of relegated outside of the household. So the men that are being grown in these fatherless households, they're basically following the lead of their mother, saying, well, hell, I don't have to really work a job. Let me just go on, fucking collect this unemployment or do whatever the hell I want to do. And it's created this culture. And I even see it with my own kids. I got a 21-year-old. He don't even want to come to work at all here in America.
Yeah, my daughter was talking about that. My daughter's, because I got my daughter's, I got one daughter that's 20. Well, I got a son that's 30. I got a daughter that's 28, and I got a young daughter that's 21. So I know what you're talking about. She was just complaining about the young millennials, the ones that are 18, 19, 21, and 22, and how different they are from the millennials that are, they're a little older.
Yeah, they're even more apathetic. I mean, it's a perverse apathy that they have because to me, they watch these performers and they really have it in their mind that they can be 50 Cent, that they can be Drake, and they're really not doing anything in any direction other than playing video games all day at home and sponging off of the.
I wanna kind of close off what you were talking about when you were came in, right? So you were talking about how TFM was talking about Japan. Well, to give you a broader spectrum of how TFM comes into the Japan thing. TFM is like the rich white dude living in the rich ass area, talking about poverty problems for the poor around his city. So he's very disconnected whenever he's talking about Japan. So whenever you hear TFM talking about Japan, and I've said this many times, he's so disconnected that he half the shit you have to take it with a grain of salt because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Anytime he brings up feminism together with Japan, he can just pretty much dismiss whatever the fuck he's talking about because he's so disconnected.
Yeah, he's never been there. Yeah.
So BG, what do you see happening over there in Japan, man? It looks like it's a big crisis.
Well, the thing is, eventually they're going to have to move because the radiation. There's no way you can live on a small island with radiation that's leaking to the ocean like that, man. It's gonna spoil all your food supply, and we're not even talking about what's in the air. So if you got a Fukushima poisoning that held the whole ocean, because I'm in California, right, and we have our crabs here are Dungeness crabs, and for the last two years you couldn't eat them, and they're blaming it on an algae problem, what they call red bloom. In other words, there's an algae problem that poisons the meat, right? And they're blaming the last 2 years of us not being able to eat the Dungeness crab on an algae bloom. But a lot of people in the conspiracy circles think it's because the radiation is seeping into the meat of the crab, and then they're not edible. But if that's the kind of thing that's happening in the Pacific Ocean from a small island, what do you think it's going to do to the
hey BGS
island nation?
BGS, I'm sorry, let me interject because I do have something that nobody has been talking about, and
what's that?
In regards to what you were talking about with the sales of the crabs, right? So Australia, funny fact, 2 months ago did a deal with California Walmarts where they're gonna start importing mud crabs out of Australia and Indonesia because they've got a cheaper rate and because nobody wants to buy the California ones, and so they're gonna have prepackaged frozen mud crabs out of Indonesia and Australia because of this problem. Now they're not saying it's because of the quote unquote problem or the algae or the quote unquote crabs from California, but Walmart has made a deal. This is 2 months ago, and they're only gonna sell mud crabs out of those two places, and it's just so fucking funny that you just brought this shit up.
Yeah. I mean, I said it as an aside because us and my circle, man, my think tank. As soon as Fukushima happened, man, we said, okay, how bad is it? I mean, after about a month, they said Japan is probably dead in 20 years, man. We said that back in 2011.
I just found it so fucking like funny that you brought that out. I was like, holy shit! What do you mean nobody wants to buy California crabs?
Yeah,
like, because
yeah,
California is known to have some of the highest yield crabs. In this area of the ocean.
Yeah.
And so for us to go all the way to Australia and Indonesia was kind of funny. So I had to backtrack it and Google the fuck out of it. And this is what Walmart is doing.
Yeah, because I haven't heard, because normally, I track this kind of stuff if I'm really interested. I just spend literally 20-30 hours a week, man, just tracking stories and stuff like that. And I used to track what was going on with the Pacific tuna, but I haven't done it in like a couple years. So that's another thing to look out for is what's going on with the tuna. It's something to follow. I hear stories from both sides, man. I hear about people, independent Geiger counters, man, going up and down the coast, man, checking waste that lands in for radioactivity. So what I'm saying is that I know if people are concerned here, what must it be like in Japan?
To be honest, this would have never came on my radar. It wasn't for the it wasn't for the fact that I actually am interested in mud crabs out of Australia, and I happen to be researching the fuck out of it because Australia is the first country to actually be able to start mud crab farms, like farms outside of the ocean, where they can artificially make ponds, and they are the first ones in the world to be able to make crabs outside of the nature. Yeah. And so when I was looking at this, I was like, wait a fucking minute. And so you were talking about, you know, the algae's fucked up, and I said, wait a minute, well, Fukushima came straight to California. Like, this was the first land destination that would have hit with our temperature of water. And I said, oh shit. Otherwise, I would have never even paid. This would have been something stupid to even bring about.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I said that's why I emphasize the frame more than the pieces. Because if you have the frame correct, then when the pieces drop in, you'll know exactly what they are. Go ahead, bro. I see you trying to jump on. I don't see your name popped up, so I don't know what your call name is.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Oh, Clark. Yeah.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. I see you hitting the mic, and I see your picture pop up, so I think you're trying to get in.
Oh no, my bad, man. I was trying to. This is my first time on Hangouts. So I was playing with it. I didn't know my mic was on.
Oh yeah, you got to hit the mute. Hit the microphone and mute yourself.
Okay, so you can hear me right now, obviously.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
All right. Oh no, my bad. Go ahead, man. I didn't mean to cut in. I was listening to y'all.
Yeah, it was. You know, that's why I there's certain things that I introduce, like from Stratford, because even though I don't agree with Friedman all the time, but his outlook on how to do analysis, especially geopolitical analysis, is actually correct. He said you always concentrate on the frame first. So you outline the frame first, and then if your frame is correct, when the pieces drop in, you know where to put them, and they make sense. Because if you don't have a frame for them, the pieces will be all over the place.
I wanted to ask you about TTP, because I'm in Mexico right now, and I'm in an area where it's there's a lot of export out of here, right?
Yeah.
I'm in a city where there's a lot of export
TPP
for TTP.
Is dead.
Right. So everybody's talking about it in the city. Like, I'm talking about, everybody is talking about, this is a hot topic in the city, something that I would have never thought of anybody outside of the U.S. even talk. I guess I'm too American to, like, I'm too ignorant. But everybody's talking about this. We're talking about neighbors, people that I don't even know bring this shit up about TPP.
Yeah.
What's going on with that?
It's dead. But the thing is, anything that the United States basically does as far as trade, Canada and Mexico almost have to follow in sync because they're a block. NAFTA is a block, whether we like it or not, for good or ill. So if America basically enters into the TPP, that means not too long after that, Mexico and Canada have to enter into the same thing because you're trading as a block. That's how come they're concerned about it, huh?
Why is it a big deal to people suddenly out of a port out here? That like I said, I'm very ignorant about this port, but apparently this port right here in the city that I'm at, it's very very busy, and it has a lot to do with TPP. And suddenly there's a lot of fucking noise here.
You know, if I'm not mistaken, man, I do believe that where you are has a big port that does a lot of Chinese trade.
We do,
coming in and out, yeah. And don't you guys have a train line that goes from the port to wherever?
I'm not aware of that, but I know we have a huge.
I thought they were building a rail line to go from
China, right? From a China deal?
No, yeah, from China basically helped Mexico build that port, and they were supposed to build a rail line to actually
it's non-existent.
Okay, they never built it. Okay, what I'm saying is they have a huge port that does a lot of China trade, and if TPP, which is anti-China, would affect the trade with China.
This side of the ocean, we happen to have in the city one of the biggest fucking ports there is.
Yeah.
And it's, look, I drove across the port, I think about 4 or 5 days ago, There were 6 fucking ships, humongous as fuck, like right on the port. And I said, holy shit, I didn't even think that many motherfuckers could fit in there. Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah, huge port. I read about it back in 2009, and I think they were just finishing it, or they were still working on it, but I think they were getting ready to finish. So there was supposed to be a rail line, man, coming from the port, but I guess they didn't build it. Is there any construction on it on the rail line? But I haven't looked at it in a long time.
No, there's no such thing as construction on a railroad. Anything. Okay. And so
yeah,
I'm curious on why the fuck is it such a big deal because of China. Like I'm very ignorant on that. If you could fill me in.
Yeah, okay. If the TPP is anti-China, and your local area does a lot of does a lot of trade with China,
right?
That will naturally affect the trade with China. So in other words, that's why they're concerned, because they're wondering what's going to happen to their jobs, where's the freight going to go, that kind of stuff. So I'm sure they're concerned about it.
From what I know, 3 years ago, China gave like $22 billion to Mexico just for that specific task, but none of that has been built in. So I'm wondering what the fuck.
You know what? I couldn't tell you because when I was tracking it back then, I was reading about how China was in Latin America. I think it was 2009, maybe 2000. Yeah, 2009. Right. I was tracking about China was in Mexico. They were in Panama because of the canal. They were in Nicaragua, and it was where else were they? Peru was another place they were in, and I was tracking that. But I haven't looked at that in about 4 years. So, you probably know more about it than I do now because I haven't looked at it in such a long time.
My cousin actually happens to be an attorney down here, and he's well aware of these things out here, but he doesn't want to give me too many details because he's very connected. Like his side of the family on his side is very connected, and he's afraid to even say anything. But from what he's telling me, the government pretty much ate the debt and supplied China with XYZ. I'm not sure what the fuck that is.
Okay, it's some of the stuff is financial, some of the stuff is strategic, because basically what China wanted to do with that port was put a rail line in, and instead of for freight that couldn't go through the canal. This is the first time the freight went to the West Coast when China was doing more business. When China was at the peak of them exporting.
Right.
It was the rail line was supposed to go down to Central America and then up to the American border. So in other words, it was a secondary access into the American market. That's what it was for. So in other words, it's cheaper to offload it in Mexico than it is Los Angeles or San Francisco or wherever, right?
So what happened? So what happens to those funds that never got used for those things? If it's 22 million, man, that's nothing. No, 22 billion.
You know what? I don't know. I'd have to do some research on it. I probably can look it up and see, but
yeah, because my cousin didn't want to tell me shit.
Yeah, because I know some of it was for the port to be built, and then some of it was for a rail line to be built.
Yeah, the port was built. Trust me, it's one of the most beautiful ports I've ever seen in my life.
So I'm sure. I think the bulk of the money went to the port.
Yeah, the port is beautiful, and they got security up the ass.
Yeah.
It's really, the architecture is fucking nice. Like they really went all out. They really went all out.
Did some of that money go did some of the money go into basically refurbishing the oil rigs and stuff like that? Because I know Mexico had an oil rig problem back a few years ago. So I think some of the money went there. I'm not exactly sure where the money went, but I'm just trying to recall what I read.
Just like you, I want to find out where these funds went because my cousin's not trying to tell me, and it's apparently nowhere to be seen.
Well, if they're not revealing where the money went and China's not speaking on it, China's gonna get their money one way or the other. If it's not,
Right.
you know, if it's not back in cash, it's gonna be out of their ass. So who knows? I mean, and you have to pay a certain amount of, you have to pay freeze a certain amount of palms in China. But China doesn't have a need for port now since they're not doing the same amount of business.
Yeah, I didn't mean to bring the conversation all the way over here, but it was just so curious to me because it's just non-existent what this money, this 22 billion, came to be zero, and I'm not seeing where it goes.
Well, in Latin America, man, you know how money is, man.
I know. Trust me, I know.
It can either stay above ground and dip down into a sinkhole.
My bad. Let me shut up and let somebody else bring something up.
So yeah, I haven't looked at that in a long time, man. You just, like I said, you brought it back to my memory. So I haven't tracked it in a long time. Like I said, if I looked at my database, the article is probably like probably 2009. So tracking the supposedly the canal that's supposed to be built in Nicaragua never got built, and they ran out of money.
Do you know how Africans got to Colombia?
Well, the Africans been there a long time because they came over with the Spanish boats. So they've been there quite a while. Yeah, the Spanish started importing Africans way before the United States, for the
UK, right?
UK did, yeah. So basically, there was more.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Portugal. Yeah, they came in. In fact, they brought 5,000 slaves when they defeated the Aztecs.
I did not know that shit because I've recently found out there's this shitload of Africans down there.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
There's one city. There's one city called Cali. It's like 49% of the population is black.
Most of that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Clark.
I was just gonna say most of the Africans from the boats. I think most of them went to Central and South America.
Yeah, Brazil, Venezuela, Colombia, Peru. Yeah, there's off there. Belize. In fact, there's like southern Mexico should be flooded with them.
Oh, they are. I know about them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then after that, the Spanish brought them to the islands, which is the Caribbean.
I didn't know that the Spanish government started importing them before fucking UK.
Oh yeah, right after. Yeah, well, the Spanish were the first. No, the Spanish were the first ones to do it.
I think the Portuguese did it before the Spanish.
The Spanish did it first. The Spanish did it first.
No.
But they did it. They imported them into the Caribbean first, and then, like I said, when they went out up against the Aztecs, they brought 5,000 African slaves. Nobody talks about that.
Why did they bring these slaves over there? I'm very ignorant to this, but why?
If you're gonna colonize the land, white people, Europeans can't colonize that land because they can't stand the heat and the heat and the temperature. They don't do well in the along the equator. So that's how come Mexico is to Mexico and not part of the United States, because the Europeans don't do well along the equator. Because like I said, they bombed the shit out of Mexico City, and like I said, it was Montezuma's revenge that actually drove them back, and they ain't been back since. So because if you go to West Africa, man, it looks it looks just like any other place along the equator. Like I went there because my folks are from Louisiana, and I couldn't tell the difference. And so now I know why they went and got African slaves, because the land looks just where the Africans came from. No, they were killing off the natives, man. The work was too hard, and the heat was too. The reason they shipped so many over is because the work that they were under and the conditions, the only people that could actually survive were African slaves.
Holy shit! I didn't know this.
Yeah. In fact, there was I have to find it, there was in Jamaica. They have a small segment of Germans that are in Jamaica. They came over in the 19th, the middle of the 19th century, because because Germany was automating, right? The Industrial Revolution it landed in Germany and put a lot of those peasants out of work, right? So they had any place to come. They couldn't come to the United States, so they tried to come to Jamaica. And like 90% of those Germans that came to Jamaica died.
So let me tell you a crazy story, right? So
Yeah.
I go to TJ to this whore bar,
Mhm.
where you can go and fuck bitches for about $60, and for a pop, 30 minutes an
Yeah.
hour.
Yeah.
And there's this Afro-Mexican chick from Guerrero, down south of
Mhm.
Mexico, one of the southern states, and she was telling me that the Mexican government doesn't actually to this day deem Afro-Mexicans as actual Mexicans. Like they
They
still
just
see them.
did.
Yeah, they
They
still see
just
them
did.
as.
No,
Did
yeah,
they?
you know what? Yeah, they just did it.
Well,
I just saw that last week,
this
where they
was
recognized they recognized Afro, what are you, Afro
Mexicans.
Americano, Afro Mexicans, yeah, as Mexican citizens.
Okay, well this conversation happened about 3 months ago. So
Okay.
what's crazy is that I went to a store, a corner store
Uh
right here where I'm staying at temporarily with family, and
huh.
it
Uh
was about 3 blocks away. It was in a really normal fucking super Mexican fucking area, very safe, very nice,
huh.
10 blocks away from the beach.
Okay.
And the store clerk was a Afro Mexican chick,
Yeah.
and when I came up to the counter, I actually started speaking English because I was like, holy shit, that blew my mind.
Okay.
Because the only black people you see here are people that
Yeah.
from the U.S. that just moved down here.
Right.
So I automatically thought, holy shit, she speaks English.
Yeah.
I was being racist or whatever the fuck it is you want to call it.
Yeah.
And so I
Yeah.
started speaking English, and I was like, yeah, you know what? I got the wrong tomatoes. Where are the tomatoes that are a little bit greener?
Uh-huh.
And she was like, ¿qué? And I was like, oh, you don't speak Spanish.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
still said it in English. And she was
Yeah.
like, ¿qué? And I said, oh,
Uh,
do you speak English in Spanish? And she was like, no, I don't. I was like, where are you from?
mm,
She was like, I'm from Guerrero, from the lower states of Mexico. And
yeah.
I was like, holy shit. I was like,
Yeah.
my bad, I'm sorry. Like, you look just like you were someone out of New Jersey. And she was hot. She was a hot piece of ass. And I was like, and she was so humble. She was so nice. Like, everybody that came to the counter prior to me was like
Mm,
it was like as if they didn't even see the color. It was just like they were speaking to her like she was a normal human fucking being. And that blew the
yeah.
fuck out of my mind, because when I was in San Diego, you
Yeah.
see a black person walk into a business. Oh, there goes
Yeah.
that black guy. Oh, there
Yeah.
goes that black.
Yeah.
No,
They're like,
it's
black
a,
Americans,
yeah. It's not that necessarily you're being racist. It's just that there's a
yeah.
bias. There's a bias.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so you see a black person, where in San Diego, it happens to be a very culturally diverse place. It's one of the most culturally diverse places in all of America, as a matter of fact. But still, you
Yeah.
see a
Because
black person walking
the
into a
Navy.
yeah, you see a black person walking into a business, and you're still like, oh, there's that black guy. Oh, there's that
You're
black
flanging. Repeat
right.
it.
But when I saw customers walking up to her, the clerk,
Uh-huh.
it was just like it was non-existent, and that blew the fuck out of my mind.
Okay. Yeah. You know, when I went, because when I had to, when I was going to Guatemala, I had to stop over in Mexico City, right? And I had a problem with my flights. I had to go talk to one of the clerks, and the first thing they asked, what language do you speak? So, so evidently, there's a lot of black people. In fact, I saw a few black people, Afro Mexicans down there in the airport. So
Right.
it's common in Guatemala. They didn't know where I was from until I opened my mouth.
Holy
They actually were
shit!
shocked that I spoke English. Yeah.
It just blew my mind because like I said,
Yeah.
it was my American bias
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
I automatically started talking English to her.
Yeah. I don't blame you, because yeah, some brothers that some brothers I met down there. I saw down there. I looked at them, man. They looked at me, and they knew I was American. So you're not from here.
you know what's crazy, BGS, and I know me and you talked about it so many fucking times. She was the most humble fucking black bitch I've ever met in my whole life. I swear to God. Me and you have had this conversation many, many times. She is the most humble black chick I've ever met in my whole fucking life. Like, she was like, just downright, I wanted to just ask her out on the spot. It was just so fucking amazing. Like, it was so refreshing to be around a black chick and not have to be stepping on eggshells and shit like that. Like, oh, is this okay to say? Like, you know, should I approach her like this? Is she gonna be in a bad mood today? None of that shit came to mind. It was just so refreshing.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's different, because the people are polite. Yeah, it's only black women there here in the United States.
Yeah, she was so soft spoken. She was so soft spoken. Like, I kind of even wanted to ask her if she could like speak up because she was so soft spoken and she was so nice. She was so like, I just wanted to be around her longer. And I was just there for tomatoes and lemons.
Hey, BG, you know the real issue
What's
that I've been kind of focusing on lately in a lot of these chats that I have with women on these WGTOW channels is that the only conversation these women have is comparing themselves to men, and they speak nothing of virtue. There's no such. If you were to ask any woman, you know, what would you consider to be virtuous qualities for a woman?
Yeah.
And they don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah,
and that, to me, that's what we lost. We've lost that. The women have lost it.
They never had it, man.
Exactly.
They never had it. They never had it. They never had it. So it's never been that way. Because my grandmother, God bless her soul, when she was born in 1910, she died in 2006. But she was born in 1910. And I could tell from her the way she talked, man, it's never been there. Unbelievable, man.
It was.
My mother.
Yeah.
Because my mother's 80 years old, and it's never been there. I can tell you, man. Black women said it just started to be this way. They've gotten worse. Yeah. They've gotten dumber. But no, they've always been aggressive, man. That's not. Don't tell you anything different. Black men had nothing to do with that. They've always been that way.
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, there's pluses and minuses to it. You know.
What are the pluses?
The pluses, the pluses of having a strong, aggressive woman is that, especially if you're poor, if you're poor, like back in the day, you're a sharecropper, you're poor, man, and you got to have a strong, hardy chick, man, to take care of business, you know. And when they knew their role, when the black family was successful, even though she was it was a matriarchy. People put women say, "Dog, it was a patriarchy." It was bullshit. The dude would go to work, basically either bring his check home to her so she could run the house, or she would get a check from the job. Back in the old days, man, I heard so many stories, you know, because, you know, the brothers would like to drink or go out or whatever, right? So, and the wife didn't want him, especially the black woman, didn't want him sending up the money or whatnot. So she would actually go get his check and actually give him an allowance. So she ran the house. So basically, so that the thing that we're patriarchy is actually false, man. When the women have always run the family in the black family, always. In fact, my daughter was just talking about it. She was complaining about what was going on amongst all the women and my grandson, and all these different opinions, stuff like that.
Didn't it used to be righteous? At least.
You had to, because you had to survive. And I talked to some older women, and I wish I could find I've been
trying to do that. I've been trying to find old recordings on YouTube. I can't come across any of them because YouTube is too young. Subject.
I said that was because I interviewed two chicks and they were like in their 80s, right? And
Right.
they were telling how the black family would run, right? And for the black family to survive and run, they had to do what they had to basically. They were more frugal, they were more thrifty. They did the bills. They did the finances, all that stuff because they had to. Because
I
the black dude was out there working 12, 13 hours a day, and what they said to me is she said the woman the black women back then said they wanted to be a good steward for their husband's money because they know how hard he worked for it, so they wouldn't
let
waste the money. Yeah, go ahead.
I I want to tell you another story. So
Yeah.
you know, this is crazy because the funniest, like actually funny, the most funniest fucking female I've ever met in my life, and her family was an Afro Mexican chick, and her family, and they were
Uh,
literally like actually funny. They weren't just sticking jabs in dudes to try to seem funny. They were actually funny. They actually were extremely fucking happy. They were the happiest fucking females I've ever met in my life. And her mother, her sister, her other stepsister, they were actually funny. They were actually hilarious. They were truly happy. They weren't fucking faking it. And they did ran the family. Like they did ran the family. Like the husbands would work out. They would go out and work, and
hmm
they would be so proud of this. They were like, you know what, my husband does go out and work. He gives me the money. I take care of shit. I take care of the fucking family. I make sure the home is running nice and smooth. But my
Right.
husband is the motherfucking man, and I would see
Yeah.
it. I would see it when these husbands would come home, and I was visiting at the time with my
hmm
Mexican cousin, and
Right.
like the husbands came home, two of them. It was the cousin's husband and the cousin's dad, and they came home. They worked in the same place, and
hmm
like you don't understand. The most amazing thing I've seen, like these wives, they not only were they proud, not only were they happy, like the minute they came home, what do you need? What do you want to eat?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you want to eat? Let me get that real quick. They would run to the
You cut off. Still there?
Okay,
Latino?
so now that we
Yeah.
have a breather, um, uh, yeah, I mean that model. I think even though the traditional model, it looks good on the outside, but it's just
uh,
still dependent on the man working himself into the early grave for him to get, just
yeah.
a little slice
Yeah.
of heaven when he comes home from work.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
right.
It was just a modification of the of the agrarian model because uh, well, hell, if you want to survive, you had to. If you wanted the family to survive, you had to. And the woman had to work almost to start
For
like
minimum our whole life. We're actually
yeah.
genuinely happy.
Yeah.
And they weren't cocky, they weren't showing off. They were genuinely happy to be there. They were genuinely happy to serve their man. And it was an amazing thing that I've never till this day I've never seen.
Uh, I mean, yeah, I'm sure if you go deep enough, if you go out of away from the say the tourist, you'll see it. It's just
Right. What I'm
it's
talking
just a
about
means of survival.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about America specifically.
Oh yeah, man, that's gone. Yeah, it's gone.
Hey,
It's
BG,
gone.
the thing
It's
that
so
I
rare. Go ahead, Gerald.
the thing that I would say too is, when I look back at some of the stories my mother used to tell me growing up, because
Mm.
I was one of four and I was the baby, so I'm kind of
Uh,
getting privy to hearing a lot of little side conversations, phone conversations, and I'm
uh,
51. So back when I was growing up, cell phones were not
uh,
even in use. We had a house phone, and
yeah.
everything kind of revolved around there. And there were many days I would be laying underneath my mother's bed, and she'd be talking to her sister who lived in St. Louis,
Mm-hmm.
and she was always she
Mm-hmm.
talked about, like, she told me this one situation where she was having problems with my dad. My dad had some gambling issues. She worked for the post office. My mother worked for the post office. My father had a good job working at the county, but he was in the earlier part
Right.
of my growing up. he was sucking off the money gambling and shit. So So the thing was, my mother started having problems, and she had a supervisor that was a brother, and he was a gorgeous dude. And she had told my aunt over the phone that, you know, she started confiding in this supervisor some of the problems that she was having at work. And she said, this motherfucker all of a sudden started trying to kiss me. And I'm like, look, motherfucker, I got problems with my husband, but motherfucker, you know, it's not something that's going to give me an excuse to fuck around with you.
Yeah.
And to me, this is probably like the main ingredient that's lacking in women today. They don't have loyalty, and they really don't have the capacity to help build. Because that was the one thing my mother really demonstrated, because she died when I was 15, and when she died 5 years after her death, my father lost everything that he and her had built because she was the driving force to building this family. And this is the thing that the women today are bankrupt. They're bankrupt. And they're looking for Prince Charming to sweep them off their feet. But the messed up thing is, if Prince Charming had any sense dumb enough to take one of these hoes in, they're going to fuck up his kingdom. So you just got to leave these hoes alone or turn them into concubines. To me, it's either, you know, what is it? I made a post earlier where I said they're either going to be concubines or just, you know, I'm going to, what's that thing everybody talks about? They're going to ride the, what is it, where you fuck them and leave them? Where you going to fuck them and leave them? Yeah, you're going to do one or the other. You know, you just go in straight for having sex, and that's it. Or you're going to make them concubines where you turn them on to say, hey, look, you can come in and you can be my girl for the night, but hey, I got another girl coming in next week, and, you know, you can stay and we can do a threesome, you know, however you want to do it. That's about all that's here.
Yep.
In the West.
Turned out to be that. It's turned out to be that. That's post-industrial, man, where, you know, it's like, okay, what do you do with them? There's not enough. Yeah.
I mean,
that's just the West period. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, it's just like Barbarossa said. I mean, when a society when it improves, women will leave the household. It's just what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, when women have better economic opportunity, it's a wrap. It doesn't matter what country we're talking about.
Because the family is based on children, and children is basically made for human production. And if you don't need them, you don't need the family. And the only reason you know, if you look back in time, say if you look back, say even back when I was a kid, you know, a woman had 5 or 6, you know, she had 4, 5, 6 kids. There's no way one single parent can take care of 4, 5, 6 kids. It's not gonna happen. You need a marriage.
Unless you introduce welfare.
Even with welfare, man, you can't take care of 4, 5, 6 kids. It's not gonna happen. You gotta have 2 adults.
You can't take care of them as in them being productive human beings, but as far as being able to house them and take care of them financially, I guess you could.
You can't even. You can hardly do that, man. Cause you know, like I said, maybe now, but you know, if you ever seen a big group of kids on welfare, man, they don't do very well. Okay.
No.
I mean, even financially, they don't do very well. I mean, that's just bare subsistence. They can eat, but they can't thrive.
Right.
But back then, that's what marriage was actually there for, because you need 2 adults. You need 2 adults to raise that many children. But if you're only going to have one, you know, or maybe none, then what do you need marriage for? You really don't need marriage to have for 1 kid.
Right.
I've been thinking about this specific situation for a very long time, where, you know, you plan to have more than 1 child, and you keep it rolling until the bitch is until you get her to the point where she's out of the marketplace, to the point where she's gonna have to stick around.
Well, you could.
I mean, that's the only way I can think of for a marriage to actually last in this world.
Yeah, well, you'd have to take the financial. She leaves, you got to take the financial right. The only thing is that the state's going to enforce it. Yeah, without
assuming that's taken care of, and you could do it. The only way to keep a marriage nowadays in first world countries. It's if you keep popping kids out every other year.
No, the only way you can keep a marriage going is if you have more to offer the woman than what the government has to offer.
Well,
right.
Okay.
So it comes down to finances. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Mick tell that the way you keep a marriage together is being a small town. Because if a small town, say Victor, Latino can tell you, it's the family enforces fidelity.
And I'm here in the middle of it right now. Like I can see it. I could see everything that we're talking about right now. I could see it because I can see the sample sizes here right now, and I can tell you the small towns.
Yeah.
No, there's no fuckery going on. There's no fuckery. It's just it is what it is. You either stick with it or you're left out of the fucking whole town. Like nobody's gonna accept you. Nobody's gonna give 2 fucks about you, and nobody's ever gonna fucking get with you. Period.
Yeah. You see that the chick was getting married in Mexico. Story about the chick getting married in Mexico, right? And he had having her, I don't know what you call it, but it's saying the same like how the bachelorette party before you get married, like the last night.
Right.
I don't know what they call it in Mexico, but she was having that at a club, and one of her girlfriends filmed her kissing some dude. Tongue kissing some dude, man. And then she got back to the husband. She had to cancel the wedding, and she basically, your name is no good in that town for the rest of your life.
Nobody will touch her. Nobody
touch her. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a different country.
Not to marry him.
Different in a different system.
Yeah, it's a different system. What I'm saying is it's the culture that enforces that. And we don't have a culture that enforces it because it's decayed so far.
Well, we used to.
Yeah, we used to. A long time ago. We used to. I would say
50 years?
Look at it like this. Look at it like this. What culture does America have right now? Like what actual culture, like real culture does America retain right now? And I'm going to tell you right now, there is none.
American culture?
It's American culture.
No, there is none.
Yes, there is.
No, you have to have a culture. You can't. Human beings can't exist without a culture.
Right. I'm saying a culture. I'm saying a culture based on principles. On real.
Well, the thing is culture. Principles change. Marriage and fidelity are set up for particular reasons, and when that environment changes, the reasons go away.
But we're talking about.
I was on Obsidian's. I was on Obsidian's blog talk, and and somebody asked a religious question, right, about anal sex and oral sex and all that kind of stuff, and says, well, it's in the Bible as being filthy and all that stuff like that. And they said, well, how can you still do it? And I said, okay, you can't take the books out of context and out of its time. I said, if you lived 2,500 years ago out in the middle of a desert, in a desert or some barren, some place like that, where hygiene wasn't that great, you having anal sex or something like that, or you doing oral sex, you passing what? You passing bacteria and all kinds of stuff. So naturally, you would not do it. Yeah, you're dead. So in other words, naturally that would be filthy back then because the hygiene you didn't have the hygiene to actually clean those parts to actually be able to do this kind of stuff. So now, even though it's still kind of not advised, but the thing is, it's not that bad because guess what? You got soap, water, and all kind of stuff to basically clean yourself up, make yourself hygienic. So it's not going to hurt you. But back then, it would kill you. So in other words, what the rules that were set then, as far as those kind of precepts, you can't translate them and transport them 2,500 years later, and they'll have the same effect. They don't. So the things you got to use, it's not as relevant. Yeah.
Not relevant. Yeah.
So a lot of things. I remember one night I was talking to I was talking to a chick. She was a Christian. I worked talking to a chick. She was Christian, and we were going over the 10 Commandments. And I said, if you look at the 10 Commandments, they make practical sense. Okay, if you just look at them and you toss the rest of the Bible away, you just look at the 10 Commandments, they make practical sense. And there's reasons you can actually see the reasons that you shouldn't, that you should do or not do whatever it says. You know, there's a reason you don't mess with people's wives. Okay. The reason you don't fornicate, you don't have sex before marriage. There's a reason you can do it, but there's reasons that you shouldn't. Very good reasons that you shouldn't. So a lot of people a lot of people don't use their common sense when they read the book. They just say, okay, it's in the book, and I just believe. Use your common sense. That's how come there's no power in the book, because you don't use the doggone common sense. Use your common sense. It's obvious if you read it that way. But that's an aside. But I'm saying is, no human beings exist outside of culture. So in other words, your culture is tied to your environment. And when your environment changes, your culture will change. So the United States is ahead of the curve. Mexico is not as developed. Who's that?
That was me. My bad. My bad.
It's bedtime.
Okay. Oh, it's bedtime for you?
No, man. It was a video, man.
Okay. All right. Okay. I said, oh, man. Your mom. I said, Mama go come in with a belt in a minute.
Yeah.
So
it's time to go to bed.
I know there's a lot of questions. I put up some videos that haven't been on in a while, man. I know there's some questions that people wanted me to. I run through some of them.
You know, BGS, I've been thinking about this, and there's a huge correlation between horrible education and good marriages. Do you have anything to say on that?
On what? Excuse me?
So,
Repeat
that. my theory is that the less education a woman has, the more successful a marriage will be. Can you speak on that a little bit? Because that's what my theory is right now.
It depends on how she's educated. You know, because you have
right. What I'm saying is, the less, the better.
I disagree.
Not necessarily. Because if that was the case, hell, there would be no divorces in Black America, because there's a whole lot of non-educated chicks.
Yeah, it doesn't take brains to take a man to family court.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, sometimes the less educated she is, the more likely you are to get divorced.
I think it's about the same, to be honest with you.
No, actually, they've done numbers. They've done statistics, and they found out number one, if the poorer you are, she's not going to get fixed. Number one. Number two, the poorer she is, she's going to get poor husband, and they're going to have more. In other words, there's less money coming in. They're going to have money problems, and so on and so forth. So she's more likely not to have a husband if she's not educated in this particular system. It depends on the system that you're in.
Well, yeah, really does. Education and ignorance are two totally different things, and I think what I'm talking about is more specifically ignorance itself.
It depends on the society. It really does. It depends on the society.
Okay, specifically not first world societies.
No. Well, then, yeah, it's probably true.
Well, I mean, if you have
because education, go ahead.
Well, if you have a third world countries, they just can't run to the government, then yeah, divorce rates is gonna be a lot lower than ones where women could just get out of the marriage just because.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Basically, divorce happens because the system allows it. It doesn't have a whole lot to do with education. I would say education and environment. The more men there are around, the more opportunities they have to actually stray, and that has a bigger, because they found out that in divorce escalates in an urban center, and it really decreases in a more rural population. In other words, a dense population, like a small town where people are looking at you. You could have a PhD, but the thing is, the women in that town and the people in that town are going to enforce that. You're less likely to get divorced. A chick with a 6th grade education in an urban center, and she got all these opportunities to jump from guy to guy to guy. So you're more likely to stray. It's just
So far from what I can tell, is it's ignorance plus plus a smaller town equals higher success rate from what I can tell. And I'm seeing it here right now. And it's, it was a theory when I was in San Diego and still in the US. And now for me seeing it here directly, like it's completely, it's true. I mean, I can't say that it's not.
Great. Yeah, because the education that you get in the United States is to sleep around, is to get divorced, is to put yourself before family, all that kind of stuff. So it's a completely different mindset.
Because the policy allows it to happen. And so here, I mean, not only is, even if there was policy, it's not enforced. Therefore, if you're outside of a big city, you have a higher success rate from what I can tell and from, from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and Catholic countries are a lot less liberal on divorce than say Christian, well, Protestant countries. Catholic is Christian, but Protestant countries are a lot more loose about divorce, and Catholics are, even though it's seeping in and it's changing, it's a lot slower. So Catholics don't believe in divorce as much as Protestants do.
I'm glad the system is fucked up the way it is, to be honest with you. Forces men to get out of that. It forces men to get out of that blue pill frame of mind. We're seeing technological advances with sex dolls, of course, but if you keep treating men like trash, eventually they will solve their own problems, and they'll leave women out in the cold.
Your worker bees, your beta males, or your blue pill guys, or whatever you want to call them, are your worker bees, and your system doesn't work without them. So you have basically what I figured out, since coming MGTOW and actually looking at this, you have society has a twofold problem. You need men to work and provide, and you also need women to produce children. So you have that twofold problem. How do you mix those up and marry the two? It's now if you can brainwash men into providing no matter what, then all you have to do is basically bribe the women to have children. But what happens when the brainwashing on the men doesn't work anymore? And that's what we'll see with MGTOW. Well, we'll see what happens. They'll figure it out.
I mean, because there's going to be a reaching. There's going to be a breaking.
We got 8 billion people, man. We can live with.
I'm not talking about in the scope of the world. I'm talking about in the scope of the United States of America.
Okay, there's really with automation coming, man. I would say it might be a factor now, but I would figure I'd say probably 10 years or less, it won't make any difference. They won't. In fact, that's how come they're shifting. That's how come they're going to allow. They're actually going to produce a male contraceptive because they don't really need kids anymore. So it doesn't matter to them.
I think technology brings it to a self-rectifying solution.
Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. In other words, the incentive to have children doesn't make sense anymore. So basically, I think Trump is going to come in and they're going to do a number on. I'm already hearing they're going to do a number on welfare and they're going to do a number on child. They're really going to do a number on that, man.
But
the chicks are going to get a rude awakening. A rude awakening.
But Gnostic, we had this discussion about automation, and we were talking about the fourth industrial revolution, and you said that if technology moves too fast, people will retaliate violently. You said that the fourth.
I missed your last like 20 seconds. Repeat yourself.
Okay. So we had this discussion about the fourth industrial revolution and automation, and you said that if technology moves too fast, people will retaliate violently, and I agree with that. So we're talking about automation replacing. Nice breaking
news, huh? Okay, go ahead. Universe. Breaking news.
So you're talking about, let's say, automation replacing an entire future generation. How would the people of the previous generations react to that?
Okay, that's what
die off.
Yeah, well, basically, that's where the universal basic income comes in, because you're still in the market. So, and I
But where
heard,
do tax dollars come from, though?
excuse me?
If you have more jobs being outsourced to machine, and
You,
that means less taxpayers. So where
you'd
would that
have
money to come
uh,
from?
you'd have an excise tax or whatever you needed to run the government. I mean, all that stuff has to be fleshed out. But the thing is, it's gonna, and whether it's gonna be a partial universal basic income or it's gonna be total, or however it works out. It's not gonna, it can't get instituted overnight. You know, it's gotta be over a period of which is about 20 years.
Yeah, you got to look at it like this. It sounds crazy, but it's really the most efficient means to keep society going. Otherwise, I
Yeah.
see nothing but chaos, and chaos is not
Yeah.
going to happen.
Yeah. Socialism is the grease that capitalism runs on. Believe it or not, and that's why that's it. You know, because that's why I say questions come up, and it forces me to actually dig deeper into it and actually do analysis. And I find that's what I find out. Socialism is the grease that capitalism runs on. Without the grease, capitalism doesn't run; it'll seize up. Because
One
people
more.
won't. Go ahead.
When I first heard about this, it sounded fucking stupid. It sounded retarded. It sounded really stupid. But if you
Yeah.
really get down to the nitty gritty, if you really look down at the data, it
Yeah.
makes perfect fucking sense. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I mean, we're not gonna go back to the Stone Age period. I mean, this is a reality, okay? Unless
Yeah.
there's a huge fucking sun, fucking,
Layer. Yeah.
yeah, happening,
Yeah.
some kind of situation with that. We're not gonna go back to the Stone Age. Therefore, the next step is this. Like all you gotta do is look at the data. Look at our history.
And basically, if you look at the World Economic Forum, man, they've been talking about this nonstop for 2 years. And these people, when these people talk, shit moves. Okay, it ain't one of those things where a president can get up and say something, or Congress can get up and make no. When these people are non-governmental, these people got tons and tons of money, and they got the backing of the richest people in the world, and this is gonna move. Because this is the only way they can see forward, whether it's right or wrong.
You can have a corrupt government all you want, but there's more people than government. And if there's more people than government, regardless if there's a revolution or not, this is the natural next stage. It's just basic math.
So you talk the natural. I just want to be on the same page. The next stage is what? Automation.
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah,
when you're talking about this process may take, let's say a generation, how do you get from here to there? What steps would happen?
Okay, first you have to introduce the technology and get people comfortable with it. It's in other words, as much as you can. In other words, technology will accelerate, but the thing is, you're going to have to slow it down enough to where you don't toss people off the technology train. Okay.
Let me give you a great example. Uber, right? With Uber, their biggest issue was educating their customers and educating their employees. That's the biggest issue of any new company, with any new technology, with anything new that no one's aware of. You have to educate the customer first, and then you have to educate the employees. So that's the biggest hurdle. Once you educate both of those classes, both of those people, then you can go on to the next step. And the next step is efficiency. It goes like this: relevance, efficiency, consistency, and then bias. Bias is the last one. So regardless of what you think of this, regardless of how you feel about this, bias is the last thing that any company or any revolutions talks about or thinks about. So it's relevance, what matters, what really matters. Efficiency, what's the fastest way, not what's the easiest way, what's the bestest way to go about this, right? Relevance, efficiency, and then consistency. You do consistently enough through a generation, and then you educate them enough, and then the bias comes in afterwards, which is the backlash. But the backlash is not as important as what the next step is. It's irrelevant.
Yeah. And then there's gonna be two components. One is trying to ease you in. In other words, that's the carrot, and the second is going to be the stick that's going to force it down your throat. Like Uber and Lyft will go to a driverless car within 5 years. Okay,
I would say
that's in their. A lot of people don't even know this. I know personal drivers, and I've asked them, and I've brought the conversation up. Did you know that it's in their business plan to have driverless? Did you know you're going to be out of work in 2 years? And they're like, no, that's not going to happen. I'm like, bro, have you seen their business plan? No. Why would I even look at that? Like, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, just like Uber wouldn't replace taxi drivers. I mean, it's automation is going to replace people. I'm just worried about, let's say, now success 25 years or a generation. I said when we had this discussion before, I would say 30 to 50 years, which make more sense.
It's not going to happen. It's going to be faster.
In 25 years, you think you can get 8 billion people to adjust to automation?
Oh yeah.
No. It works in steps. See, what you want to do is you want to go first for the most advanced areas, the most advanced cultures first.
Yeah,
that's what you go for first, because if you can get them to adapt it first, then the rest is cakewalk.
5 years is a little too.
How old do you think the World Wide Web is?
World Wide Web,
what, 20 years?
72.
That's in the 70s.
No, World Wide Web was Berners-Lee in 1993.
Wait, what?
The World Wide Web, the internet, the extranet the internet hadn't been formed together, but the World Wide Web to actually connect all these different pieces of the internet together in 1993 of Berners-Lee, 1992 Berners-Lee.
I disagree with that.
Well, yeah,
because BBS forms has been around since the 80s.
What I'm saying is the World Wide Web that connected all these things together. Because the BBS forms run on telephone lines. To connect all these things together is 1992. When he came up with the concept to connect all these different systems together. They formed the World Wide Web. Because they were trying to figure out what to call it.
I don't know. It's kind of subjective, because some people will say it started with DARPA, some will say it started with BBS forums, some will say it started with like in the early 90s, like you're saying. It really depends on who you ask.
I was on
internet.
I was on the BBS forums in the 80s. Okay.
But is that not a form of internet though? Because you're sharing and transmitting.
Yeah, but listen to what I'm saying. The World Wide Web, which is the internet that we know. How many people were on BBS forums back in the 80s?
Not many. Not many people were on the World Wide Web in the early 90s either.
You had. I'm trying to remember the name of the company. Doesn't exist anymore. And this is before. Not many people had modems back in the 80s. Okay.
Correct. And the computers were cost like $5,000 or $6,000.
And not that much, but the BBS forums were there where you had a phone line, you had personal servers.
Yep.
And then they would have to forward your messages to somebody else. It's like Pony Express.
But the project started in 72.
Yeah, with DARPA, yeah. But you
had to be in a university, or you had to be in a university, you had to be in the military.
Right. I mean,
they were their own closed, their own closed loop.
That's why I say it technically depends on who you ask, because you could say one going from, let's say, Washington D.C. to some university in London is technically internet, because you're traveling internationally. I don't know. I mean, there's really no right answer. There's really no wrong answer.
But what I'm saying is, from the time that the World Wide Web was introduced in 1992 till now, how long did it take for people to get used to it?
I would say till 97 is when it really started taking off.
Actually, that's when you got
95 was when I came into
right. We got the websites and stuff.
That's when you started. Well, the websites actually existed for that. That started with the browser, with the Mozilla browser in '94.
Right.
And then Well, I know the steps because I was on this shit. I remember having to do the dial-ups and you had to do all the codes and stuff like that, man. The what you call it codes, the Linux codes that you had to type in to get from one place to another. So I remember that. What I'm saying is, it actually started in like 97, 98 when you had higher speed internet. That's when it started to boom. So basically, it took a generation to go from almost nothing to where we are now. So in other words, to change people's perception about technology doesn't take as long as you think. And basically, if the government forces it down your throat, because they didn't force the internet down your throat.
Okay, I get what
it.
you're talking about now. You're talking about
Yeah.
re-educating the public itself over
Yeah,
the
and
new
then
product,
adoption,
which is what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, but the internet is not.
Yeah,
The internet is helping people find better, giving people better opportunities to make money.
No,
It's not putting people out of work.
We're talking about specifically adoption of the general public.
yeah. If you're saying how it would take longer than a generation, I'm telling you it won't.
No, hell no.
It's not going to take that long.
I'm not. No, but if people have the idea, the faintest idea that, self-driving cars will put every taxi driver, every Lyft driver, every Uber driver out of work, you are eventually going to have a problem.
Yeah, and what's your solution to the problem? What's the solution to the problem?
You know my stance on this. If people don't adapt, then oh well. That's my stance.
No, it's not going to happen. If people don't adapt, they'll destroy the technology that you're trying to implement.
And that's my point. That's what I'm asking you. Like, what happens if they
that's the universal basic income? That's why it's there.
You said a universal base income.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What exactly is that? To be honest, this is my first time.
I keep putting it up on my channel and keep ignoring it. Okay. In fact, I'm thinking about doing our own specific video just for the universal basic income and just doing that, because I put up if you look at my fourth industrial revolution video, it'll tell you what the universal basic income actually is.
All right.
It'll explain. Yeah.
I do think at some point
basically it's the minimum you need to survive, eat, survive, clothe yourself, and house yourself.
Right.
That's, in other words, it's welfare for the whole population.
Pretty much.
Not just So in other words, there's no means test or anything like that. Everybody gets it.
Isn't one of the hopes of that is for people to have more leisure time so they can innovate more?
No.
Nope. It had nothing to do with it.
Not at all.
It has nothing to do with it.
It's irrelevant.
They don't care about leisure time. They don't care about that stuff.
Well,
they don't want. In other words, there's no way to balance providing jobs and automation. And automation is going to, because if you don't do automation, some other country,
somebody else will. Right.
They're gonna trample you into the dust. In other words, you're going to get universal income in the United States because you can't compete against other countries that have it and are automating.
Right.
People, against advanced automation, people cannot keep up. It's not going to happen.
This is true.
So they're doing small steps, like I was talking about. In fact, it's going to. I don't know if it's in the clip that I put on my books channel about my think tank. I think he mentioned it because he's an engineer.
Do you think
he was talking about collaborative? Yeah,
of course.
No,
collaborative robots.
I'm saying, do you think it'll happen in the next 10 years?
Yes.
Yeah, it's already happening. I mean, it's happening. It's happening faster than you actually think it is. Because they're already talking about unleashing the biomedical stuff. No.
I was
looking at C-SPAN. Yeah.
I'm not talking about the technology. I'm talking about the universal
yes.
Wage, or whatever y'all call it.
Yes.
Well, they're talking about it now. They're trying to experiment. People aren't ready for it yet. But it's saying when automation, people start losing their jobs and they can't figure out how they're going to eat, they will accept it.
You think it'll be a Republican that puts that in action?
It's irrelevant.
Whoever's in office.
It doesn't matter.
If a Republican or Democrat doesn't put it in, you're gonna elect a socialist like Bernie Sanders to put it in. Somebody's gonna put it in because it's got to be put in because you can't compete without it. People think Obamacare, the single payer health care, was for people. No, it was for the for the industries like Walmart, the Ford, GM, those big.
The system can only put so many people on welfare before you have to reform it. And so, you know, obviously welfare can only handle so many amount of people. Now, when you get to a tipping point, you have to realize, oh shit, we either need to be able to expand it, which is give more people, give the same people more money, or distribute it in a better fucking means. Because obviously, even if we could help these people to quote unquote get new jobs, which there aren't any, there's no new job growth because it's so efficient that you're gonna have to fucking do it. This is basic fucking math. 1 + 1 = 2.
If you could come up with an idea to where you can mix a men and machines that's gonna do advanced robots, man, you need to like I said, we'll sign you up, man. We'll send you to work at kind of form in February. You can present, because they're looking for ideas. They're looking for a way out, man. If you figure a way out, they'll accept it because they're looking for it. They're not doing this because they want to. They're doing this because they have to.
I think that would probably give emergence to a new advances in biomedical science where people would become more efficient, so they could somewhat compete with automation. At some point, you would have to solve that problem. That's the problem.
The immediate problem is doing just that: universal basic income. They'll buy you time. And then the second thing is to reduce the population by basic.
Just look at it like this. Okay? I'm going to bring it to kindergarten terms. Just look at it like this. What would happen if you did not put this basic income in place? What would happen? What do you fucking think off the top of your head would happen if this does not go in place and there's so much joblessness, there's no job growth, it's so fucking efficient, it's so fucking cheap to create new products, new means. What do you think is going to happen?
The crime rate is going to skyrocket.
Okay, and do you think the government's going to be okay with that?
No.
Do you think a country's going to survive with it and keep its power and the dollar itself?
They can just purge them motherfuckers.
No, they're not going to do that because they need taxpayers. But
you need to be realistic.
The government is not going to let that happen, and if it does happen, it won't happen for long. We're on the same page on that. Where we're separating is like the solution to how they solve that problem.
I don't know.
I do not know, because you're talking about the fourth wave, and Gnostic says you have to slow it down, and he just disappeared. I don't know how you do that. How do you slow down technology? I don't know how you do that in a system where companies can innovate what they want and then sell it. How do you slow down technology? How do you slow down automation?
That's why I've said for many years, it comes down to this: relevance, efficiency, consistency, and bias. By the time you get to bias, by the time motherfuckers start bitching about this, it's too late. It's too late.
Yeah.
The policies have already been put in place. This is the automatic general way to go about this: relevance, efficiency, consistency, bias.
Yeah.
Look at it like this.
Yeah,
what fucking matters when there's no job growth? What fucking matters when it's just too fucking cheap to just get robots and AI to do it? What happens?
Yeah.
What matters?
Yeah.
People out of jobs, there's more crime, and there's motherfuckers that are gonna start chaos. Well, you're a government. You want to stay in power. You want to keep your power, especially the U.S. The only power we have left is our military. So you want to keep your power. So if motherfuckers go into chaos and motherfuckers in your own country start revolutions, this is not a good strategy. This is not a good thing. So you have to put policies in place that, oh shit, we need to keep these motherfuckers from doing stupid shit. We need to keep these motherfuckers from going into crime. We need to keep these motherfuckers from going into chaos because there's no job growth. There's no money. How the fuck are we going to keep on growing? How the fuck are we going to keep our society going? Basic income.
Yeah, it's the only way.
Okay, but
they've already seen this before. They saw this with the Luddites. They already know what they need to do.
I just don't understand how you gonna pay 350 million people when the jobs are automated, and It's possible, but
it's possible.
it's
They're
just
doing it now.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
the deficit is there now. They evidently they have the math worked out or semi worked out.
Well,
The
they
thing
Hold
because
is,
up,
people are
so
printing money, but
at the end,
It's
at the end,
called
it doesn't matter.
okay, so
it's called
hold on. Is that what the minimum wage? Is that what the with
no
them trying to raise the
no
national minimum wage? Is that what it is? Is that
no
like the beginning stages?
It's the
no.
beginning stages of it. Yeah, what they call that global rebalancing. This is a step before that. You know, this is not what they wanted to do.
It,
This is
it,
the latest step. Global
it,
rebalancing
it,
was the $15
it,
minimum wage, the
it,
$15 wage.
it comes down to resource allocation.
Well, yeah.
Okay,
It does.
I thought I got cut off.
No, go ahead.
Is Metal Latino, you there, or did you get cut off?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead with your thought.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying it comes down to resource allocation.
Yeah.
Because
It's competition.
what resources do we have left?
Yeah.
What resources do we have left?
Resources in competition. Okay. It's almost like an arms race. Okay. If they got a gun, if you got a gun, then they get a gun, they build a bigger gun. What do you have to do?
You have to build a bigger gun.
You got to build a bigger gun, right? They build a cannon, you got to build a cannon, right? So in other words, say if China and Brazil and Russia automate, and you don't, what's going to happen to you?
Well, I don't know about Brazil, but China and Russia.
Become irrelevant.
Yeah, you become irrelevant eventually. Yes.
Say Brazil decided they're going to bring in Chinese tech and Russian tech, and we're going to automate factories because Brazil already makes airplanes and cars and all that other kind of crap. So whether they brought in the same robots and brought in the same materials because you don't have to train people, what's going to stop them from automating?
Nothing. Nothing's going to stop them.
So in other words,
go ahead.
If it's just China alone, just China, we're gonna leave everybody else out. China decides, okay, guess what? Universal basic income, we're completely automating our. Within 10 years, we're gonna completely automate our society. What do you have to do?
10 years, huh?
To compete. They could do it. Yeah, of course they could do it. What's the company that Apple makes his iPhone at? Can't remember the name of the company.
Just look at it like this: China and Germany have the most advanced. They have the most advanced 3D building whole properties. They can build whole houses within a few hours. They have 3D machines that can do that within a few hours. They can build a whole fucking house.
Yeah.
Nobody has the technology but Germany and China. And guess what Germany and China have in common? They're packs.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody else is falling fucking behind because everybody thinks, oh, well, you know what? I can maintain my power with military. Oh, I can maintain my power with resources. It's not about resources or any of that shit. It's about there's 4 means of maintaining your power. There's only 4 means of keeping your power. And BGS knows it's your military, it's your resources, and what are the other 2?
What's that? There's 3. There's 3 ways of maintaining. It's force, it's with wealth, buying people out, and then it's persuasion. You know, persuading them to do something. That's where your politics and religion all come in.
And
so
in
there's
America,
one hard, and it's 2 soft.
And what do we have left? Just our military.
Basically, yeah. We got technology and wealth, so we can still spread it around.
Right.
And we still have persuasion because we've been in charge of the system so long. We're losing a lot of that. Basically, we're diminishing all 3 at the same time, which is unusual.
I'm gonna say a statement here, and I want to know if y'all disagree with me. If you're listening to this, if you want to be relevant in the future, become an engineer, or you will get left behind. Who disagrees with that?
Yeah, Well, an engineer or you are systems integrated because you have to be. You can be clever and
technically that's an engineer also though.
Robotics.
No, not really. Okay, you could take a guy that has nothing that doesn't know anything about engineering, but he knows how to adapt, say things to a particular problem. You know, I'll bring this machine in to do this. I'll bring this machine in to do that, and boom, and it'll solve a particular problem wherever you're at. There's a lot of people that don't know anything about it, but do it all the time.
But they would have to know about the machinery to solve that problem, though.
Huh?
Would they not? Would they not have to know about the machinery to be able to solve that problem?
All they have to do, all they have to do is know that the machine does a certain thing. That's all they need to know. The machine does a certain thing, and I bring in another machine to doing a certain thing, and I bring another machine to doing a certain thing. I don't have to have the thing works. I have to know it does this, and I go from A to B to C, whatever, and then it'll solve whatever problem I have.
Look, let me give you a great example. Let me give you a good example. I went into the military 10 years ago as a combat engineer. A combat engineer is just somebody who's really good with weapons and handling them, putting them together, making bombs and taking them apart. Yeah. But in reality, it's really just a mechanical engineer who's just like really diverse in his knowledge.
Specialized, yeah.
Right. So when I went to war, all of a sudden I went from being a guy who was great at weapons, who was great at making bombs and taking them apart, to a guy who all of a sudden had to make houses. All of a sudden I had to make engines from scratch. All of a sudden, but because I had the mechanical engineer background from the school, I said, wow, this is pretty fucking easy. Holy shit. Just give me an instruction manual and the rest is cakewalk. Yeah. And so now I'm at the point where I can build, I have patents that I've made of my own shit, of technologies that hasn't even come out because I don't have the money to do it. But I've made my own shit. So if you can get a mechanical engineering degree, you're straight.
Yeah, I think because engineers are better at, because of the math and all that stuff, are better at tolerances in the basic design. In other words, they will build a system from scratch.
Right.
That's what they do. What I'm saying is they apply the whatever the engineer built. Doesn't take an engineering degree.
So
I don't need. So in other words, if I want to desalinize water, all I need is what? A machine to desalinize water. And I put the pipes together to basically grow plants or whatever I want to do. I solve a problem that doesn't need an engineering degree. So if you know how to integrate a system that an engineer puts together, like I don't have an engineering degree, but I can build my own computer by doing what? Integrating parts.
Yes, but you putting together that computer is engineering, though, technically.
It's technical, but I don't need an engineering degree.
You're right. Yeah. Well, I didn't say anything about getting a degree. I'm just talking about like having that engineering kind of mindset.
Yeah, because when everything's automated, somebody's still going to have to work on some of this fucking automated systems.
It has to be fixed.
And a mechanical engineer is the best person possible to take on these careers, whether they might be a little bit different here and there, but you're going to understand the basics, and it's going to be so easy for you to pick up. And so it's going to be so easy for you to get a job in that, whatever jobs are fucking like.
For God to, say a particular engineer, if he wants to make money, he finds out, okay, what are they building the most of, and become a specialist in that. So he just go around fixing all these things. Okay. You say if you got 10,000 high-priced machines that need fixing or need tweaking or whatever it is, I specialize in that. So I know, okay, it's about time for this one to be down. And we go to the next one, and then the next one, and the next one, and then just make a big circle. Yeah.
I would actually argue against specialization. Just if you're talking about like the difference between like mechanical engineering and like computer engineering, it's better to go for the mechanical engineering because that's more general and you're actually future proofing. Like say, like if you become a specialist and if that industry isn't used anymore, you're asked out. You can't, pivot into doing something of a related field. But if you have like that mechanical engineering degree, then you could pivot into electrical engineering or computer science or anything like that.
Yeah, because basically, except for the end specialty, not like I think when I looked last time I looked, I haven't looked at the book in a long time. I think it's like 75 or 80% basically the same, and then you go into whatever your specialty is.
Let me
Go ahead.
Hello?
Can't hear you.
Adam
Make let you know. Do
muted
it again. Did somebody mute you? I think
Adam
somebody
muted. Make Tyler.
Oh, I'm
Back
sorry.
to
I'm
it.
sorry. I'm sorry. Let me ask a really good question that no one's asked, and
Okay.
and I haven't heard anybody talk about it. Right. So let's say we get the basic income, right? So in order for it to be even enough or good enough, right? At some point, the government's gonna have to come in and deprivatize private properties. They're going to have
Okay.
to make it so that properties become a government situation where they can
Or,
regulate it, where a
uh-huh.
basic income would be viable. Because
Yeah.
you can give somebody a basic income all you want, but if you're in New York, that basic income is worthless. If you're in San Diego, it's worthless. If you're in Arkansas, you're good to go. So at some point, the government's going to have to step in and deprivatize properties.
If you don't have to work, why would you live there? You don't have to work. You move to some place that's lower cost. Yeah.
What's going to happen with private property?
Yeah, I think you still have a mix. There's still plenty of land that you can actually build on to house people. And I think people need to. I think once you automate like that, people need to spread out anyway. Because basically, the basic reason you have a big urban center is for people to actually. It's more efficient for people to do their work, do their jobs. Well, if you have the basic income and you have technology that can spread out, like say your electrification and say your internet, your water, and that kind of stuff, you can spread it out further. You can disperse the people because they don't have to all be in this one mega
So
area.
you don't see the government having the necessity to do something like that?
No, I don't. I don't think the United States can. Maybe Germany or Russia or China can, but the United States is way too liberal for that.
We don't need
And I don't
to.
think
There's
it's
plenty of
necessary.
land for people to live on. It's not like we have a population.
Yeah.
Well, as far as I know, we don't have a population problem.
No, we fly over countries. You got more than enough land to house people.
Maybe I'm not ruling it out, but maybe 50 years. Who the hell knows?
Yeah. Well, yeah. You can't. Well, the thing is, 50 years. You can't even predict that far out with revolutions coming like that, man. 50 years is we could be basically going to other planets. We don't know.
In 50 years?
Yeah.
I look at the last 50 years. I don't think so.
Well, the thing, the technology may not have been. They just started to hack the human being. Because I was write a short story about that, man, where you figure out how the human soul works, whatever that is. They make human beings, and you compress it into a signal. You basically have your nanobots grow in a farm where you grow another body someplace else away. You beam that signal to the planet that you want to go to, inject it into the body, and basically boom. You basically transported that person.
You're talking about like some Battlestar Galactica kind of stuff with the Cylons.
Yeah.
Like when they die, they have like a body on like a ship, like that's like 2 light years away, and they just come back to life there.
Go back to life there, yeah.
That's really far out there. I don't think that. Well, I don't know the steps that it will take that we would get from here today to there in 50 years.
It's too unpredictable to even.
That's true, but it's fun to speculate, though.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff that we're doing right now, man, was I can tell you.
Yeah, we couldn't even predict it 10 years ago.
When I first heard about this, man, back in what I was at Comdex in 1998, and they were just talking about it. It had nothing to do, no video or nothing like that. It was just voice.
Talking about what?
About this kind of stuff with voice. It's like in '98, and then like almost 20 years ago. But before
they didn't have internet phones back then.
No,
they had. No, they didn't have that. They had
because BOIP didn't come in till 2004.
But there wasn't like something that was before VoIP. Nothing at all in the late 90s?
VoIP was actually around in its basic form in 1997. And they were demonstrating the high quality VoIP, which is basically what they were taught, which is originally eventually supposed to be would be Skype in 1998, because I remember them demonstrating it.
Because I know,
and then right after that, when you had reliable internet, you had reliable internet, and then it need to go through high speed internet. Then you got the voice over IP. I think it was in 2000.
Yeah, because I remember. I remember Cat 5 was made, and you had the ability to do these kinds of speeds, but it was not possible at the time to even be able to transmit that much capability over Cat 5. And so once Cat 5 even came into the picture, was like 4 or 5 years, maybe 6. By then, Wi-Fi was already made, so it was like almost irrelevant. And 2 years later, the companies, the telecommunication companies, already we're talking about fucking light transmission, data transmission.
Fiber.
Fiber. And before the fiber, because really what really kicked it off is that is that you had the 3 fiber lines that were actually laid in the late 90s. Because you have, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 3. I think there's 3 of them that go from one end to the other. I can't remember the companies, but one of them actually went out of business. A couple of them went out of business because they took off.
I remember the Popular Mechanics article when it first came out. It was like late 98 or 97.
Yeah, because it was you in something, and
it was, and nobody took it serious. Nobody took it serious. Everybody was like, "This is a pipeline dream. There's no fucking way you can make this shit happen."
And then there was a natural gas, and then there was a natural gas line company that had a natural gas line that went from one end of the country to the other, and they snaked the fiber through that. I can't remember the names of these things. We were investing in them way back in the 90s, man. But that's when they put those 3 fiber lines. That's when basically voice over IP actually became possible.
Like, you know what's
Cisco
crazy?
routers to handle them. Go ahead.
You know what's crazy is that right now I know of I have a wholesale license, and so I used to sell things locally in San Diego when I was down there, and there was a company that made certain electronics, right? Custom OEM electronics, and they started a year ago. They started making Wi-Fi over light, and they're gonna come out with the products in about 8 months. In 8 months, there's gonna be Wi-Fi over light.
Oh, talking about over
light
fiber.
Oh, he's talking about
no
data through light.
Over light. I saw over there, over light, just light.
I've seen that.
They're already promoting that stuff. They already sent me emails where there's a Wi-Fi machine. It stands on top of whatever room you're in.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And it connects directly to your PC over a dongle or a USB dongle.
Yeah,
and it's over light, like completely over a thin fucking air.
If you can, I mean, you can do it. It's just a matter of interference and all that kind of stuff, which is.
Well, they already figured it out because apparently they're already promoting it.
Yeah, what I'm saying, it has to be more like a scatter band, where because anything could block it. That's the only thing about light. Anything can block it. That's why Wi-Fi is more pervasive because the signal doesn't get blocked by a whole bunch of stuff. Light doesn't go through walls and that kind of thing, so it's limited.
Yeah, but
Wi-Fi
is weak because most of the bands is on the 2.4 gigahertz bands.
Yeah,
and of course they're starting to make the 5 gigahertz band devices mainstream now. Yeah. I mean, pretty much.
Yeah, it's only so high you can go before you start frying people.
Yeah. I don't know if the feature's in light, but that would be awesome though. That would be awesome.
Basically, I mean, physically you're pretty much limited unless you can find a signal that we haven't discovered yet. And
like so, terahertz band.
No, well, it's something that's outside of that we haven't discovered yet. It has to be something. What did Star Trek use? Basically, what did they call it? What do they call it? What do they call it when they communicated? They communicated over. I can't remember what they call it. There's a certain name for it that moves faster than light. But in other words, basically what it would be, if it were me, what it would be is I would use, you know how you have atoms move in sympathy. You have two atoms that move, particles that move in sympathy.
Quantum.
Yeah, quantum entanglement.
Mm-hmm.
That's the fastest means of communication. If you can do that, then you've solved you basically solved any communication problem you can think of.
If we can solve quantum entanglement, you could forget about cars and airplanes. You're talking about teleportation anywhere, at any time.
Yeah.
Well, China right now is on top of the whole game right now.
Well, actually, they're at the base level of what they can understand. So
right,
you know,
but out of everybody else in the world, they're on top.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. They're you know, there's people. There's still technology out there that they don't have. You know, they just put up the collider, and basically they're at a barrier. You know, with the collider, they've broken as many particles as they can break, and there's still stuff that they can't understand. So they've reached what they call the end of physics. In other words, this is as far as we can go with what we have.
BJS, do you want to give some context about quantum entanglement for the people who listen who don't know about it?
Okay, quantum entanglement. What they found out was, say if they split a particular particle, they split it, and they separated the particle. It doesn't matter the distance; the particle will still act as one. In other words, there's something in the background layer that communicates. So, in other words, it's instant communication between the two halves of the particle, and that's what they call quantum entanglement.
Yep. No matter where you are in the universe, you can get there instantly.
Yeah.
So
in other words, if you solve that problem, you solve your communication problem.
You pretty much solve anything. You're talking about you can solve like the processor cores on on a computer stuff. You can solve all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Well, you figure that out. You've probably figure out life itself. Because you're dealing with the background layer of the universe when you get into quantum entanglement.
Yeah.
So you're dealing with deep dark matter.
It'd be nice if they solved that problem within the next 5 years.
Maybe it's you, man. Maybe we're looking at your Nobel Peace Prize.
No, I looked at the math of quantum entanglement, and I'm not on that level.
They don't. The thing is, you can't write an equation for something you can't understand. You can only write an equation for a phenomenon that can kind of understand. If you can't get past it, go ahead.
Right. Well, the thing what mathematicians try to do is that if they don't understand something, they will plug in random equations to see what works, and if it works, then they'll create a theory around that.
Yeah. In other words, you know how to do mathematics is getting the equation to balance.
Right.
Get the equation to balance, whatever tricks you use, and then you got to go see if it fits the phenomenon. Because you're an engineer. You know, there's two sides to mathematics. There's the raw math, and then there's applications, and applications is where everybody falls down at.
Yeah, that's the only thing that matters.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what math is for. Math is to describe something consistently. And if you can't understand what the phenomenon is, you can't describe it, there's no math for it. And everything else, that's what people throw mathematics at me and said, you know what, I'm a kid, I've been a chemist, man. You can throw that shit at me. It doesn't need me because you don't have any data. You can't prove it. I said, well, but we know a black hole exists. I said, well, okay, go there and show me somebody that's parked themselves outside a black hole and says it's there. Because you looking at a telescope, you don't know what the fuck is on the other side of that telescope.
You don't actually have to see it to know that it exists.
You know something exists. You don't know what it is. Because seeing it from 100 million light years doesn't mean squat. Unless you can reproduce the same phenomena close enough to where you can actually observe it. Even when you observe it, you can't understand it.
The thing is, seeing is not believing.
Not always. I mean,
No.
it's if you're going by the eye
Believing and
test, it's
seeing.
not always relevant. I mean, we know gravity exists and we can't see gravity.
We can't see gravity, but it's a local phenomenon.
And it's testable.
It's testable.
We can
It's a
test black
local.
holes on the subatomic
No, the
level.
fuck you can't. No, the
Yes, you
fuck you
can on the
can't.
subatomic level. We
No,
can.
you can't. No, you
No,
can't.
you
What do you
can't.
How
think
do you?
happens? Hold on, wait.
Oh, wait.
What do you think? Wait. What do you think happens at the Collider Research Center when two subatomic particles clash together and another one emerge out of them clashing together? That's how you measure it. What do you think? What do you think they measure it?
No,
But that doesn't
it's
mean
not.
that doesn't mean it's a black hole.
It means that something is emerging
Something it is.
from
Something is
something
merging.
colliding against each other.
Yeah. The thing is, if the two things collide together and they disappear, and then they reform, what do they reform out of?
They're not disappearing. They're not reforming. Something emerges when they collide together.
Yes, but the thing is, what is it?
You've heard about these theoretical particles that they've discovered,
Right,
Yeah,
and that's why
theoretical.
it's
What I'm saying,
theoretical.
okay,
Theoretical.
okay.
No, they actually exist, but it's not like that they can actually find the meaning of what these particles actually do. But they actually exist.
We're not.
You're an
we're not gonna
engineer.
get
You're an
anywhere, I'm telling you.
engineer. If you're an engineer, if you can't physically go there and prove that it is physically exists, you can't reliably use it because it has not been tested. In other words, you don't know if the particles that you produce here are the same as that whatever that phenomenon is that's 100 million light years away, do you?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about anything going on 100 million light years away.
That's what I'm talking about.
Dude.
That's what I'm talking
No,
about. How do you know what it is?
We've never been outside of the galaxy, but we can make
Guesses.
we can speculate based off of data that we have tested.
You
No,
an engineer.
you can do
You're
it
an
all you want,
engineer.
but it's
Can you build a bridge off of speculation?
No.
No, exactly. My point exactly.
But the very first iteration of a bridge isn't what it is today. It was improved over time.
Over
So
time.
if you're trying to explain a concept of a bridge to someone who's never seen it, who's never heard of it, then they would probably laugh at you too. Just like they did with
in other words,
airplanes.
what I'm saying is, if you're trying to explain a concept of a person that's never seen a bridge, right? Okay, if they can't understand, they can't wrap their mind around it, but hell, what if you get them on a plane, fly to a bridge, and walk across it? I understand what a bridge is. Because you have a physical manifestation of what you're talking about. It's not something that's speculated.
Okay.
And if you're going to build a bridge, you basically, over time, you're improving something that's already exists. You don't have to say, I don't know what a bridge is. And most people in the world do know what a bridge is because they've either built one, like a simple one, like a rope bridge, or they built something very complex. So bridges are very old. There's footbridges that are like 20,000 years old that people have built.
a bridge is actually the first thing I built in the military when I went into engineering school. It was I'm telling you right now, it was very complicating, and it was, I can know everything about it, but application-wise, I didn't know shit. When I got to it, and I saw the parts, and I had them in front of me.
Yeah, you put them together.
Unless we had a whole team together and all this shit, cool. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, no, I don't know what the fuck I was doing. I don't give a fuck how much I read about it.
Yeah. Well, then that's the whole thing. When they say phenomena, because I've been dealing with this stuff, man, for eons, man, since I was a little kid, and everything they said they thought was true wasn't, and I've seen that more than a few times. Okay, we thought that these things were stars and they're actually galaxies. Okay, well, yeah, but 30 years ago you thought they were stars, but now you changed your mind. Why? Because we got new information, and you really don't know what they are till you go there. Because they're phenomena. That's why they call them phenomena. We don't understand.
We didn't have to go to those galaxies to know they were galaxies, though.
You had to see them, and you had to see them in more detail. And until the Hubble telescope you thought they were stars because you couldn't see them in detail. Once you saw them in detail, okay, but you live in a galaxy. So since you live in a galaxy, you understand what a galaxy is. So say, okay, what else looks like where we're at? Oh, that one does, that one does, that one does.
Verification.
You don't have to understand a galaxy because you live in one. You live on the edge of one. You can see it because you're close enough. So all you have to have is a telescope to look for something that's similar to where you already live. So like, say if you live in a house, it's like, okay, say if you drive a certain car, okay, you know, so you say you never, you know, everybody has this phenomenon. Okay, you can't recognize the car till you actually buy one, and then once you buy one, they're everywhere, right?
Yep.
Everybody's had that experience.
Yep.
Once you buy a car, then all of a sudden you notice that there's, you know, you never notice how many cars there were that were just like yours before.
Yep, that happened to me when I bought my truck.
Yeah, that's a phenomenon. Yeah, that's the way the human mind works. And I'm not saying that a black hole does or does not exist. I do this with atheists all the time when they say exist. Let's prove it. We have these models, and that doesn't mean anything. How do you know that one exists?
The reason why we can't directly see a black hole is because it swallows light.
We assume
gravity is so dense that we assume, Stephen Hawking has proved this with mathematics. So yes, we have never seen a black hole directly, and again, if his theory is right, it has been proven to be correct.
If
it has been proven to be correct, you can't see it because it swallows light.
No, you
Nothing
know what you
a black hole, not even light.
How do you prove?
You're leaving out.
Who proves it mathematically?
No, you can't prove it. No, you prove mathematically. Physically.
Oh my God!
You prove physically. You're an engineer, man. Come on now.
Yeah, you can prove things without seeing them. Yes,
no. In physics, what do you have? You had physics. What do you have to do when you get a mathematical equation? You have to do what? Prove it what? Physically. You have to prove that the math actually works.
If you're saying that the entire field of theoretical physics is invalid because
that's
you can't
not what
see
he's
that.
No.
Because I know that there's physics out there that you can prove without actually doing it physically.
Why? Okay, if you can prove it without actually physically doing, why do you have a collider?
Because they're trying to discover different particles.
No,
they're trying to solve different problems.
They're trying to prove that the mathematics that they've actually established are actually valid by physically.
Okay, but just because it doesn't, they're putting an equation to see if it fits, but it's not just trying to solve one problem though.
I'm not saying that. When you do, because I'm a chemist, man. I was trained as a chemist. You do the math, and then you have to go back and physically prove that the math is valid.
Right.
And it's not always valid.
Correct. Well, I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
They prove that in chemistry all the time. One thing I like about chemistry is you have to experiment. Just because it says it on paper, and you run into that in chemistry all the time. Because you do it and prove it empirically on paper. When you do the experiments, something else happens.
Comes down to practicality, baby. Practicality.
You have to prove the math works.
I'm not disagreeing with that either. I agree.
So in other words, in theory, there's a black hole, and in theory, you can't see a black hole because it swallows light. But until you go there,
oh my God,
you can't say for sure. You can't say for sure. You can't say for sure.
Here's the problem. Okay, here's the problem with you. You're taking an anti-science stance on us, and you're projecting an anti-science stance with us. You think that we're like anti-science because
that's anti-science.
Yes. It's but you're saying that what we're talking about does not fit normal science that you are aware of, that you have been taught.
You're taught.
As I said, when you all are testing things to make sure the math fits, I agreed with you. That is not an anti-science stance.
Okay.
When you said when you're a chemist and you have to test to see if the math works, you have to do testing anyways. I agree with that. That is not an anti-science stance. You're Gnostic's position is that if you're not there physically, then you can never know for sure, even if you have proved it mathematically. I disagree with that.
But that's
Why?
Wouldn't that equal anti-science?
Because if you have the variables in place and if the math works as if you were there, then if you have tested it and if it works, then it works. If it's
But how do you verify it?
Verify that it works.
Say that again.
How do you
verify that it works?
When you do, you take the variables, you test the variables
On
as if
what?
you were there, and if it works
On
as
what?
if you were there,
That's
then it works.
simulating.
What?
That's
What do you
called simulation. That's called simulation.
Yeah.
That's not verifying. That's called
You're an
simulation.
engineer. What you simulate doesn't always work in the real world, does it? Because
Okay, so I guess you have to go to the sun to know that it's hot, right? I mean,
no,
I
no.
mean, come on.
Well, a lot of things they discover with the sun on a lot of things they find out by sending probes to the sun, and a lot of things.
Look, fireflies create light. They don't burn. They don't create heat.
Yeah.
But so how do you explain that? If your logic is correct from what I'm understanding, then a firefly should go up in flames.
A firefly is just a label. A firefly does not emit fire; it emits light.
It's light, yeah.
Right,
and
right. But to a normal human being who just seen it for the first time in his fucking life and he doesn't know any science, it would seem that firefly should actually go up in flames.
Yeah, because they're relating it from one thing to another.
Because he hasn't verified it.
But that person's perception of because they see light, then it must be hot or it must be
right.
So in other words, you don't see light, so you assume that the black hole is swallowing light, and it may not. It may be matter that's so dense that you can't see through it. How do you know?
Okay, I mean,
dark body, right?
We're talking about mathematics as that he did.
No. I'm not talking about mathematics. I'm talking about mathematics has to be verified. It has to. You have an equation. It has to be verified. When you as an engineer, when you do the mathematics and tolerances on something, it has to be tested and verified that it works.
Put it to you like this.
Unless you have a similar thing, something that's already been tested and it's already been proven. Yeah, go ahead.
A popular or well-accepted theory does not make it a fact, and that's what you're making it seem like.
Yeah, because we thought there was no more.
Yeah, but we're not. First of all, it's not popular because it's popular. It's popular because it's been tested.
How is it not?
Over
how is it not popular?
How has it been tested? By peers, by different people over years, over decades.
No,
it's
not. The math works. The math works. But who's gone to a black hole and says the math is actually correct?
No one has been to a black hole to say that is correct.
So therefore, you're believing in a well-popularized,
but at the same time,
and you're accepting a well-popularized theory, well accepted as truth. Therefore, it's still irrelevant because it's never been verified.
Okay, so this sounds like an anti-science argument to me.
Thank you.
Not what I'm saying.
You finally accepted. Thank you.
You're saying, not what I'm saying.
It's a guess, man. It's a guess.
It's not a guess. It's not a guess. You just said things have to be tested, and I told you that the mathematics of the black hole.
No, it's a guess. A mathematics. Okay. I'll give you a real good example. Okay, I'll give a real world example. Okay, the mathematics that was tested for the mathematics that was tested for the bonds and stuff that they sold during the crisis, right? It was tested out of Oxford. It had been used for like 10 years, right? And the mathematics was tested over and over and over and over again until the variables until things went out of a situation happened and went out of whack and just threw the whole banking system in crisis.
You're talking the financial market is a lot more volatile than modern physics.
How do you know that? No, it's not.
Can you prove? Okay, so you're saying that it is impossible to predict.
I said nothing of the sort. No, I said nothing of the sort. Okay, I said it is a lot more difficult
Neither is
No.
SGS.
No,
I said that the modeling a financial market is a lot more volatile than modeling physics.
Can you
No, it's
prove
not.
it?
That is why
Okay.
we do not have bots.
Can you prove
Can
it?
you how hard it is to model fluid science, fluids, stuff like that?
Because you're talking about people who do unpredictable things, and in conjunction with other people that's doing unpredictable things.
Everything is
Physics
predictable.
is the same.
Everything is
Whether
predictable.
physics tends
No,
to
it's
be the
not.
same, whether
No,
people are in a certain area. It depends on what branch of physics we're talking about.
no. If, in other words, physics is the same. The basic science is the same, but your variables are already always out of whack. Like I said, just modeling the weather alone.
Right.
How many variables are they modeling the weather? And the
A
physics,
lot.
that's
I
physics,
assume
right?
a lot.
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
sorry?
lot. It's a lot. Physics.
Right.
They haven't got that down. How complex is that?
I have no idea how complex
Very.
it is,
Yeah,
but they
very.
do get pretty close. Although they're off, they have gotten a lot better than with meteorology than they have
And then,
100 years ago.
yeah, what I'm saying is it's highly complex. Fluid science is highly complex.
I'm
because
not
you have so many
disagreeing with that
variables.
one bit.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with the complexity of it. Not at all.
And then what is it? Temperature, gravity, all that stuff comes into effect as far as the weather.
Right.
Solar flares, all kind of stuff come into. There's all kind of variables.
Right.
It's unpredictable because you can't account for all of them. So I'm saying
Right.
it's still complex. And this is stuff that we can see, touch, feel, experience, run models on because we know basically how it works. We know how human beings basically work.
It's
So
verifiable.
how can we run simulations on something we can't? We can just see through a telescope. We don't even know what we're seeing through a telescope. We're guessing. It's a good guess, but the thing is, it's still a guess.
Well, they
Because
got
you
pretty
can't
close
fit-
when they was mapping the stars, and they couldn't actually see them when they first did it back
They,
in the 50s.
the Hubble. Okay, I'll give you an example, and that's what I always use.
This is before the Hubble, though.
Huh?
When they were
Before
mapping the
Hubble,
stars, this is almost like a century before the Hubble. This is way before.
when they were
that.
mapping when they were mapping the stars before the Hubble actually went actually before it was designed and launched. And the first thing once they put the lens on it and got the Hubble correct, they did the what they call the dark field, where they thought there was empty space. Right? Remember the experiment? They said we're going to aim at the empty space, and we're going to see over a long period of time, and we're going to see what happens. And when they did it, they said, well, okay, this is empty space. We don't see any stars. There's nothing mapped. We're just going to aim it here and see what happens. And you know how many galaxies they found were out there when they did that? They couldn't count them. It blew their mind because we didn't know the stuff was there. No mathematics said it was there. Mathematics said it shouldn't be there. But guess what? It was. So the thing is, unless you can verify it, let's say if there was a black hole that we could actually fly to, go to, examine and test, and then we could look for something similar and say, okay, we know what a black hole is because we done tested the bad boy and figured it out, and then we look for other phenomena just like that. Then you can say, that's how come you know what a star does, because guess what? You're right next to one, and that star works similar to the other stars that are out there. That's the way that's the way science works. That's what science has worked for 20,000 years. That's the way it works.
Assuming that all stars are the same, but okay, I see.
What I'm saying is, assuming all stars exactly. Because how about the stars that you can't see? That might be there that you just can't see. They're so far away.
You just don't have the technology to be able to see it.
You don't have the technology to be able to see it, and that's what they're saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why it has to be verified. That's how come you have a collider. They're guessing that we could create a black hole. In fact, Stephen Hawking was saying, what happens if you create a black hole in a collider? And it swallows up, or what they call it,
the entire universe. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's
or what do you call if you discover the God particle and you hit the reset switch, which is basically more fearful than even the black hole. You start a big bang all over again. You start to hit the reset switch.
And what happened?
That's what he was really afraid of. Well, he was wrong. Yeah. Well, he was wrong with that
But
experiment.
you know, at the time, everybody accepted as popular belief that it was true.
It was not popular
because the math added up.
This is not based on popularity. When they tested it,
but it was
whenever someone tests something,
it was the most.
One at a time. Yeah, amongst businesses. Yeah.
Whenever something is tested as fact, it is a fact until new information comes in, and then the idea of the old gets discarded. I don't disagree with that either. But as of what we have right now,
to our best information, we think that a black hole exists.
Correct, and we have tests to back that up. Now, would that be replaced in the future? We don't know. And
when I say,
go ahead.
When I say because of the way you sound, because of whatever, I think MGTOW Universe is a black man, and I have no way of knowing whether that is actually correct because I can't see you, right? But so I have to ask MGTOW Universe, are you a black man?
Yes.
And I have to accept that MGTOW Universe is telling me the truth, right?
Right.
Because I can't go there and verify that MGTOW Universe is indeed a black man, even though all the pertinent information says that he is. So my best guess, I think that MGTOW Universe is a black man.
Right, but you are speculating. You're not running equations, though.
Even if I ran equations, like
I don't know what you begin to even run equations on.
Sound prints. Sound prints running against models that are similar to people that are African Americans, and that you can actually run equations on that on the data and actually come up with something.
Right, and I'm sure you'll find quite a few white men that sounds like black guys.
Oh, I'm saying I could be wrong. Yeah, right. I could be wrong. Yeah.
I think
I'm not denying that Stephen Hawking could be wrong 50 years in the future. I'm just saying that
what I'm saying is, okay, we know that we exist on Earth because we're here. We know that the sun is a star, or we call the sun as a star that exists because provides heat. We can see it. We can send a satellite to it and gain properties. Because it's there, we can verify it, so we can actually look out and say there's something else other things out there that look like it, and we can be reasonably sure that those are indeed stars, just like our sun.
Correct.
But we cannot, for something that you can't see, you can't feel, you can barely detect, and say that we know what it is bullshit. It's verified underneath bullshit. We can run our best guess on it on a phenomenon. It's a phenomenon. That's why you call it a phenomenon, because you can't say exactly what it is.
That's why it's
gravity. We don't even know what gravity is. We know that we deal with it every day. We know what it does, but we don't know what it is.
That's why it's called an educated guess.
It's an educated guess, basically, yeah.
Still a guess.
But if it's reliable and repeatable, you can't actually use it. You can use gravity because it's repeatable and reliable, even though you don't know exactly what it is.
It's consistent.
It's consistent, yeah. That's all I'm saying about science.
It depends on where you're at.
Well, if you knew what it was and how exactly how it worked, then you could reliably predict.
We don't know how gravity works 100%.
No, we don't. We don't know what we don't even know what it is. You just know it's a phenomenon. That's why we call it that.
Yet everyone still accepts it to be 100% true, though.
It does exist as a phenomenon. We don't know what it is. We 100% know that it exists because we experienced it for billions of times. Okay. Anybody can experience gravity. Okay, by jumping up and down in the chair. You don't know how it works. You know reasonably how it works, or we think we do, but you don't know what it is. But on other topics. What are we talking about anyway?
How do you explain the double slit experiment? Because they still been reeling over that.
The best you
can see, yet it's still a paradox.
The best, there's a guy I'm trying to remember his name. Where he's basically one of the better. He's a lay person, but he's read so many field theory books, and that's his. And he's gone back and gone through the Egyptian and Greek experimentation. He's basically an expert on field theory. He can come up with the best theory that I've ever come up with, because you're not working with light is a propagation field. It's, in other words, it's what he calls it. You know what a perturbation is, right? A disturbance.
No.
Okay.
It's a small change.
It's a change. It's a disturbance in a particular field. So, say like if you have a Jello cube, right, and you tap it, that's a perturbation. You're causing a vibration within the Jello field, right, that goes throughout the whole Jello, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that's a perturbation. And they say light is like that. In other words, a phenomenon happens on one end, and basically when it goes through the field, like Jello, it comes out at the other end as an effect. Same way electricity, electrons don't necessarily move, but the thing is, the effect, like a wave, passes through the wire from one electron to another. So in other words, electrons don't move.
Are you talking about wave theory?
It's field theory. Field theory, but wave is a motion. Wave is action within a field.
Okay.
Just like water. Water is the field, right? And wave is what the action that rides on the water, right?
Sure.
Yeah. And he said light works basically. And I've heard more, he's the first one to actually mention it. I looked back, and said, there's other people that say the same thing. That light does not travel in a straight line like we think it does.
Well,
it goes
the
back
problem,
like a wave. Yeah.
The mystery with the double slit experiment is that when they didn't look at the actual, I guess, light traveling through, that they could reasonably predict where that particle of light was going to land. But when they looked at it, it landed somewhere else completely.
Yeah, because it's not a particle.
Light is not a particle?
Not a particle.
Even though they shot two particles through a slit?
That's irrelevant.
It's not a particle. Yeah, it's not a particle. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing about light. It's not a photon. It's a wave. It's a disturbance. Disturbance acting on the field, and you can narrow the field if you want to. That's how come it lands someplace else, because it's not a particle. It's a wave.
I do have a question about basic income, though.
Okay, go ahead.
If that was to be implemented, who would be buying the products that these companies sell? Because I was under the understanding that people would only have enough to pay for the necessities.
No. That's exactly what I was talking about. Like, how the hell? How would you have enough money to keep the system going? Automation
because
they don't need like Beats headphones or iPhones or like cars and
stuff
like that.
Because once you take the human element out of it, the price drop dramatically in price.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But I mean, people wouldn't have enough money to get as many things, though. They could get some things, but they wouldn't have like
efficiency leads to cheaper items. So let's say a Beats headphones, for example, right? Let's say $300, the $300 version. And this is before automation. This is before the whole company was completely automated, right? After automation, you can expect at least 80% decrease in price.
Why are we
assuming now it's fixated on reality, on what it actually would cost.
Wow.
Without the human element. That's what we're saying. Without the human element, there's no need for that shit.
Why are we assuming manufacturers would drop their price?
Because they have to sell their products.
That's what efficiency is.
Yeah.
I think that's because capitalism is about maximizing profit. If they think they can get away with a certain price,
capitalism still has to fall under capitalism still falls under efficiency laws.
Supply and demand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a good. You can actually find it.
Well, go ahead.
Good, Grace.
in a factory that's automated. You don't need to pay $100.
You're breaking up.
That makes that Samsung automated.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Grace. Repeat yourself.
And you can buy it for $12.
Yeah.
Listen, 80% of the cost of a product, it's usually because there's humans that have to be paid and have to be insured and have to be government regulated and have to go through government bullshit and red tape up the ass. But if you took that 80% aspect out, 80% of the price would go down. Therefore, the only money that needs to go into a product is self-automation and marketing. And marketing. That's it.
And material cost. You know.
The resource. And that's when the companies be making less money though.
Yes, they would.
No, they wouldn't. You have to adjust. You have to adjust for the amount that that human cost is going to go down for. So, for example, you don't need a whole team of salesmen anymore because now it's automated. You don't need a whole team to take care of a factory. You don't need a whole team of supervisors to make sure of quality check because now AI takes care of that.
You're still assuming that the market would think like that, though.
It doesn't have a choice.
I agree with you, but you're assuming that the entire market would think like that. If I was who owns Beats now? Apple.
Yeah.
If I was Apple and if I automated my entire product line, I'm still selling my headphones at the same price I'm selling them now.
You could, but who's gonna buy them? Who's gonna buy them? Who's gonna buy them?
People will still.
No, they won't.
People won't buy Beats headphones, really?
No, they won't.
Really?
No, they won't. They'll buy it.
If they can afford them, what are they gonna buy?
People don't buy Beats headphones now.
Okay,
listen. People don't buy headphones now.
Let's say that the dollar gets fucked up tomorrow, and we wake up and the dollar is worth fucking 2 pennies tomorrow, right? Let's say inflation went up crazy, our financial system went the fuck down. $1 is worth 2 pennies, right? So are you telling me that Beats is still gonna sell for $300 and motherfuckers are still gonna buy it?
If I was selling Beats and if the dollar crashed, I would stop manufacturing product and I would sell the product I already have out there.
Okay.
For the same price.
The dollar crash.
Yeah, but you can't sell them. You can't sell them. Yeah, you can't sell them. If you can't sell them, who's gonna buy them?
You would have to adjust.
You have to adjust.
People would have to prove to me. Poor people would have to prove to me that they're not willing to.
Let me add this one. They don't have to. The market. One thing I learned about trading, the market doesn't have to prove crap shit to you. If nobody's buying your stuff, if nobody's buying your product, the market says nobody's buying your product. They don't have to prove nothing to you. You can store them. You can store them in a warehouse someplace.
That's what I meant. Like if they're unwilling to buy, then okay, now I know I have to drop the price. But,
that's what's going to happen.
But you're assuming that people react rationally to the market.
1 + 1 = 2.
Yes, but people do not shop like that. They shop with their emotions.
People have to adjust. People have to adjust to less money.
Look at them. Look at what happened to the malls.
The
malls. I just looked at a chart. The peak of retailers, brick and mortar retailers, was in 2001. Man, it's gone down. It's gone down like 70% since 2001. Because people's pocketbooks are telling them they don't want to shop here no more.
Or maybe they can shop online.
Because it's cheaper online.
Yeah, that doesn't even make sense.
It's not cheap. What doesn't make sense? You can buy a lot. You can buy the same product online for like a tenth of the cost.
No,
it makes sense about that.
Exactly.
The thing is, you brought out specifically 2001. 2001, there wasn't even an infrastructure for it to even be possible on a grand scale.
Amazon was around 2000.
You wasn't shopping online in 2001.
Yeah.
No, you could, but not on a grand scale the way it is now.
But it had just started. Amazon started, I think, believe in 2001 or somewhere around there.
When they were selling books.
Yeah. What I'm saying is the market. What I'm saying is if the market is going to do that. It's not going to happen overnight. What I'm saying is, I'll give you a really good example. The China price. Why did all all the TVs and stuff, all that stuff go to China?
I have no idea.
Because it was cheaper to make. And people thought, well, people shop with their emotions. Bullshit. People shop with their pocketbooks. Everybody kept saying people shop with emotions. No, they don't. They shop with their pocketbooks. So in other words, you get the same product. You get the exact same product for a third price, which are you gonna buy? And I proved that to my buddies back in.
I would believe that if there wasn't a such thing as brand loyalty.
That it's so many variables for me to even like try to argue with that. There's so many variables.
Okay.
I mean, people, poor people still buy Jordans. It's still a multi-billion-dollar business.
That's not because of business. That's not because of feelings. That's not because of market. That's because of culture and marketing.
Okay, culture, brand loyalty, whatever you want to call it.
No. You have to be very specific. These are very specific items you're talking about. You're bringing up. You have to be very specific.
Yes, but my point was that you said people will act rationally based on the market, and people will not do it. Now,
based on specific variables.
People buy Jordans because they can afford them.
No, they cannot.
Yes, they can.
What do they buy them with?
Yes,
What do they buy them with?
People will steal. They will kill for Jordans.
Okay, no, you spoke of buying. You spoke of buying, not stealing.
Steal. So in other words, do they give away Jordans for free?
No, they do not. But my point is that people will spend their rent money on Jordans.
What do people buy them with?
They buy them with money. I'm not denying that.
In other words, money that they have.
Yes, but
so they can. So if they have money,
but most of the people that buy Jordans in my opinion, can't afford them because they don't have anything else for it.
I cannot afford a $200,000 Maserati. Why is that? Because I don't have $200,000.
You do not have the money for it.
Exactly. So in other words, it doesn't matter if the Jordans cost $200 or $20. If you don't have the $20 or the $200, can you afford those Jordans?
No.
And do homeless people buy Jordans?
In general, I would say no.
No. Why?
Because they cannot afford it.
Exactly. So
but I think we have a different definition. Well, if you have the money, then yeah, you can afford it. But if you don't have shit left after that, then can you afford it?
If you have to eat if you have to eat ramen noodles for a month or ramen noodles for 2 months to afford those Jordans for a pair of shoes, it's
sad, but yeah, you can do it.
In other words, then you can afford them, right? Or you beg your mother, or you find a job and you scrimp and scrape. The only reason you can buy Jordans is because you can afford them. If you can't afford them, you're not going to buy them because you don't have the money.
I think you're confusing interpretation with reality. That's what it is.
Yeah. And what we're talking about, if you're in a
reality that I'm missing.
In other words, it's basic economics. Okay, supply and price always have to drop to demand.
Let me give you a really amazing example. Okay, let me break it kindergarten style for you. So, do you guys remember the death of the electric car, the movie, the little piece of shit movie that they did?
Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah,
they had amazing patented battery technology that we don't even have yet. Tesla's still trying to figure it out, right? And then GM said, fuck that. Let's get the government to subsidize the extra cost for SUVs and big ass fucking trucks so that a motherfucker looking to buy a Civic can just buy one of ours and we'll just tag on the cost to the government so that we can still make. Can that Civic can that person trying to buy the Civic really afford the Hummer? No. So GM said, fuck that, we're going to go around that. Guess what? Now you can afford a Hummer. So the person trying to buy the Civic said, well, fuck that. I'd rather have the upgrade. Even though he couldn't afford it, quote unquote, technically he could at the end of the day because the government said, fuck that, we made a deal. You know what? Go ahead. So that same customer, do you think he's still going to go for the Civic?
Yeah.
Because technically now he can afford both. So you really think he's gonna go for the Civic? He's not, because he can afford both.
Yeah, I can afford what I want. Yeah. And I'll give you another example about SUVs. Remember how popular they were, and everybody was buying. They had the big spinning rims, and they were driving all around town.
Yeah.
Remember when gasoline went to damn near $5 a gallon?
Yeah.
How many SUVs you see on the road?
A lot.
None. I mean, basically none. Because they couldn't afford them. They couldn't afford to drive them. They had to park them. Couldn't afford to drive them. They parked them. You see all these, because and LA is a crazy car town. So you drive down the street and you see all these SUVs parked in the driveway. You couldn't afford to drive them.
And everybody was trying to buy hybrids.
Yeah, and then when the gas prices went down, guess what you see now again? SUVs.
Okay, so a lot of companies will be going out of business then, since people won't have as much disposable income for
not necessarily
materials.
Not necessarily.
Depends on the price of the good or service. The good or service will have to reflect the income, and they don't know. We don't even know what the income is going to be. There's always going to be some people that can afford something. They won't be able to afford everything. But they'll be able to afford some things.
Let me give you another good example. Okay, you know that MAC makeup, the little palettes of makeup?
Yeah.
Okay, those go for $57 retail right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I have a wholesale producer. I used to buy it from them for $3 a pop.
Wow.
They used to make them for $1.20. They still made 200% on that bitch. Wow. And I went and I put it on local listings, Craigslist and shit like that, and I sold it for $20. Guess what? They sold like crazy, and I still made really great money. So if I can buy it for $3 and I don't have a job, I can't technically, if I was just a normal retail customer. So if they can sell it for $57 and they have to adjust for job availability, and they have to adjust for whatever the fuck you can think of. Just let's say we go into economic bullshit. Guess what? If they sell it for $5 retail, they're still making $1. So there goes that argument.
I get you. Okay, so you're saying that they will lose revenue, but the profit will still be there. You know what I'm saying? But it's less money. $5 is less than 57. But like okay, what are you saying?
I'm saying because of efficiency, because of automated work, because of autonomy, because of AI, they don't necessarily have to take a loss. Because now instead, there'll still be profit.
There'll still be profit, but
no, you're wrong. I know what you're saying, but you're wrong. Because I bought that makeup for $3, but they made it for $1.20, right? Now, because of if they were to, the whole company was to go into automated and AI, all of it, the whole thing, meaning no more humans. That means they can make that same product for 80% less. Now they can make it for 20, 30 cents.
Oh,
so now they have accounted for that extra loss of
so the cost of production
that economy.
Also
so therefore,
down.
Right. So therefore, their profit is still the same.
He's assuming that because manufacturing costs will go in the toilet, that the prices will be a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
And he is assuming that that business owners or manufacturers rather would drop their prices. And I said capitalism is about maximizing profits.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Why drop the price?
But profits is different from the amount of money it takes to create one product via normal circumstances, which we have now, and automated. So it would make up for it.
Okay, there's a very good reason that they're doing this. They're not doing this because they think it's a better system. This is the only way out. Okay, you have like they say somewhere between $200 or $300 trillion of outstanding paper that they can't reconcile amongst the banks. And they're trying to unstack the paper. People always cheat to try to get around the system. and the system is on the verge of collapsing. In other words, the capitalism, because it's so competitive, and it's basically the survival of the fittest, system will crash, and they don't have any other way out to rectify this amongst the global commerce, global economy. This is the only thing that they can figure out as far as a way out to keep the whole system reasonably functioning without a total collapse of the system.
Okay,
that's the only reason they're doing it.
Because if everybody fails, then nobody gains anything. So you have to keep it going.
Huh?
You have to keep it going. So if everybody fails, you have to figure out another way, and this is the best way yet.
Yeah. Well, this is the only way. It's the only way out.
If most people are out of work, who's going to pay for the basic income?
The government.
Yeah, but who are they going to get the money from?
The same
corporations.
The same way they're getting, the same way that we're in $100 trillion worth of debt, and people are still getting paid from the government.
Yeah, they're just making money out of thin air.
I
understand what you're saying, though. He's asking the same question I'm asking. If you're talking about a basic income, and you're talking about a country filled with automation, is there enough money that citizens will have from the basic income to be able to funnel back into the economy?
In other words, you're not going to hold on to the basic income. You're going to spend it to eat.
How do you know that?
Huh?
How do you know that? How do you know people just won't spend the bare minimum and just stock their money?
You have to.
No, you don't have to. You can hold on. You can go down to a bare subsistence level, and you can whatever you want to with it. But how many people are going to do that?
Depends on how much they're getting.
How many people are going to go? How many people now go down to a bare subsistence level?
Again, not many. But you're assuming, you're assuming that would continue if the only thing that they have is the basic income.
How are you going to? Okay, you're going to spend it to eat, right?
That's why I said, like, outside of food and drink, you're going
to spend it to clothe yourself. So you right?
Okay, sure.
You're gonna spend it to keep the electricity on if that's what you want. You're gonna spend it to live a normal life.
It depends. Again, it depends on how much they give you, because if they give you a certain amount, it's not enough to
see. In other words, okay, you're mistaking this idea with people that think they have another choice. You don't have a choice. You have a total financial collapse, or you do this. Which do you choose?
Go
ahead. I'm waiting.
Are you going to sell that to people to sell the minimum universal?
You don't have to sell it.
It's going to come to a vote. I mean,
okay.
No.
Where you live in a
yes.
You live in a city, right?
It's acclamation.
You live in a city, right? You live in a city, right? Okay, what if all of a sudden all the food went out of all the supermarkets in the city?
There'd be riots.
There'd be riots. And what if they said, okay, if you want to eat, this is the system that you have to accept. How many people will accept it?
You really see our government doing that, though. Going to that kind of
universe. They have no choice. Which one?
They could always move out of the state.
Do you want?
No.
This is a world. This is the whole world. Where you go?
You're talking about finite resources here.
Where are you gonna go? In other words, this is the whole world. Where are you gonna go?
If there was a food shortage problem in the entire world, I don't think you could sell them.
The thing is, you're using the example that I'm using to explain what I'm talking about. In other words, if you have no choice to do something, what are you going to do? You're going to accept the choice that's given.
But I'm saying, though, if you can leave that place that has a food shortage, and I'm pretty sure people have the sense enough to do it in the United States of America, why would they not leave? I am getting it, but he's giving me a this or that choice, and I'm saying that instead of accepting a crappy situation, you can migrate to somewhere else.
Let me explain this to him. You either have a worldwide financial collapse, or you get this. Which one do you choose?
What is this?
Or you get the universal basic income and the fourth industrial revolution. Which one do you choose?
I get the fourth. What was the other choice again?
The universal basic income and the fourth industrial revolution.
Okay.
Regardless of whether you think it will work or not, which do you choose? You get financial collapse that's almost certain, or you choose the other one. Which one do you choose? You don't have. There's no third choice. You really thinking about this?
I am, because it's not because the options that you give me, there's more to it. You're simplifying it down to two choices.
No, there's not. No, there's not.
If you're talking about a fourth industrial revolution, and I have no choice but to accept the universal whatever, then my question would be, how long can I sustain whatever that I'm being offered before bad things start to happen? That would be my very first question.
Okay, you have two choices. You get a total financial collapse and systems break down, and you get Mad Max, or you choose the other one. Which one do you choose?
I would choose the universal wage or whatever.
Exactly.
But the problem with your scenario is that everything is going to shit anyways. So why would I think this universal income would help that situation?
Because they don't know it either, but they don't have a choice. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Who don't know it? The other people?
Listen. We have finite resources. We can all agree on that. I think we can all agree on that. We have finite resources. And the whole world, and all of the countries in the world, they're so interconnected. It's that thing that we call too big to fail. So if it does fail, if you have a choice to the whole fucking thing to fail, and everybody just goes everybody is for themselves, and you have to fight your own neighbors, or hey, everybody's cool. We kind of make it last for another 50 to 100 years, whatever we can make it possible. Or go fuck yourself, fight for your own shit.
You know what? I stopped. 5 years ago, I stopped talking about it because I stopped wanting to scare people.
People get defensive.
I'm not scared about it. I like to speculate about this kind of stuff.
Let me walk you down the path just after Brexit. Deutsche Bank, if they do not save, it will take down your whole banking system all the way around the world. That's Deutsche Bank.
Okay.
If they don't figure out what's going on with Wells Fargo, it can take out your banking system all the way around the world. That's how thin of ice that you're on. Any little crack can dump you into the ice cold water.
It's so interconnected.
They're so interconnected, and they've been basically running on borrowed time since 2008.
What makes you think that they wouldn't? What makes you think the government won't do what they've always been doing and just flood the market with more money?
Because there are finite resources.
They've already flooded the market with money. There's no more money to flood it with. The bills are getting ready to come due. This is the only thing they can think of as a way out, and this is all over the world. This is not an isolated incident. They're selling it. Every country is on board with this.
Now, my question excuse me, gentlemen, and good evening to all of you. My question is, can't there be a system 2.0 or 3.0, for lack of a better term? If we're on
at this time, there is nothing in place.
Okay, this is the problem with a global financial architecture that you have to build. Finance is built on trust, and those trust systems take time to build. Okay, you just don't open up a financial system and everybody comes in. It doesn't work that way. It takes time to build all these systems together where the banks trust each other and all that other kind of stuff. It takes time. And so in other words, if you're building one and it's not ready, and all of a sudden you have a collapse of one, then all the pieces get thrown to hell. So in other words, your supermarket be empty in 2 days because now it can't wire the payments to its suppliers to bring the food in. The fuel tankers that keep a lot of your electricity running to the substations, can't be brought in because the transfer payments from one end to another can't be done. In other words, and it doesn't take that much for a couple substations to go down, take the whole grid down. In other words, you're so interconnected around the world with not only finance, but producers and manufacturers, because and people working and that kind of stuff. Once if it goes off the grid, even for a week, these systems start cascading into collapse.
I'll give you a great example. Katrina.
Yeah.
Okay. What happened with Katrina? What happened with all these interconnected systems? What happened within 2-3 days? What happened? What were people doing?
Human nature.
Looting.
Human nature.
Exactly. So this is within 2-3 days. 2-3 fucking days. That's how interconnected so many systems are. So imagine that happens to just one country. Imagine that just happens just to the U.S. Just to the U.S.
Yeah. I'll give you one example. They did an experiment back in 2010 with snap cards. Just an experiment in one little local area where they just turned off all snap cards.
Snap cards.
The snap cards.
The food stamps.
Oh,
food
yes,
stamp cards.
Yes, sir.
They turned those off just. They turned those off just for an hour where they didn't work. You know, remember that?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Remember how much chaos it caused?
Yes.
What happened?
What if we just turn off snap cards, which feed about 50 million people for a month?
Okay.
What happened to the United States?
Yes, I remember seeing threads about this on forums. Obviously, you had websites, for example, Return of Kings or Breitbarts, who obviously spoke ill about minorities when it came to situations like this. But if you don't, and I'm not trying to derail it, but if you don't know, regardless of who the racial group comprises mostly of, again, you still have human beings who were cut off from, again, certain benefits. Yes, sir.
We're literally back to basics.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And the thing is, without this highly complex system, this planet cannot hold 7 billion people.
Like, let me give you another example, right? So, everybody likes to throw out like adults, in the 30s, something like that. I forgot who brought this conversation up, but we were talking about how, people think they're independent. People have their own jobs, they have a career, they're independent. They don't rely on anyone else to support them or give them money, right? They don't go on welfare. They make great money, yada, yada, yada. And then we were having this conversation where you're not really independent, dude. Who does your laundry? Who cleans your house? Who gives you electricity? Who runs your sewer? Who who maintains all these systems?
Yeah.
And it's other people. You are super fucking dependent. Unless you live in the middle of a fucking jungle and you've dug a fucking water well and you've dug your own shithole where you shit out every fucking night, then you're fucked.
Yeah, but you're still dependent on water and food.
No, if you're in the middle of the jungle, you've already figured that out. You dug your own water well. That's what he's saying.
Right.
You dug your own water well.
So
wait, I do have a
unless
question
you're
about
doing
the
that,
snap
unless
card,
you're in the
though.
jungle and come out with a chinchilla, then you're fucked. You're not independent.
You know what? I'm glad you said jungle. Now let me come out of center field if I can with you gentlemen. For example, do you think the tribes, tribes who don't have quote unquote contact with outside civilization, for example, those in either the Amazon or any other location, do you think that if the global system would come down, do you think they would be affected? And
They wouldn't even know about it. They wouldn't even know about it.
Okay, yes, sir.
Hey, BGS, what happened in 2010 with the snap cards? I never heard about that. I was too.
Okay.
Too young.
No, you weren't. You weren't too young. The thing is, it was just a localized thing. And I think it was in Georgia. Was it in Georgia? Yeah. You remember it?
Yeah. How did the people react? Because I never heard about it.
They lost their shit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They lost their shit.
You know what? I believe it was in Georgia.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was.
Okay, yes, sir. I do remember that. Damn, you know what?
Yeah.
Damn, that little light bulb just flickered on. I do remember that. Damn.
Did people start stealing?
And it was an hour. It wasn't a day, it was an hour. It was
Did
like
people
an
start
hour.
stealing?
It was a drill
No, they
meant
didn't steal.
it was a drill meant to check preparedness within the department. It was actually just a drill, and it was just to check preparedness of how they were going to react, the employees and their computers, and how long they were going to be down. But it ended up just being an hour, and it was good. But when they actually looked at what the fuck was going on, it was all fucked up.
Yeah. People see when they started denying the cars and stuff like that. People, it didn't take long for people to start getting upset.
Yeah, people actually in line with their families being with the cars actually not working, and and again, I don't want to use the phrase, but you had a lot of, again, and I use it lightly, you had a lot of ratchet people who, I mean, again, it hit him like a ton of bricks, Unfortunately, it hit him like a ton of bricks. But as you said, it was just a drill or what have you about certain preparedness and things of that sort.
Yeah. People think these things are solid, man. People really think that all these things are solid, but basically they're made up systems by people. Okay, they're not solid. They're not rock solid, and it doesn't take. I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot to turn over this apple cart, man. We just haven't gone through it. Yeah.
Did you say that
structures or infrastructure? I should say
they're artificial. Yeah.
Did you say that the corporations were going to be paying for the basic income?
No, the governments are going to be paying for the basic. What I'm saying is they're going to tax. They're going to tax the men. They're going to tax the manufacturers. And if you make any income outside of the basic income, because they're still going to be encourage people to actually go out and do stuff independently.
Isn't that the same thing as having employees though for the manufacturers? If you're just going to have to cover the taxes for
everybody would not be instantly thrown out of work. Okay, it's gonna be layered in, and like I said, in other words, it's never been done before. This is their best guess about how they would proceed and how it will be done. They don't have. It's never been done. It's something that's never been done before. Guess what? It's never been done before. You don't know if it's going to work. But at this point, they're desperate enough to try something like this.
It's a good question that Theo brings up. That what if they scale the taxes proportion to however many employees that they think is not going to be able to work there?
Yeah.
Then of course that's another reason to not drop the price.
Well, they'll tax the product. They'll tax the product on output. In other words, you would tax them. You tax the profits or whatever it is the same.
And assuming that the consumer be able to afford it.
And
hopefully they have the math figured out to where you can actually have people still buy product stuff like that. You have to set it high. You have to set the basic income high enough to where the money will circulate. But the thing is, this is their best guess. The thing is, they don't have a choice.
And when do you guys think this kind of stuff is going to start rolling out?
5 years, depending on where you're at. Canada, they're already talking about
5 years in the U.S. 5 years.
We're saying the thing is we don't know. It could happen. It could happen next year. We don't know.
Let me give you a realistic scenario. So Uber is already doing not training. Is already doing testing, right? And so law is not probably going to go into effect until 2.5 years, 3 years after that. So right now, I'm looking up the stats right now for Uber. Uber has 6,700 employees or drivers, right? These are actual drivers. So we already took out a lot of taxi, businesses and business. So 6,700 employees are going to be shit out of luck within about 4 years, realistically, 4 to 5 years.
Yeah.
And once the laws get into place, when it slowly get rolled into we start putting in small towns and seeing how they work, seeing efficacy and all that shit, right? Making sure that everything's good. About? So think about it, 6,700
self-driving car. Laws that will allow the self-driving cars actually on the road and operate.
You don't have to have a law to allow something.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
In other words, it's got to be permitted. to be operated on the road. You always have to have
Yeah, because it's
for you to
commerce.
drive. It has to be a law.
I could probably help
Yeah.
you out, Latino, with
Go
the
ahead.
whole universal thing. Here in the UK, we have this thing that has destroyed our welfare system called job seekers allowance. Before you just get a basic income before, if you were out of employment. However, now we have a thing called universal credit, which runs in the background even while you're employed, just in case you lose your job, and it will basically, I guess, circumvent the whole point of you running out of money if you've run out of employment. So basically,
you know what that's based on? There's not many people know about this, but there's a unemployment insurance. Most people have never heard of this. There's something called unemployment insurance. This means if you lose your job tomorrow, you're set. You're set for 1 to 2 years, depending on the policy. And you will be provided the same amount of money that you were making at your previous job for the next 1 to 2 years. And so the government of UK based this idea that they had, and they said, holy shit, wait a minute. This is actually a pretty goddamn good idea temporarily.
It's an old idea.
That could hold off certain doom or chaos or people acting up.
Germany implemented that back in
this
in
insurance
the
has, I think, 1960.
Yeah,
1967, I believe, is when they.
Well, the unemployment
many people
insurance,
are not aware that this shit. I barely found out about this a year ago.
Unemployment insurance workers' compensation unemployment insurance actually goes back to Germany.
Yeah,
a long time ago.
Latino, can you finish the Uber scenario?
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
So you're talking about 6,700 employees. So realistically, we're talking about 6,700 jobs being lost to automation within about 4 to 5 years. It's very realistic for the. This is talking about the laws going into effect, and this is just Uber. We're not talking about Lyft. We're not talking about Turo. Turo is another one that no one's heard of, but it's a third contender to Uber and Lyft.
Yeah,
that's not
but that's not the problem.
Turo makes great money.
But that's not the problem.
How you doing, brother?
But that's not the problem. Latino, it's going to replace taxi drivers.
Right.
That's where the problem is going to come in, and you got 4 million of them in the United States.
Well.
Right, but the point is still the same. Where.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all.
The point is the same, but the thing is, we talk about 100 times the
So, but the timeline is still the same. You're talking about 2.5 years for testing to be done and approved, about 6 to 8 months for litigation and all that bullshit and all the red tape crap. Give it 9 months after that, where they actually start testing it out in small towns. 4 to 5 years from now, I see it actually start being implemented in big cities.
Actually, well, they haven't set them out. That you don't know because they haven't said it. It's going to be different for each country because you can go look at it was it Switzerland and who else was it in Europe that actually did the experiment on the basic income? It was Switzerland had a referendum, and then it wasn't Norway. Who was that had the referendum?
Well, I was speaking specifically about the automated cars in America.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And the laws and actually it being implemented into the cities.
The insurance every day, because I read an article and they were talking about the insurance is already done in the background, man. In other words, they've already worked it out.
Yeah.
So
that's already done.
Yeah.
So there's policy. There's already policy in place.
Oh yeah.
Evidently the government and the insurance companies and the courts have already worked it out in the background. They haven't announced it. When I see that kind of stuff, it means it's already done. They just haven't announced it. They haven't actually put it on paper yet because they don't want the public to know. Anytime you put it on paper, the public has to know. They basically already come to the agreements in the background. Anytime I see that, I know. Huh?
How many people do you think getting placed out of work? Do you think it'll take for 4 million for the
taxi drivers?
No, I'm saying like how many people in the U.S. do you think will have to like be out of work for them to start the basic income?
What? Not very many, because right now they said you have. Right now they said you have about. You have about a quarter of your adult population out of the workforce. So we're talking about at least 50, 60 million people.
You
So
can
all
only
that,
you can only prolong it for so long before
yeah,
motherfuckers start rioting.
yeah, because they're saying that Obama has basically used the credit card, bumped up the deficit like maybe $10 trillion, just keeping people fed and keeping people housed and all this stuff with basically government money.
So you guys can pretty much see it happening in Trump's first term.
It could happen at any time. So in other words, we're given a rough estimate of where it's reasonable.
Okay.
You know, because it could, because if because really all it would take, man, if it were me and I was if I was brutally a brutal dictator, you know what I would do?
What?
I would just have a bank holiday for 30 days, and you'll accept anything I want.
That's cruel.
Look, look. If you want a good something to look out for, that this is pretty close to happening, just look for a huge manufacturer in the actual U.S. Going fully automated, whether it be GM, whether it be just somebody with a lot of employees, physical employees. Just look for the first motherfucking manufacturer to go fully automated, and we're pretty much close to it.
Yeah, you're close to it already. The thing is, they're slowing it down because they have slowed it down because they don't. In other words, it's like the frog in the pot, right? If you turn up heat too high too quickly, what's the frog going to do? Jump out.
But the signs are already there. For instance, when Walt Disney was getting rid of half of his employment staff because they started automating the printing process. He disguised it as them being communist sympathizers. However, that was like he went from 1,200 staff to 600, but that's primarily because of the whole printing press and the fact that they didn't need so many animators.
China. There's a factory in China that makes Apple products. Man, they laid off. They had 110,000 workers. They laid off 60,000 of them.
They'll disguise it as something else, though, won't they?
Yeah. And they said they could have done more if they really wanted to. They didn't want it to be that big of a shock. The thing is, it's a matter of them. People accepting it. They could basically they were saying that the only reason there's not driverless cars on the road today replacing taxis because they're afraid of the backlash they're gonna get from people. That's the only reason. Because they've already proven it can happen.
Does China have a universal credit system? So, for instance, we have the universal credit system. It's pretty much being rolled out, being introduced from now to 2021, and it will be change for families' finances, so it's a good idea. But I think that it's pretty much the progenitor to this universal basic income, which the whole world will see.
Well, okay, you're a good person to ask. Okay, say if you had to basically live off of universal credits, what kind of effect would it have on your lifestyle?
At the moment, it's around about £300 a month. Now that's not very much. That's like between $500 and $600. But here's the thing. Technically, my life wouldn't really take a massive hit because I have a minimalist lifestyle anyway. I mean, all I really need is Netflix and the internet, and I'm good. But however, if you have like a more luxurious lifestyle, I would see you going up in arms about it. But
that's why those are the people that are going to get hit last.
Yeah, they'll get hit last, but they'll get hit the worst, to be honest.
Well, the thing is, it doesn't preclude you from working. You have to figure out how you're going to make money outside of the.
Oh no! I would actually say there's probably more jobs given the environment because since the UK's become a gig economy and we've moved so much towards service-based employment, there's services that always need to be done. Even if they're not the most glamorous, their jobs are there. They're just not very glamorous. They're not the high executive air-conditioned office jobs that women may want, but they are there. No?
Yeah.
Hey,
Maintenance, especially.
Yeah.
yeah.
And the thing is, go ahead.
Oh well, I was
Go
gonna
ahead,
say, well, do you think that a part of the reason why there's constant wars going on that the U.S. is involved in, do you think it's to kill off the warrior class of men who would otherwise would
Nope.
other okay.
No. The thing is, the wars that are going on now, man, is not nearly enough to kill off anybody, man. If you wanted to kill off a whole bunch of people, you go back to the big theater wars like World War II and World War One. I was reading that, was it World War One or World War II? I think it was World War One. One general in one day, man, lost 400,000 men.
Well, do you think at that time that's what they were trying to do, since that was kind of the beginning of like the change, the switch to the gynocentric? Okay.
No. It was always the struggle for dominance in a particular system. World War One is about Germany wanted to take the place of the UK and France in dominance over the world system. That's what it was about. What you see going on in Iraq, Iran, Syria, and all that is China and Russia, or the BRICS, vying for dominance over Europe and the United States.
Oh, okay. So
that's why you're seeing these constant wars.
Okay.
Is those are proxy wars to keep from having a big theater war, because the big theater war would be fought with nukes. If there were no nuclear weapons, trust and believe, half of us here on the line would be out here in a trench somewhere, slugging it out with AK-47s and M16s.
Okay, all right. So I mean,
the only reason go ahead.
No, I was saying the reason why I was asking that was because how from the 1900s to 2000s the whole shift with the roles and men not being what they once were, and as strong as they were. Yeah. I was just asking if that was part of the reason.
The easiest.
So basically all it took was feminism, nothing else to change it.
No, they gave women economic opportunity. That's what did it.
Yeah, that's what feminism was. And plus the need for families was reduced.
And that was done on purpose, right?
Oh, it's out of necessity. Most stuff is not done on purpose. It's done out of necessity. You're reacting to it.
What was the reason for that? What was the reason for like the whole role changes and women not being what they want?
You can look to the UK for that one. After the Second World War, there was a depletion in male labor at the time. Yeah. And in World War One as well. Those two world wars completely decimated the male count. That's why they had to re-employ the former slaves of the Caribbean to come back to the UK, in which they were given citizenships, and then after about 20 years, they cut that off again. So
necessity, not like, because I heard some people say like extra money from women with taxes and things like that. So it was mainly necessity, not like money.
And plus, the environment changed. In other words, what are you going to do with them? Because if you don't need as many babies anymore, what do you do with them? And then the women are human beings too. They're gonna push for more and more rights. But what are you going to do? You have to respond to that. They're going to push for it.
So you're saying that in societies that are rural, you saying that if you give women economic opportunity, that those women are less likely to take it because they still need children?
Yeah, you need in a rural environment, you need as many children as you can muster.
I'm saying though, like if you give women economic opportunity, you don't think they would leave?
Yeah, of course not. They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop now. They get accustomed to the taste of power, just like any other male, right? They like being able to buy that Louis Vuitton bag and stuff. They're not. They're
okay.
People.
But why did they have to listen to women? Because it's not like women can take it like how men can take it when they're unhappy.
Because
they have to produce your children.
And there's so many of them. They're not like a small amount of them. There's tons of them. Like they outnumber us.
I think Theo's question is, if men can,
they can't take it by war.
Yeah, if men could force their will on the women, why would men ever listen to them?
Yeah.
Because that's not very fun to live in, is it? A culture in which we have to force them to do what we want.
if women do not agree about how the system is run, who raises your children? And how many generations will it take for that to change?
We're assuming that. Well, is there? Well, we're assuming that in the truly oppressive societies, women that they know that they are oppressed would be terrible mothers, and I would disagree with that.
Okay.
No, in other words, okay, the reason that it works, let's say female oppression, as we call it, female oppression works in a Muslim country, is because those societies are not safe for women to be there. Once you remove the safety factor, where women are, if women weren't afraid of being raped or hurt or anything else like that, they wouldn't wear a burqa. They wouldn't adhere to those precepts,
right?
Because they wouldn't have to. People do things out of necessity. Governments do things out of necessity. They don't do it because they have this diabolical plot. They do things out of necessity.
Oh, okay.
And when the environment changes, they got to adapt to it. Marriage is already dying before women's lib ever happened. It was already dying. The divorce laws came well before women's liberation.
So if women didn't get their way, they would have rebelled, like in, for example, I guess being bad mothers in that way. Like they would have found some way to rebel. If they didn't get their way.
There's the old saying: the hand that rocks the cradle does what? Rules the world. How you train your children, how you train them to think, is what the next generation will do. So in other words, why?
Because even if women wanted to rebel, men could still force their will on the men. Excuse me, they can force their will on the women.
How?
What do you mean how?
What are you gonna do? Kill them?
No, not kill.
What are you gonna do?
Kill women for them to fall in line?
Are you gonna enslave them?
You don't have to enslave them either.
Well, how are you gonna force your will on them?
You can. You can beat them.
Yeah, that's not going to work very well. If
very long.
Children, that's going to be a toxic environment to raise your children.
Yeah. How did it work before?
Not like that. Like that's not how,
because they didn't always have these rights and stuff. How did they work before they had it?
Because they needed you to survive. A woman and her child. And what's his name said it? What's his name that did the Monahan? Monahan said it. He said in '65. He said back in the early 20th century, a single woman and her child would starve to death without a man.
Right.
You know what the mad thing is that ultimately, when you look throughout history, the Moynihan Report, and go back into antiquity, men seem to be more of a convenience for women than anything else. To be honest,
they were necessity. They were necessity. Yeah. It was not a convenience. You need both sides, and you need because you cannot enslave your own women. You can slave somebody else's women, but not yours, because they've trained the children. How are you gonna enslave your mother?
How does that cognitive dissonance work then? I mean, ultimately, women seeing men enslaving other women and children and blah blah blah. How do their cultures deal with that exactly?
So okay, all right. So BGS, you're saying like I guess women being oppressed wouldn't work for so long because they will raise their children up, and I guess the children would change the circumstance.
Yeah.
There's nothing in history that indicates that, though. That's what I'm saying.
Sure, it does.
No,
where?
In America.
Wait a minute.
No, I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about before all these rights.
No, you can look at the Jawa tribe that's like 60,000 years old. They don't oppress their women, enslave them.
I'm not talking about so
they're not forced.
I'm not very astute on my history, but I'm sure at some point the man ran the house, and it wasn't because he ran the house, and when he ran it, he actually ran it. So if the woman for any reason didn't do what he wanted, there were consequences to be paid. It's not really enslaved. Well, I guess someone will say enslavement, but it wasn't like he was like some tyrant. Bitch, do what I want, you're dead. But it was like she has her role, he has his, and if she doesn't do hers, there are physical consequences to that. Women
Why
know
would she
this,
tolerate it?
and because even if a group of women stood up to men, if a group of women stood up to men, there's nothing that group of women could do to a group of men.
Really?
In one generation, fine. But what do you do with 2-3 generations down the line?
Someone having mic problems?
No. What do you do?
Assuming that those women that didn't get out of line would somehow raise their children to be against their father, and their father didn't know, because again, the father could force the children to his will also. So I'm trying to figure out
where is there a population? Where's there a population that is actually halfway civilized that run where the women don't agree on the way the civilization is run? Afghanistan, you can see because the women would starve. Number one.
Okay.
And Afghanistan is not. It's not a civilized country, but the thing is,
it goes back to my point of you give women economic opportunity. They don't want to be housewives anymore. We have plenty of proof of that.
They don't have to be housewives.
You're right. I'm not saying that they should be or that they have to be. I'm just saying once they have a better option,
you cannot force your women into a role that they don't want to be in.
Not anymore.
You never could.
Really?
No.
Really?
No, they're with you because they would starve.
Yeah, it took environmental factors to get them to
they had to be with you out of necessity.
Out of necessity, yes.
If they had if they had the choice to have their own shit before all this feminism, they would have done it.
Yeah.
Then why didn't they do it?
Because they didn't have a chance.
The environment wouldn't allow for it.
What do you mean by the environment?
In other words, the modern environment allows them to do it because they do not need you.
I agree with that, but we're talking about before this environment that gave them the opportunity.
Because they needed your labor to survive.
I agree with that. That's why they do what the man says. That's what I'm talking about.
Because they agree to do it, otherwise they would starve.
They would starve.
I think the women,
they would starve and be homeless.
I think exactly. I think like what you were saying it before I just came here, women would never. Most women would never have like virtue and stuff like that. So even if women didn't want to do it, they had a choice. I could have a husband and he can do it, or I can do it on my own and starve and get what I'm gonna have anyway. If I do have a husband, at some point I'm gonna want to have a child, right? So I'm gonna need a husband for that. So at some point, if I don't have a system that will back up my decisions, I'm gonna have to fall in line.
Okay, this is the way it works. This is the way it works on an old agrarian farm, right?
Okay.
If you get married to a woman, you work your land or whatnot, right?
Okay.
If it depends on you and her, eventually you and her will get old and you will starve to death.
Okay, I'm not just okay.
You have to work the land, and she has to have babies to provide labor for you, your family, and the community.
I'm still in agreement.
That is her job. Okay. She knows her role, because if not, the society will falter, and you and her and the rest of society, if women don't agree and don't work together, will starve to death. You won't be there. So it's logical that
you think the man would starve if the woman didn't want to be a mother anymore?
Yes. Yes.
I don't know.
If you don't produce children, how long are you gonna live with? How long can you do that backbreaking work without children to replace you? How long are you gonna live?
You think he's gonna start?
Yes.
Think about it, dude.
Okay. First of all, if you're feeding yourself, you don't need to do that much. Second of all, if she's unwilling to cook, you're not gonna starve to death. So yes, women are important. They're not. How long? Just as long has he? If he does it, when he does have kids, he doesn't retire. He doesn't retire.
When you're 80 years old, can you till the soil?
I'm sorry?
If you're 80 years old, by yourself, can you still do all the backbreaking labor it takes to run an agrarian farm.
If you're doing backbreaking labor, you're probably not making it to 80.
Exactly.
Well, you're not gonna even make it to 30.
Exactly.
You're probably not making it to 30 either, but that doesn't change if you have a wife and a child. It will be easier.
It does. You have extra pairs of hands to get, to delegate work to.
Yes, but men still died early.
Yeah, but that's because of environmental factors like viruses and poor nutrition and stuff like that. But that's got nothing to do with whether the labor was the problem. Right. Labor was no longer the problem. It was the environment that was still the problem.
And that doesn't change no matter how many kids you have, though.
It does.
Yes, it does. Yes,
it does. It begins to change.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Think about it. If you one person versus 9 or 10.
The environment's already changed just with the numbers, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
if you okay, it doesn't
explain this to me.
Okay. I'll explain it to you. Okay. On an agrarian farm, okay. An agrarian farm, when you start off with 2 people, you have 2 people that are dividing labor up, picking whatever it is. She has a child. By the time that child is 2 and walking around, the child can learn how to pick plants. 10 chickens, whatever it is you're going to train a child to do. You have child number 2. As they grow up, they grow up. It's like a factory. So by the time that child is 8, 9, or 10, it can do a lot more work than it did when it was a baby. But you have to get it past the weaning stage. Once you do that, the child has labor. It has a labor factor.
Right.
Because I was down in Guatemala. You had children 3 years old shining shoes. In other words, that's their hands and their labor. They're supplying labor to the family, and you work as a family unit. So the more children you have, so if you have 18 kids, you have 18 people that can do labor. You have 18 basically employees.
I agree with that. I disagree with that.
Strength in numbers.
But
all you have to do
I
is
agree
train the child. And the more children you have, the more successful and the better chance of your survival will be, right?
I think, I mean, if you want to say like he does less work by however many children he has, he lives, 5 to 10 years longer. Okay.
Or he does more work. Or he does more work. So he grows more crops and he works more land. And if you work more land and grow more crops, you have more food, your chances of survival go way up, right? With one person, right?
But one of you said that if the woman isn't there, that he will die, as if he was unable to work by himself and produce food by himself. And I disagree with that. I agree with everything you just said, but the guy doesn't die because there's no woman.
No. No one said that. No one said like, oh, without a woman, the man is completely helpless.
Yeah, but his lifespan is going to be very short.
I think unless he has a lot of kids, his lifespan is going to be short anyways.
Not necessarily. Well, your chances are better with more children.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Hey,
just look at the dynasties.
But if the woman doesn't want to have 15 kids, what is she going to do?
She has 2 choices. She either has the kids or she go find you another wife, and she can go hit it on her own. Yeah. She don't have to agree. She don't have to agree.
You're right.
She has to volunteer for the job.
Well, her well, I don't know what the word is, but it's based off of
why do you work?
I work so I can buy things that I want, which isn't much anyways, but that's
what I'm saying, to survive. That's why you do labor, to survive.
Right.
You volunteer. Nobody puts a gun to your head or a noose to your neck and drags you to work.
Correct.
It's in your best interest to do what? Cooperate.
Correct. But if the woman like I said, if the woman didn't have better economic opportunity, she's going to do that. Her chances of doing it is going to be much higher. But the moment if she has a government that says, "Here, leave him. We're going to do this for you," and it doesn't matter how many kids you have, most of the time she's gone.
And the government has reasons for doing that for women.
I agree with that. All those reasons you stated, I agree with them.
And so, in other words, what we're doing is we're simplifying the case, right? Mm-hmm. Simplifying the case so that you can understand the more complex systems. If I gave you the whole complex system, it wouldn't make sense. We're simplifying the case. Why women and human beings do anything? Women do things out of cooperation. They don't do it because you're forcing them to do it.
I think women put up. Well, okay, let's go with that. I think they'll put up a lot because they know that they can't do better by themselves.
Of course not.
Or they won't have an easier life by themselves.
You're not supporting children just because you want to. You're supporting them because you need them.
Today?
Well, not today.
Back then?
Back then. That's like a marriage is disintegrating because guess what? You don't need kids.
I don't think you need I don't think you needed kids. I think it was in your best interest to have kids because it made work easier on you. So it was in your best interest. Then it did. Now it doesn't. Well, no, it's not semantics because needing to have one and voluntary having some, that's not the same thing. It's not.
What difference does it make?
You didn't have to have kids. You didn't have to have kids on a farm. It was in your best interest to do so if you want to live longer. No, so you don't have to have kids.
You don't have to breathe either, but it's in your best interest to do.
You're going to breathe if you stop breathing, unless someone is preventing you to stop breathing.
No, to survive, you needed to have children. Okay, exactly. You needed to have children. You need the society. You as a group, as a tribe, you needed to have children to survive.
Otherwise, name one human being who has got to this point in history by themselves.
By himself.
I'm pretty sure someone has been some man has been documented living on a farm by himself, living just fine.
No. You're in a farm. You're still part of a greater society, living on a farm.
Is it too early?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I do.
Where does he get? Where does he get the tools? Where does he get all the other things that he needs and stuff like that?
I'll go with that. Okay, I'll go with that.
I'm saying you have to do your own work. I've already done the work. You have to do your own work. This is. I've been doing this for 2 years, man. You have to do your own work. Women. There is no society. There's no society that enslaves its own women. Never. Even in Rome, as harsh as Rome was, and harsh as Greece was, the women have to agree to the society. Otherwise,
there's a lot of women. I'm sure there's a lot of women that would disagree with you on that one.
Where?
Depends on how you classify as enslavement, because I'm sure. God damn it! My damn audio keep jumping out. My bad. So, how
you classify enslavement?
Well, doing something that they don't want to do.
By force, right?
By force, correct.
Okay.
By force.
What society enslaves their own women?
Is there a country out in the Middle East that does it today?
No. I'm asking you to name it. You're asking me. I'm asking you to name it. You have to provide the proof.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I don't think it's enslavement. I don't think it's enslavement. I'm saying that.
I'm asking.
Go ahead.
You said there is. You said there is, and I said, give me the case.
No, I said that there will be. I'm sure that there was women that would disagree with you. I didn't say that there was.
Well, like who?
I don't think there is. I personally don't think there is. But we got to this world today. I think we got part of the reason why we got to this world today is because that there are women that, even though that they had a life that was easier than the one that was on the farm, they saw that as enslavement. So it's your idea of enslavement
as a group.
Correct.
No. What basically, when women back then knew the difference between being a slave and being on a farm. They knew the difference. They knew the difference a lot better than we did because they know what slavery was about because they seen it.
Okay.
All right. I have an unrelated question for you, BGS.
Okay.
If a woman is with their ideal man, will they cheat?
Mm-hmm. With their ideal man, will they cheat? Yeah. Possibly, because it depends on the character of the woman.
Okay, and I have two more follow-up questions for that. What would it take? And then the second one is how likely do you think it would be, on a scale of 1 to 10, for them to cheat if they're with their ideal man?
Depends on their environment. You see women cheat on. I'll give you an example. Nicole Murphy, her ideal man was Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
He's funny, he's rich, he's famous, all that other stuff, right? She cheated on him. Okay. It's the thing is option. It is one. Okay, I'll give you an example. One is it's scale. Okay, like somebody said. I said you share tens with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because they always have options.
Yeah.
So women are limited by their options. They will cheat depending on how many options they have. If you're in a small community where if you're in a small town where everybody's eyes are on them and everybody can see what they do, and there's only so many men that they have access to, how likely are they to cheat? Not very likely because their options are limited, right?
Okay.
So in other words, okay. And then the other thing is where is she at? If she's above an 8, the closer you get to 10, the more likely she is to cheat because her options are her options expand. 7s, when you go 7 and below, 7s are less likely, and then as the further you go down, the options start to diminish. The less likely they are, the odds that they will cheat.
So it's more based on the options than what the person that approaches them like comes with. Okay.
Yeah,
I think I would once upon a time I would agree with that, but I think ugly women are just as confident as the good-looking women today. The fat, ugly niggas are just as confident.
Okay, in other words, it's options. I'm not saying I said they're less likely to cheat because of what they have less options. Ugly women don't have the options that a 10 has, do they?
No, I thought they had similar options now because of the sexual market value.
Facebook and kind of changed things.
Oh no. Okay, a 10, a dime. Or Nicole Murphy.
Who's Nicole Murphy?
To get a date.
Oh, never mind. Yeah,
Eddie Murphy's ex-wife.
Is that Scary Spice?
No. Before her, his first wife.
Okay.
The model, the one that was going with. She cheated on him, and then she was going with the football player. That was it was the Good Day LA or whatever.
That's hypergamy right there. But go ahead.
No, in other words, it's options. Okay, she's a dime. Okay, she's a 10. She got billionaires throwing, giving her offers. She got tons of options. She just walks. She can't go to the store without 10 guys propose. Basically propositioning her. Okay, she has options out of gazoo. So you can take a chick that's a 3. Does she have as many options as a chick like that?
No.
So the odds
absolutely not.
Go down. So I'll give you an example.
In the same environment, I would agree with that.
You take a 3 in a small town. How many options does she have? Very little, right? Or nil, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So basically, the first factor in a chick cheating is options. How many options? How many offers is she getting, and how many options does she have to cheat? Okay. And so it never goes to nothing. As long as people's dicks are hard, it never goes to nothing. So in other words, but the thing is, I'll do this for you since you're an engineer. It approaches 0 when you get the further you go down, right?
Yeah.
It never gets there, but
infinity.
See, BGS. That's why I wanted you to do that video. You never did that video. I asked you.
I know. Well, ask me the question, man. You want something that could be repeated? Ask me the question.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you right now. Fuck it. So, how do you keep a relationship with an 8 or above?
Okay, with an 8 or above, the first clue of 8 or above is that she has to choose you. That's the first key.
Yep.
All right. What's next?
Oh, and I got a witness out there. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
What the next thing is that she has to have a definite reason why she's with you. That's the next reason. Right. In other words, she's going to stay because one, she chose you, and secondly, she has a definite reason why she's with you. If it's for sex, if it's for money, if it's for personality, or it's just because you give her tingles, she has a definite reason to stay with you over every other guy that she's going to run across. Right?
Okay. All right.
That's the second thing.
BGS, you're giving them a lot of credit here. But go ahead.
Let me finish real quick before you comment on it. Okay.
Let the man finish. Fuck.
In other words, I already got two witnesses, man. I know I got the dissenter. Okay. I know I got the devil's advocate already here. Okay. But in other words, those are the, because I've had 3 or 4 of them, so I know. Those are the first 2 things that you have to have. One is that she has to choose you. The second is that she has to have a definite reason for being with you, because it's not about getting, it's maintaining the relationship, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The third thing. Let me mute this. Oh, somebody got speaker on. Okay. The new guy. Ron. Let me mute him. Oh, he muted himself. Okay. Okay. The third thing is to maintain a relationship with an 8 or above. The closer she gets to 10, the thing is, you're going to have to lay down rules that the possibility of her cheating on you are very likely. Okay. I'm serious.
Okay, what are the rules?
If you these are the rules if you want to maintain an 8. Okay, and I'm gonna give you my rules, and you can adapt them to whatever your rules are. Okay, I've had 3 8s. Okay, unless you put them in an isolated condition, like in a rural area where there's not a lot of options. You feel me?
All right.
Or unless you and her, unless you are following her around 24/7, okay? Because we're all guys. If we get an 8 and above that's willing to spend 15 minutes in a car to give us sex, what are we gonna do?
Spend that money.
We're gonna take those 15 minutes, aren't we?
Yep.
And let the other, like my man in the UK, let the other bloke figure it out, right?
All right. Okay. I'm with you.
Right?
I'm with you. Right.
In other words, unless you're willing to dedicate your whole life to following her around, there's no guarantees that she's not going to cheat on you, right?
Okay.
Because she's going to have offers coming out of the gazoo, right?
Right.
So you have to set down ground rules of what you're willing to accept.
Like what?
Okay, my ground rules are, number 1, take care of me, take care of my house, and what's the third one? Take care of me, take care of my house, and don't give me no problem. Don't give me any problem. The third thing, my no's are, don't bring me back any problems or attitudes. Don't bring me back any babies, and don't bring me back no diseases. Oh, the third thing of those is be discreet. Whatever you do, be discreet. As long as I don't know about, I'm not looking for it, and I'm not knowing about it. But the other thing is, the other three are my rules, because I cannot follow her around. I cannot live my life worrying about whether she's cheating. As long as she follows my rules, I can maintain my relationship. If she's of good character, if she's not going to cheat, it's because she won't cheat. It's not because she don't have the opportunity to do it. But I can't force her not to cheat.
Yeah, it's your choice.
It's your choice. So he asked me, how do you maintain a relationship with an 8 and above, and that's where you have to do it. You have to, if you follow those rules, and you allow for that possibility, and you still want to be with her. If you're afraid of your woman cheating, you better leave 8s and above alone. Get you a 6 or 7.
Is this the part where you tell him it's not worth the effort?
No, I'm not. I can't tell you that, because some guys want, I want my 8, I want my dime. Because you got to remember, 8s are the top 10% of the population, right?
And they're gonna give you headaches just like one too.
Yeah, because they have options. Okay,
exactly.
Okay, dude. Well, let's put it this way. Okay, MGTOW Universe. I'm gonna make you. What am I make you? I'm gonna make you Michael Jordan in his 20s. In his 20s. Okay. Oh,
he was goofy. He was goofy back then.
In his 20s?
Yeah, like look at him. He acted goofy, spoke goofy, even played.
No, Michael Jordan is just a square.
Yeah, like
a square with skills and paper.
Yeah,
exactly.
But he was he was the most famous athlete on the planet, and how many options did he have?
I know, it's ridiculous.
A lot.
Ridiculous, right?
Plenty.
So in other words, imagine you're Michael Jordan, and every place you go, I'll give you what I'm not. That would be unfair.
That's what I said. It wasn't fair.
I can go one better, Prince or Michael Jackson.
Oh, God.
Neither. It's not fair. You're talking about a top 1% of men.
I'm talking about that. That's a 10. That's a dime. That's an
Give
Uber
me a
dime,
C,
right?
Give me a C-rated. Give me a C-rated dude.
You want a 7,
Yeah,
right? You want a 7?
Let's say
Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson is the top 1% dude.
No.
I'll give you a 7 guy. A 7 guy is a decent looking guy that makes $100,000 a year.
All right.
Michael Dyson.
How many options?
but hey, Michael Eric Dyson, he can get he got options too.
He does.
Michael Eric, why? Okay.
Because he's a man of status and he's on TV.
He's amongst his own crew. In his lane, yeah, he can get.
He can't get 100 women tomorrow. You telling me that man can't get 100 women tomorrow?
No.
Ooh.
He's an anomaly as well.
Oh my God! That's your say.
Yeah, because
a good-looking black man with a brain is weird.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, so it takes some points down for him.
Trust me, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude talking about some Prince of Michael Jordan. What?
Hey,
Will you ask?
I wouldn't even want to be faithful.
Exactly. You get my drift.
But if a woman said, "I'm not gonna put up with this, I'm not gonna put up with that," I would say,
"What female
kick rocks?"
Yeah, kick rocks. You would say that. No, so in other words, if say if you were, who would be an 8? That's an actor.
I don't know. I'm not really comfortable trying to grade men.
No. I'm talking about his status. I'm not talking about looks. I'm talking about
in terms of status. All right, let's go with
top 10% guys. With the 10%, top 10%. Just pick a guy, random guy.
Let's go with Michael Basin. I don't know if you know who that is.
Let's pick Michael Basin and say he earns like 150 G's a year, right?
Okay.
In other words, he's not an Uber dime. In other words, he doesn't have women falling at his feet, but he has his choice of women, right? He can actually go select a woman, right? Or have women come to him. Oh, he's got lots of options, right?
Right.
Okay, for him to be faithful, first of all, he had to choose a woman that he's really into, right?
If he wanted to go down that route, but okay, I'm pretty sure like that. Like,
for her to maintain a relationship, he has to have chosen her, right?
Okay.
He has to have a reason to be with her, right? And then the rest is a matter of him whether he wants to cheat or not. Because he's going to get offers.
Those guys, 99 times out of 100, they usually cheat though anyways. Do they not?
They do. In other words, what can the woman do about it?
Nothing. She could be part of.
If you get an 8,
she could kick rocks.
If you get an 8 and above.
Okay, let me get this straight. So just like the girl, the guy. I mean, just like the guy, the girl would have to accept it as well as it's gonna happen. But I'm gonna stick here because there's a reason why I'm still with him.
There's a reason I'm still with him. I want to maintain a relationship with him. So I'm willing to allow a certain amount of whatever it is.
But BGS, wouldn't you agree that women are a lot more likely to accept that than men? Because men who has an ounce of confidence, they're out. If they find girl.
But the thing is that is outside the scope of the question. I said, how do you maintain a relationship with an 8 and above?
Yeah, we're talking specifics here. We're not talking about other bullshit variables.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right, let's not take the guy.
Why here?
In other words, go ahead. Is it Theo?
Yeah, that's me. I was gonna say, what do you mean by a woman choosing you?
In other words, okay, I think I gave this.
Like
example
she's got to hit on you first or some shit or what?
Yeah, that's what I'm confused.
In fact, I work with this chick.
Yes, she does.
I work with this chick. I work with this chick that she was an 8, right? Solid 8. She was she had blonde red hair. She had green eyes. She had 38 double D. She had nice hips. She had dynamite legs, right? And every dude Every dude that was in the building wanted to hit on her, man. Everyone. She liked nerdy guys. She married 2 of them.
Why?
Those are the guys that she chose. And these guys, if you rate them on a scale, they weren't tall, they were short, they were nerdy, they weren't particularly attractive. They were just like nerdy guys, right?
What BGS isn't telling y'all is that he looks like Will Smith, and that's why it worked out for him.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't look
I'm
like
talking about you.
Me?
That's the female that chose me.
Oh no. I don't look like Will Smith. I am about 6 feet 6'1". So I am tall, relatively tall. Okay.
So
I am relatively athletic.
A female with a higher SMV chose one with lower SMV.
Good luck.
And decided to stay with him regardless.
Good luck.
No, it happens. It happens.
Somebody has to win the Powerball.
So she went and approached him. Is that what you mean? Okay.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Wait. So she's got to hit on you.
What I'm saying, in other words, basically, you know when a woman chooses you. Come on now. We're all here. We're all all these guys. All players.
No. Yeah, of course. I'm just trying to get to the nitty gritty, to the specifics.
Yeah. Because this is for Latino. Am I answering your question though, Latino? If I'm off,
you're answering the question. I just
he's
hesitating because he.
Are you willing to accept it? Because trust me, dude. Trust me. If you're not willing to accept it, you're gonna drive yourself fucking crazy.
I get those mechanics. It's just that honestly, I've never thought about it because, like I said, the last one I was with, it was a 7.5, and I thought that was, and I'm not downgrading from that. I'm going for an 8 next. So and so now that you're presenting me with this shit, it's like it's a huge fucking question.
So the thing is, if I were you, Latino, if I were you and I wanted 8+, right, I would stay where I was. If I'm down there in a smaller town with a community of family and all that stuff, where they keep an eye on the bitch, that's where I'd get my 8+.
Costa Rica,
because she can't fuck up.
Nah, I'm going. My next destination is Colombia.
Colombia, exactly. Colombia. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, and then you're dealing with a different society where basically, no, they do cheat in Colombia. What I'm saying is, you have a better likelihood.
Yeah, but you ain't got women running up in your face. Well, maybe
the thing is, you got to remember the scale is always relative. So in other words,
of course.
You move to Colombia. Was it 8 in Colombia? Was 8 here? Is not an 8 in Colombia.
Hell no.
8 here is not an 8 in Brazil. Okay. Was it a 5? Was it 8 here? Is a 5 in Brazil?
Beyonce is a 5 in Brazil.
So is that what you're saying? Keep them in that environment because their SMB can never go up or down. I mean, it can never go up if you keep it there. But if I was to bring her to the U.S., this bitch would be a total dime on the spot. Lands, right?
No. What I'm saying is your SMV only states what kind of options you're likely to have.
No. Okay, so let's say I have an 8 and I found an 8 and in the outers of the city in Colombia, and I got her right. Her. And so if I was to bring that 8 to the U.S., the minute she lands, she's a dime.
Oh shit. Well, say she's a relative dime in the small town, right? A relative dime.
No. Okay? Well, in Colombia,
hear me out. Say she's a relative dime in a small town, right? She's a dime. Say she's a dime everywhere. She's a dime in that small town, right? Her options are limited because there's too many people watching her, and there's too many people that will rat her out. Okay, so she has her options to cheat are very, very small.
Right.
You bring her to San Diego,
I'm fucked.
You're fucked.
That's why you don't bring them back to the U.S. For God's sakes, don't.
No.
So what if I was to take her from that small town to a bigger town in that same country where girls are even hotter than her?
In other words, don't bring them around, or if they're hotter than her, just hope that one of the drug dealers don't take a liking to her and buy her out. if she's not into you, like if she's chosen you and she's into you and her personality is faithful, she's a good Catholic, she doesn't do that shit, and then she's not gonna cheat.
Those drug lords do have a lot of women though. Oh my god.
Man,
Yeah,
I seen that shit in Los Angeles. So so I know how women are. That's how come I don't have no faith in them.
Do not bring foreign women to the
U.S. I was telling my daughter about that stuff. I said, I don't have no faith in women. About like that. I trust them to be women. That's what I trust them to do.
So what does one do then?
That's why I have my rules, man. I know because I had 4 of them, man. I know if they're 8+. You walk, if you walk in the room and all the guys' head turn and they're following you and your woman,
it's only a matter of time.
She got options. It's a matter of
can you?
And they always ask you that dumbass. They always said that. What if you caught me doing this? I said I fucking drop you like a hot potato. If I caught you,
why would she even ask that question?
See, that's my state of mind. That's my state of mind already.
He wants to know how much she can get away with.
I'm already in that state of mind, BGS. Like that's what I did with my last.
Are you so into me? Are you so into me? If you caught me fucking another guy, that you would stick it and work it out? No. If you want to fuck that guy, I said, if you want to fuck that guy and I have an idea you fucking him, number 2, you better charge his ass. Number 1, get some money out of the deal, and number 2, you better hide it from me.
Your mentality has to not only accept it, but it has to be that fucking open.
You have to be open to the possibility,
whether you want to be or not.
And whether she cheats or not.
To the point of going along with it.
No, you're not going along with it. She has to keep it discreet.
You just said that if she does it, you better charge him. That's going along.
In other words, if she asked me that question, and they all have asked me that question.
But isn't that going along with it?
No.
But you just said charge the motherfucker.
Nah.
I didn't say I wanted to find out about it. I said if you're going
to as an example. It's just an example.
It's an example. In other words, she's shooting shit at you. I'm shooting shit back at her. In other words, 1, I better not find out about it, and 2, you better charge that motherfucker. Because I'm paying for it, and he's not.
That's a good point.
The mother of my children, she's an 8. She has the face of what's her name? That played Rudy. What's her name?
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I don't know if you know this porn star. The porn star was Tequila. She got real chocolate, wide hips, and big legs, all that stuff. She got a banging body, but she got a really pretty face. She's and trust me, she you walk through her and whatever it is, you get guys running up. I've had guys run up on me. I had guys want to fight me. I said, wait a minute, I got 2 kids by this chick. Why are you trying to fight me? What do you think she's gonna do? She gonna walk off with you, even if you do beat my ass? Little nigga, man, want to fight me over? I said, wait a minute.
Why do they do that bullshit though? I mean, I've never felt the inclination to run up on another man and try to take his woman from him. I do on the slide, but I won't do it like
territory.
Because the testosterone and that semen be pumping through their brains and they're not thinking correctly. And this dude was like half my size, but he was around his boys.
I see.
You one of those?
We were at a party that he invited her to, and we walked in. And I looked at it and said, "Oh, this is a hood party." I said, "Like, okay, I'm gonna stand here because we ain't staying." And this dude started. You know how they try to start a fight, and he got about 3 or 4 dudes around me, right? And he think I'm gonna punch your little ass out, and you got your boys there.
Has that ever worked though? Has that ever worked though? Like knocking out another guy? Has any man ever stolen a woman off another guy?
Yeah, I've seen it.
In front of it. Really?
I have. It happens.
Yeah, it happens.
Maybe in the ghetto.
It happens.
It has happened in the ghetto. Yeah.
But she's not your woman. It's somebody you banging at the time. That ain't your woman.
Like you see on Animal Planet. We see like 2 animals fight for like the harem or the concubine or whatever.
Yeah, right.
It's the same thing. It just
some guys can't control their shit.
No woman who's dedicated to you, as in like had your kids or it has like an intimate relationship with you, is going to walk off after you lose a fight.
But the thing is, the young dudes don't think that way, man. They got their dick is telling them something different.
Yeah, man. They balls aching. They trying to get the
I see this. I've been wanting to fuck her, and you in my way, basically. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm looking at this motherfucker, and after he finishes, I look around. I said, okay, let's go. And I walk out. What are you gonna do?
They weren't trying to do nothing if you said they weren't trying to do nothing if you said that and they ain't did nothing. Because if they was really about it and if you said that may have been your last night on earth, BGS.
What are they gonna do? Rape her? Yeah, if they're really about it, they're gonna have to rape her.
And this is in LA, right?
Yeah, it's in LA.
Shit, well, you better than me.
Man, I grew up in LA. Man, I know when niggas are getting ready to jump my ass. You woofing and you hoping that I hit you so that your boys can jump in. As long as I don't hit you, they're not gonna do nothing because basically, a motherfucker, if you want to take his woman,
they're showing out.
In LA, if you're a punk motherfucker, you gonna try to beat some dude up and try to take his woman. If you're not man enough to pull her on your own, step the fuck back. As long as I didn't hit him, they wasn't gonna jump in. And after he finished woofing, I said, okay, let's go. Yeah, I said, let's go. We walked out. Me and the old lady. What are you going to do? She's coming with me. And I looked at her, and she looked at me, and she knew. Don't ever do that shit again. Because next time, I'm not going to stand. I'm going to leave your ass right there with them. If he wants you that bad, they're going to jump on me for you. I'm going to leave you because you brought me there. I'm not going to
wait. So what?
You did put your life in danger.
No.
What did she do? I don't understand.
We were house hopping, right? New Year's Eve, right? House hopping. And she said, let's stop here because my friend is throwing a party. We walk in, there's chicks on the wall drinking 40s and shit. They playing hip hop music and there's a bunch of dudes, right? I'm walking in and said, oh shit. And I said, "Oh shit," because I left my 9mm in the car. So, oh shit. And so I figured, okay, it's a hood party, man. We just gonna say hello and we're gonna kick it for a second. We're gonna roll out. And this dude started walking up, man, talking shit to me. I was like, "Who is this motherfucker?" Because you never know the dudes. I ain't never met the dude before. No.
You ain't feel nervous that you have 4 dudes around you. You ain't have your piece with you.
No, yeah. You get, I wasn't nervous. Once he started woofing, once he saw who was woofing at me, I wasn't nervous about it because as long as I don't hit him, I know they're not going to jump in. He's talking because they're around him in case I start beating on his ass. But I said I'm gonna let him talk because he thought I was gonna hit him. No, I'm not gonna do, please. I know the game. I know what's up. And when he finished, I let him finish, looked around, I tapped her on the shoulder, let's go. We walked out.
Got the fuck up out of there.
Yeah. BGS.
Yes.
Why do the women take the options though? That's in front of them.
It's nature.
Same reason the man takes it.
Well, is it? Because guys could just jump from woman to woman and not feel bad about it, not feel anything about it. But a woman, it's just usually something else.
Okay, you have a better opinion of women than I do.
Let's hear yours.
Women can cheat and not feel anything, man.
Huh? Yeah. Oh man, they do that shit all the time.
Feel a goddamn thing. Like they'll
My ex-wife did that shit to me.
Oh yeah, and I feel the thing.
So it's because of the thrill.
No, it's not.
Because they want to do it.
They just feel like doing it.
Okay, fellas.
Look. If I drop $100, if I drop $100,
this is what it is. It comes down to a woman feeling good. That's all it's about. It's about feeling.
No.
And because she gets with them, so she fucks different type of niggas because it makes her feel good. When she sees them, she feels good. She don't even think anything about it because all I care about is that I feel good.
It depends how low down the chick is, man. Sometimes the chick does it just because she can.
I wouldn't even be mad. Like I'm in a place in my life, like if a woman cheated on me, I wouldn't even feel bad. Like I wouldn't even be mad either, because like her giving away her body, that's not an accomplishment. What is she doing? she getting back at me by sleeping with somebody else. You go get it.
At the end of the day, what is it you really want? You want her to do what you need her to do.
Right.
If you're going in a relationship, I'm not talking about dating. I'm talking about in a relationship.
Right. If she doesn't want to be kept, let her go and go on to the next one.
It's like I remember my fiance. I think I said this before. My fiance was a darker version of Pam Grier, and there's no shit. She's a darker version of Pam Grier. In fact, I still look at the pictures, pictures of Pam Grier when she was young. It's like, God damn, how much she actually looked like her. I mean, body and all. In fact, I think she had a better breast than Pam Grier. But I remember one time we were laying up, and how they are. I mean, AIDS, they have options, and guys hitting on making shit in their head, and we talk about sex, and she talked about I don't feel like it, and how many times she wanted to do like every other week or some bullshit. Like she tried to pull that shit on them. Okay. So I said, so she asked me what I thought about it, right? And I said, Heifer, either you give me some pussy 3 times a week or you can keep it. I said, I don't need it.
I bet that was the right answer.
Yeah, because she pulled off her drawers and she gave me some right then and there. But that was my answer to her. I don't, I said, you're beautiful. There's no question. She was smart. She was beautiful. She's everything that I wanted in a woman. And she actually took really good care of me, believe it or not. It was one of the best women I ever had. But she answered that question. And the thing is, you have to, in other words, if you're gonna take that risk to jump up into those levels, man, you got to be able to accept the risk.
Yeah, you know what? I already have that mentality. I just want to know the intricate, mechanics of shit and the reasons behind it, because, I did come up with these conversations before in the past, and that's why I was the one that left my ex-wife. I was the one that initiated divorce. I was the one that walked out with all my money and all my belongings, because I said, nah, I ain't dealing with this bullshit. Fuck you, deuces. I told that bitch from the beginning, and I remember reminding this bitch. Like pretty much every other month, I would tell her, "Listen, bitch, if you, I'm not about bullshit. I'm not about babysitting you. But if I have to babysit you, then you can just get the fuck on right now, and I can just take and deuce it, right?" So I made it a point to always remind her. At first it was every other month, and then after a while it was every 6 months, and I always remind her. I made sure that shit was in her head. I was, listen, bitch, I'm not babysitting you. I ain't no fucking babysitter, bitch. So either you get with the program, or you go ahead. You want to act single, be single. Don't waste my motherfucking time. So that's how I played it.
I think when I left my fiance, man, I think she had cheated, but that's not the reason I left her. She dropped me off of work and she didn't come pick me up.
What?
So I said, oh, okay. Yeah.
Damn, Pimp Man Strong.
Hey, Latino, you in the U.S.?
Nah. Yeah, she didn't pick me up for work. She got home at 11 at night, said, have fun. I said, okay, I'm glad you did. The next day I was packing my shit and leaving.
What? Yeah, no, I'm not.
Come on,
why would he stay?
I'm not.
Why he leave?
Yeah, why you leave? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not in the.
Yes, I could have. I could have. She, I could have took her back. She probably would have been better, but yeah.
Now, if you took her back, but she,
it's because you have to stick. You have to stick to your principles when you're dealing with that caliber.
Yeah.
Sometimes, okay. Sometimes that works. In other words, she basically, for her to get back in, she got to break herself. In other words, you got to tear up the contract. Okay. Now. The stuff that you were doing before, guess what? We're gonna have to increase this because now you have to make it worth my while for me to come back.
Oh yeah,
I'm not accept you. I'm not going to accept you back on the same terms that I left you on because you fucked up. So now you have to compensate me because I can't trust you. So obviously you have to compensate me some kind of way for me to come back to you.
And on behalf of all men, I say thank you because that corrects one woman for the next guy who she's going to be with, because you don't have to take that bullshit.
Sometimes,
well,
man. I tell you, I tell you, my baby's mom, she's the same person, man. She's in her 50s. She's still the same goddamn person.
Really? Oh man.
But the thing is, she's an 8, and she was really, really popular where we worked, right? She's really, really popular. mean, dudes chasing her out of the wazoo. And then basically, I saw that. I saw how she was. I'm not messing with you. Okay. She chased me for 9 months before I would even date her. Before I even date her, she was 9 months. She was like 21, 22 years. She was prime. She was prime.
Dang.
And I had guys years later, man, said, man, what you were messing with was in the top 10. Okay. I mean,
there's something about BGS. Yeah. He's not telling us. You swole or something.
No.
He already told him.
Nah, it's about your mentality. It really comes down to your mentality.
It's that. But remember, he said he's over 6 feet tall, which women like tall men. He
but
said
he's 6'1", so he's not like extremely tall.
He has an athletic build, so women like that. So and then of course, like we pointed out, he's very intelligent. So BGS has the necessary qualities that a lot of women like.
That's true. That's true.
If you're like 5'9", 5'8", it could be a little bit harder for you.
Yeah.
That's true. That is true.
She chose me. I'm saying I'm giving you full disclosure, but the reason a woman chooses you could be for any particular reason. You could have a dime just choose you. I've seen that before. It's like,
yeah, but were they a normal dude or was with qualified?
No. Okay. The thing I did a video on it. The thing that trumps all that shit is a thunderbolt. If you get I did it. I did it. Cupid's thunderbolt. It's in there, man. Come on, man.
You gotta go into his archive. That was a beautiful piece of work he did.
Yeah. In other words, that trumps everything, man. That trumps everything because that's when shit just does not make any sense. You have a good-looking dude dating a fat, ugly chick, and vice versa. You ever seen a fat, ugly dude? You see this dime chick that's on his arm. You can't fucking no. You can't fucking figure it out. You can't fucking figure it out. And he said, "Does he have money? No. Well, he does. Obviously, he's not the best. No, he's not the best looking. But is he having
it every night?
No.
Yeah, I know this fun.
No. She said, well, why are you with it? Because I just like him. And then that's how that happens. She just likes him. And then
what the fuck?
Yeah.
I ain't never seen that shit.
Oh man, I've seen that.
I've seen it, but it's extremely rare. Like somebody winning a Powerball.
Yeah.
It's like the purest form of human connection.
You figure he's just a regular dude. He's just a regular dude. Yeah, there's nothing special about him. He's short. He's not particularly attractive.
Could it have been that he was in the right place at the right time?
It's just what they call a kismet. It was meant to be. You get struck by the thunderbolt.
You say that with white people though.
Huh?
Not with black people. You say that with white people, not with black people though.
Yeah, black people. It happens all the time.
I guess we're on two different sides of the coast because I never seen it on this side of the Mississippi.
I ain't never seen it with black people.
I've seen it. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Romance is really dead if we're being this cynical. Like romance must be dead. Completely.
Yeah. No, it happens. It happens. It happens all the time.
I ain't seen it.
How long you can keep her is another story, but I say that happens all the time. He said, why are you cheating on me with this guy? Because she's always liked him.
What the fuck?
It happens all the time, man. I've seen that so many times.
I'd be depressed, like if I had an 8 and then she cheat on me for like a dude that's like a 3.
It happens.
What am I fucking up with?
You have this dude that looks like the Grinch, man. So why would you see him? She always liked him.
Holy shit.
He was my boyfriend in high school and blah 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 blah. And she's always liked him. Whether he cheated on her, and he did all kind of stuff, and she stays with him because she likes
Big Game Strong.
Who's Genuine's ex-wife? Genuine's ex-wife. She started dating Professor Griff or something. Or Griff, I can't remember the DJ. Recently,
yeah,
Professor Griff from like Public Enemy. Professor Griff.
Yeah, him. Yeah, Genuine's ex-wife is dating him now, and she was like, "Oh, I've always liked him," and they've known each other for like 30 years and shit. Yeah, Professor Griff from Public Enemy.
She's always like, I've always liked him. Yeah, and you see that, man. I mean, everybody has that story where it doesn't make sense, and the chick just chooses you. It doesn't make sense. You look at her, she looks at you, and you choose each other.
So
that's the hardest.
You know what?
That's the hardest line to break.
Now
I'm thinking about it, I did see two situations here in Mexico where there was a super fine ass bitch. She was like 8.5, just complete fucking dime. She was 16, 17. She was with this 31-year-old guy, like ugly as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And like he was probably like a 4, maybe a 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he didn't have nothing special. He didn't have a nice car. He had a shitty ass old rundown 1989 Chevy truck, 2-door.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but he had his pimp hand strong. Like if the bitch got out of line, he'd check her. Even if it was a public, it didn't matter who was in front of. He'd check her, and she would apologize. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you guys ever alpha widowed someone?
And they are still.
I'm as young as I am. I think I've already done that to someone.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter the age. You can alpha widow chick.
Yeah, I think I've alpha widowed 2 chicks already, and I'm just wondering if you guys have done it and how to avoid doing that in the future, because I don't want to do
that. The easiest way, it depends. It depends on how you alpha widowed them. If it's by sex,
definitely.
If it was by sex, then you have to pick them better. They're a little older, and you have to let up off of them a little bit. Don't bring your A game first time.
How do you not do that though? I mean, like,
if your sex game is that strong, you know how to pull back.
But then it sort of just turns lame then, and then you could destroy your whole sort of magic, surely.
You asking me how do you not alpha widow something?
Oh, that's true. I got you.
Okay, there's 3 things. Okay, there's the ingredients that go along with alpha widow. Okay, it's one that she's insanely attracted to you, and you can tell that very easily.
Yep.
Okay, the sex that she's emotionally attached to you before you lay her. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the third thing is the sex game. The sex, basically, the sex is just the combination. You have the key, and you have the combination. The sex is just a combination. So the thing is that, in other words, you don't complete the sequence. But it depends on whether it's a one-time thing or a relationship. If it's just a one-time, if it's just, huh?
I don't do one night stands, so I always sort of
it's a relationship.
In a relationship. So.
Well, in other words, if the only way if those 3 things are in place and it's a relationship, the only thing, there's nothing that you can do. The only thing you can do is not enter the relationship.
What's an alpha widow? I keep hearing that. I never knew what it was.
An alpha widow is when you imprint her. We become her alpha, and you imprint her. And in other words, nobody can erase that imprint unless you get a greater alpha. That's imprinting.
So we did it like so you had to be the first.
You don't have to be the first. Yeah, it has to be the best
she's ever had.
She's ever had. Yeah. And those factors have to come in, because you can't just be sex. It has to be the other factors that are included.
Oh, I already done that shit several times.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's hard to know if you've alpha widowed somebody completely. It takes about 10 years to really know whether you're alpha widowed or not.
Oh, I know. I definitely know.
So, well, let's put it this way. My girlfriend from high school, she called me for her. She was 16 when I got her, and she called me for her 40th birthday. And she said, "Well, why are you calling? You're married. You had a 3 kids. Why are you calling?" She said, "I want to see if I still feel the same about you."
Holy shit! What'd you do?
Yeah, she said fine. She said finally she called me and she talked to me, and she doesn't feel the same. So she said she was glad about that. And that's the last time I heard from her.
She chatting shit. She's still feeling that.
Huh?
You chatting shit. She probably still feels it.
Well, I can only go by what she says, because she's never called me since.
Wow.
All right, guys, it's almost 4:30 where I'm at on the East Coast. So I'm gonna sign out and say they enjoyed the talk, man. Have a good one.
All right.
All right, man.
Yeah, we do another 30 minutes and then wrap it up. Anything that you guys wanted me to cover that you've been holding? I know I haven't been on in a while.
Like, I just want, like, maybe for you to tell us a little bit more about the 3 dimes that or the 3 chicks that you dated before that they were like fine as shit, and like how did it start, how did it end, and why it ended?
I told you about my fiance. Okay, I told you
All
why
right.
it ended. But I think I told you about. Okay, how
But
I met her.
how'd you? Yeah.
How I met her is one of those. Is this the Thunderbolt? Okay, she's one of the Thunderbolts. We were in a club. I was in a club with some of my friends, right? Some of my
Wow,
boys,
that's rare.
and and she came in with 10 chicks, just all in a row. They all came in, right? I looked at her. She looked at me. She sat down, and when her friends got up and danced, she stayed. And I scooted right in, shot right in, and that was. And then while we were together for like 2 years, 2 years until that crap happened. Yeah.
I got a question as well. I know it's not related, but I just wanted to get
Yeah.
your take on the whole Cynthia G versus Karazin thing with the whole
Oh,
can. I
that's
know
hilarious.
it's just the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I always said that I thought Donald Trump was going to be the end of the gender war.
Yeah.
And you see, yeah. This is not the earthquake, but this is the tremor, the pre-quake, the pre-tremor. He hasn't passed one policy. He ain't served office. He hasn't even really picked his whole staff, and already to see the fallout, because the fallout is because of the thing online, with that chick, that guy doing a racist rant against this black girl.
Yeah,
that's what the fallout's from. So I'm not surprised now, because Karazin has to come in and excuse it away, and Cynthia G's not having it.
Oh yeah, she's not.
You know,
give her credit though.
They're not even Brooklyn Blue has actually done. What is it? She's done about 8 on Trump in a row.
Oh,
because how can you promote swirling in an environment where Donald Trump is going to be president?
Is Trump really that? I guess so important to the whole swirling movement, because here in the UK we don't really have this problem anymore. Everyone just accepts interracial relationships as they are.
Because what's the black demographics is like 3%.
Yeah, at most.
Yeah. In other words, your population, your percentage is way too small, and you're basically dwarfed by everybody else. So it's natural that unless you guys want to huddle in like a small group, that naturally you're going to date out because your percentage is too small to maintain.
I don't think we're not even reproducible. I think we're actually on a decline, but they don't like to point that out.
Yeah, you're getting swamped. That's how come. Somebody said that's how come Indians, the Native Americans, stay in reservations to keep the greater society from swamping them out. So they stay on. So unless you're going to stay on like a black reservation, there's no way to prevent interracial marriages.
Well, I've got a question. Couldn't Kristen Karazin switch up her focus in her swirling movement? Instead of focusing on white males, couldn't she focus on other types of non-black males?
She could do that, but her critics are going to call her out on it. Number one, and number two, other races don't sell as well as white men, because white men are at the top of the food chain in the United States.
Is this just a business for her then?
It's a business model, and basically Obsidian said that her Ashton's business model is basically downing black men. It's not even selling how to get white men, because I could tell them how to get white men in about 2 videos, how to get a white guy.
Why does she do that though? I haven't got a problem with Karazin or whatever. Why does she do that? I mean, at the end of the day, I understand it makes her revenue and stuff like that. But
she's an alpha widow by her child's father. She's an alpha widow. She's bitter.
Yeah,
they stay bitter a long time, dude. Yeah, they stay bitter a long time, dude. Okay, you alpha widow a chick. Yeah, they stay bitter. Yeah, when they lose, they stay bitter a long time.
It's like kids in like uni now and stuff at university. So I don't know why
Yeah,
in God's name she's still carrying it on
they
for this
did
long.
because you know what? I have a very good family friend, right? And 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 we were going somewhere. Me, my mother, and her. We were all going somewhere. I can't remember where we were going. And she's a single mother. She had a child, and I never knew who her son's father was because she never talked about him, right? And just today, she was in her late 50s, right, at the time, and they were talking about Ernest's father. I said, well, her son's father. I said, well, it, um, I said, well, I never knew who his father was, and she said, well, I never told you the story. My mother looked at her and said, you never told him the story. So I told you a story about, my son's father, and he was an alpha. He was he had gone to the Air Force Academy, and then I think he went to Harvard, but he was a true blue alpha, right? And she carried that torch for him for, he got her pregnant when she was 18, and she had carried that torch for him for 40 years, man, and still not over him. So they can carry that torch for a long time. So unless they get a greater alpha to come in and actually unseat that alpha.
What's the chances of that happening?
That's why they call them an alpha widow. Basically, they did to everybody else.
I like how you guys derailed my goddamn conversation on these dimes, motherfuckers.
Well, no, we didn't. What dimes are we talking about now, man?
The ones you got in your past.
They weren't dimes. Dimes.
Okay, but they were close. They eight.
Yeah, they were eights. Okay, the other one I met. The other one, where did I meet her? I can't remember where I met her, but she was.
Also,
but she's in it. Yeah.
Another thing, do you treat an 8 or above the same if she's
no? I treat actually.
Hold on, an 18-year-old dime versus a 30-year-old dime. Do you treat them the same?
No, you're stricter on a 30-year-old because she should know because she should know why she knows why she chose you. An 18-year-old doesn't know.
So you should expect more from her.
You should expect, you should expect a clear conversation from her. For the 18-year-old, you're basically training her. Whatever reason she chose you, you're teaching her, you're training her to do things your way. So she doesn't have a clue. Whereas a 30-year-old dime, she has to have a specific reason for choosing. If she's a 30-year-old dime or eight or girls and she's chosen you, and she's already experienced options. She's already had thousands. Because remember, girls start exploring their SMV at 12 years old. So they're seeing who hits them, how many options come to them. That's how they rate themselves. Women rate themselves by how much attention they actually get.
What about if fat chicks are just throwing themselves at you like stale confetti? What do you do? Like, that's quite annoying too, don't you think?
If you're throwing if a fat chick, it depends on how pushy she is. Okay, if she's throwing herself at me and she's nice, I talk to him like any other human being. If she's pushy, I say thank you, but no thank you.
What about if it's like a lot of them, like a herd? Like a herd of
I would change the place where I'm hanging out.
Yeah.
Well, no. If there's okay.
Think about if you work there.
Okay. If you constantly have that problem, the only way to get around that without a whole lot of hassle is an old trick: is get a wedding ring and put it on your finger.
I thought about that.
Yeah.
Oh.
But they're never gonna believe I'm married, is it? Like,
you can play it off.
Because it'll take a little bit more work for the chicks that you actually want to hit on.
Yeah.
Actually, because you can take more proof. And she says, and you hit on her. Yes, you hit on her the regular way. She said, "But you're married." And you say, "You know what, sweetie? You know why I wear this ring?" I said, for whatever reason, any woman that's over the BMI, 30% over the BMI scale comes to me. and and the way I was raised, I don't like to be impolite. I don't like hurting people's feelings. I don't like being polite. I want to be nice and let them say, "You're a beautiful woman. You know how it is. You don't like to be rude." So the thing is, I couldn't figure out how to get around this problem. So this is my solution. So I wear a wedding ring. So in case I get approached by an aggressive woman that won't take no for instance, sweetie, I'm married. Nothing I can do for you, and I'm faithful to my wife. And if you're going out and you're going out and you're going out hunting, just don't wear the ring. But in other words, if it's that consistent of a problem and it's really getting on your nerves, then you put a wedding ring on. I usually believe it or not, I had that problem with gay men for whatever reason.
But you can get free drinks out of it with them this easily.
No, man, I don't play that. I don't even play that, man. Because
nah, me neither, man. Fuck that.
I take them free drinks and walk off.
Fuck
no.
You
don't
want to give them the wrong impression and shit.
No, I don't want to give them the wrong impression, man.
Hey, so BGS, what's up?
They will mark you, huh?
What would you say is a good on the scale, right? What would you say is a safe bet?
7. Upgradable 7. I recommend that to everybody. Upgradable 7. I say, what's an example of upgradable 7? I say Alicia Keys is a great example of an upgradable 7. If she just doesn't have her makeup on and her hair not done, she's a 7.
So what are we talking here? So long as she's got the body, but the face ain't all that.
No. In other words, okay, it's harder to tell because I was a photographer, so I can tell. You look at her face, her bone structure, and you imagine makeup on her bone structure. Right. And she's got high cheekbones, she got nice eyes, she's got nice teeth and a nice mouth, but her complexion is not. It's not perfect.
Because I'm looking at photos right now. She looks like a 4.5 without makeup.
Who? Alicia
Keys?
Keys?
Without makeup, she looks like a 4.5.
No, Alicia Keys is about 6.5 or 7.
What? Trip?
Yeah.
Maybe not for California standards.
No, yeah.
Need to go to California.
Yeah,
California standards, she's a 4.5.
No.
In the UK,
no. 4.5. No. In California, a 4.5 is a 4.5 in California. Okay, but she's if you saw her walking on the streets, you would think she's a pretty girl. She's not gorgeous, but she's a pretty girl. She's about 6.5 or 7. But if we let out her hair, she covers. Because remember, she's 35 now. She's not 21. She's 35. So you cover her hair, you put makeup on her, you give her some eyeliner, and you cover up the little bag she's created now in her eyes, and you walk out. She's a supermodel.
Who's a 10?
Basically. She could be close to a 10. Yeah, and that's what you want. That's what you're shooting for.
Who would you class as a 10 then?
What's the reason?
Look up Eddie Murphy's wife, Nicole Murphy.
Is there a specific reason why you chose a 7? Like,
because a 7 in her regular or normal life or walking around life doesn't get hit on, and she doesn't have the same options unless she wants to have those options. So the thing
is definitely a 10.
Oh, you agree? Yes. I use her as an example. Some people question because I like Vanessa Williams. Vanessa Williams is a 10 to me. A young Vanessa Williams is a 10 to me. But some people question that. So I said Nicole Murphy is a 10 on anybody's scale.
Nicole Murphy.
In fact, she might be an Uber 10. In her younger years, she might be an Uber 10. She's in her mid 40s and she's still killing people.
How the hell does she look like that? That's crazy.
Huh?
Is that just
good genes,
then?
Just genetics. That's all genetics. Just random chance.
Because you don't get those genetics here in the UK, man. The genetics here is just so inbred that.
Yeah. What's her name? Thandie Newton is not bad. She's from the UK, isn't she?
Her body is super fucking tight.
Yeah, but Sandy Newton, she's not a 10. She is like an 8 max, an upgradable 7, I would say.
Hey,
Sandy Newton?
Yeah,
I never
man.
met her. So okay.
Look, she got them alien.
Was
I mean,
she in
she's
the
got a
James
high
Bond
degree.
movie?
She got what?
Was she in the James Bond movie?
The Ottenay. Yeah, she was. She was in James Bond movie. She's been in another one as well.
She's a 7. Okay, all right.
I say she's
I never seen her without makeup, so I wouldn't. I don't know.
Hey,
I never seen her without makeup.
Hey,
yeah.
BGS. How can you tell if since we're back on the topic, how can you tell if a woman will stay faithful to you? Is there a way you can tell?
There's a way to predict the odds? Okay, if a woman is okay, there's a way that you can tell, but there's nothing 100%.
Okay.
If she she can't be super sexual in bed. She can't have a super strong sex drive. One, she has to be like a medium sex drive. Okay, we're talking about women that won't cheat. The good chance they won't cheat. So she has to have a average or below average sex drive. Okay, she has to come from a strong religious family background.
What's the point of even having this woman?
Well, that's the price you got to pay.
It's not worth it.
No, he's asking me how can you tell that a woman will not cheat?
Oh, fair. Yes, it's true.
Okay, so I'm giving him an absolute. I'm not. I could say, I'm the best. I'm giving you the best scenario. Okay, one, she said she's got a medium to a lower sex drive. 2, she's got to have a very strong religious background. 3, she can't be above a 6, in my opinion.
Holy shit!
Because if she's above, I know a chick that's she's very, very pretty, and she'll be an 8+. Really, really pretty. Has 0 sex appeal, right? And she had low sex drive. The only reason she has sex is to procreate, for the most part.
Oh, that's horrible.
What I'm saying is that chick is not going to cheat. Why? Because there's no reason for it. She's not getting anything out of it to cheat. So in other words, there's options there's other options, like say if you thunderbolt a chick that's a 5 or a 6. If you thunderbolt a chick that's a 5 or 6, she's not going to cheat because she's with the person that she really wants to be, and she's really emotionally tied to you.
But
so as long as go ahead.
How do you emotionally tie her to you?
If she thunderbolt, it's just random chance. It's nothing that you did.
Okay. Well,
I mean, you can if you get a 5 or 6 and you alpha with her, if basically become her alpha, she's probably not going to cheat on you.
So anything above a 6, odds are they will.
Anything above a 6, the odds start to go up.
So go ahead.
I said the odds. A 6, a 5 or 6, they're like mid range, and if she's really into you and you do everything right, she likelihood, unless you fuck up, she's not gonna cheat.
So
anytime you go above a 7, then the odds start to go up.
Okay.
Because like I said, I did the scale. 7. You gotta remember, 7 is the top 20% of our women. So 1 out of 5, only 1 out of 5 chicks are gonna be a 7. 1 out of
plain.
Huh?
I'm saying, like, most women are really plain, aren't they? Like average, isn't it?
Yeah.
They don't like to believe it.
Well, the thing is, to my mind, there's very little difference between a 4, 5, and 6 are almost interchangeable depending on the taste of the guy. Okay.
And are we talking specifically face, or are we talking the whole?
No, all overall.
So the odds still go up even if it's like, I don't know, like a 7 or 8, and she chooses you and she has the reasons for it and everything you listed.
Because she's in the top 10% of women. everybody with a swinging, every loose guy with a swinging dick is gonna hit on her.
Okay. And the chances still are like the same that she will do it. Like she will cheat.
The chances are higher. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that
Okay.
she
What
will.
if?
And
Okay. What if?
I can't give you every scenario. So you're asking me the odds will anything above anything in the top 10%. Was the odds are going to get greater and greater that it's the possibility of her cheating.
What if? What if she's got a 5 face but a banging ass body?
If she got a 5 face but a banging ass body, she's a 6.
Oh, okay, I can work with that.
Yeah.
I can work with that.
Yeah.
I can work with that.
It's same. Okay, I'll give you an example. My girl in high school. Okay, she had a 4 face, right? She got a 4 face, but she had 40 triple D breast, and she was 5'7". She had a 23-inch waist. She had 40 triple D breast.
Damn.
Okay, so in other words, she's a 4, but she had a 4 face, but her body boosted her up to a 6.
So
And maybe a 7, but a 7 because I couldn't take her any. If she wore something tight, I couldn't take her anywhere.
So that
because they wouldn't even see her face. They would. If she remember the old tube tops. Remember the tube tops?
Oh,
okay.
Man.
If she was in a tube top, and I was taking in a group of guys, she'd be a 10. Because she would stop traffic. Because
that gives like a lot of women ugly duck syndrome, though, don't they? So they grow up really humble, but then it turns out they're really hot too.
Yeah. What it's saying is they have a possibility of being hot, but it's saying a 7. So 7 is right on the cusp. She's in the top 20. With a little work, you can boost her to the top 10 temporarily. But the thing, she doesn't carry that mentality. Okay. In other words, you're worried about her on her regular days. You're not worried about when she got to go out with you. Because if she puts on a skirt and she dolls herself up, something's up, and she ain't with you.
So what's
your antenna will go up, huh?
So what's online dating saying then? I mean, like, what's the point? Because that's surely elevated women's SMV due to scarcity, stuff like that. Like, is that even a good viable option for men nowadays? Like online dating? Because I personally think it's bullshit.
Well, online dating is not in the real. Online dating is there's no difference between pickup and online dating. Yeah. Basically, what you're doing is you're taking a large group of women and you're running them through a filter, and you're seeing what shakes out. And when you shakes out, then that's where your regular work comes. Okay, I got your contact, I got your number, and let's see if it's gonna work out. It's just high speed PUA. That's all it is. It's online dating. You still have to establish something in the real world.
Yeah, put in work.
That's all it is. To filter. It's another tool. Yeah, it's just another tool. A lot of guys, swear by, oh man, I'm so upset with online dating. It's just a tool. It doesn't replace anything. One guy he was saying he keeps getting stood up, right? Because he is on Tinder and he texts them and stuff like that, and he shows up at the place and he gets stiff. I said, well, did you call her? Well, I'm not too good on the phone. Wait a minute, you have to speak to her in person. Did you verify something with this person on the phone? I said, well, Tinder works better for me. I said, well, you're having problems because you didn't call this girl and verify. That's the least you can do. It'd be better if you met in person at least one time before you dated her.
Hey, yo.
Tinder is hookup. Basically, are you down to fuck? Let's come here. That's what Tinder is for. It's not for dating.
What brought you to a point in your life where you didn't really cheating didn't bother you? Because like a young guy like me, that would affect someone like us.
Okay.
Someone like me.
Okay. Well, there's two different factors to this. Okay. One, the high school I went was in as far as good looking women was in the top 2 of Los Angeles as far as women is concerned. You had very high class white chicks, you had very high class black chicks, and whatever. So it was in the top 2 as far as looks, as far as women are concerned. The second thing is where I worked. I talked to and observed a lot of women that saw all the fucked up shit they did. So by the time I got to my mid-20s, the possibility that a woman being faithful was actually blown out of my head. Because I seen them all. I seen what they did, what they talked about, who they cheated with, why they cheated, all that shit. So the fact that, my idea of a woman cheating went from like 10% to like 90%.
Wow.
Have you ever been the other man?
There's only 10. Huh? Excuse me.
Have you ever been the other man before? Like just cheated?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah. In fact, if you date an 8, you're gonna start out as the other man.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's with somebody. She's with somebody. You basically, she's choosing you over somebody else.
Mm-hmm. That can turn you into quite a cynic, though, isn't it? Because ultimately, I know about you.
Well, hopefully you go from a cynic to a realist. So it's up to you how you want to view it.
Was it hard to cope with it when you had to acquiesce to like the idea?
No.
You know what? You have 2 choices. If you've seen this, you know what they say about having a work husband. Have you ever heard that term?
No.
Okay, a work husband is you're married at home, but you have a husband at home, you have a husband at work.
Oh, okay.
So you dated because he's married, you're married, and he has a wife, you're his wife at work, and he has a wife at home, and vice versa. And I've seen those relationships go on for years. And it doesn't matter whether the chick is good looking, it doesn't matter whether the chick is not so good looking. Talk about assortative mating, you see that a lot. And that taught me that that way before the song comes, these hoes ain't loyal, and don't expect them to be. So in other words, hell, when I was younger, we used to have this saying, okay, well, I'm getting married. Okay, we'll wait 6 months before we try you again. After the honeymoon's over. I'm serious. I'm serious as a heart attack.
Savage. But
that's my opinion of women. That's how my opinion of women's form. And basically, the longer that I went on, the place where I work, man, it just got worse. It just got worse, man. So you're married. Why are you fucking this dude on fucking this dude in the stairwell? You're married. Yeah. What if this got back to your husband? Basically, it's like the dude's married. He's cheating on his wife. Okay, you got 4 kids at home. How come you fucking this chick in the stairwell or behind whatever? It's like, but after that, man, it's like, okay, I get it. And I had so many married chicks hit on me. And my thing is I don't do married chicks. Just me personally. Just my own personal ethics.
So otherwise, it would have been free game.
Oh man, I could have banged so many married chicks. It's ridiculous. Married chicks between the ages of 25 and 30 are so easy to bang. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
They get bored.
Holy shit.
They get bored, man. They get bored and they don't want to break up. They don't want to break up their family, man. Same thing with dudes.
My next bitch ain't leaving my house.
No, she can leave the house. That's how come. That's how come. That's how come when a chick says I want to bang you once a month, says you need to get yourself another man. I was arguing with Deborah Cooper. She's talking about how come this dude is only having sex with his girlfriend once a month, and she giving all these reasons. I said, she already got another dude. So either you strong arm her and tell her what's what, and get your portion, or you tell her to kick rocks. And he said, "Well, I don't feel you." I said, "A hooker blows and bangs 20 guys a day. She don't feel them either." And I said, "Give me the lube. Take off your drawers. We're gonna get this done."
Damn.
And if you don't feel that way, then you know what? We need to we negotiate this contract, okay? Because all the shit that I was doing for you, I'm not doing no more. In fact, I'm charging you because now I become your companion, and I'm going to get paid for being your companion.
I ain't never looked at it like that. You opened my eyes. This is some new shit. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, this is my philosophy, because they say, when the woman wants to friend zone you, I'm like, how much does it pay? In other words, what are you going to provide to me as a friend? Let's hear it. Well, I think of you as my friend, and if she's really adamant about it, I said, okay, what can you provide to me as being my friend? Well, I don't need that. You gonna hang out with me? You gonna be my wing girl? Because if you A+, I'm taking you to the club and a couple times so that the other chicks can see you and get jealous, so I can come back and I can slay some. You're gonna help me out. You're gonna be a friend. You're gonna be my buddy, and you're gonna treat me just like you. You're gonna roll with me just like you're one of my boys. If you can't do that,
Holy fuck.
Yeah. Otherwise, you can't be my friend.
You're really making me rethink because I have a pre-qualifier list that I thought of, and I don't think it's asking for too much, but now you're like making me rethink it.
Man, if she gonna friend zone you, man, I expect.
No, I'm not talking about.
I expect to get gifts, like all that shit, man.
I'm not talking about friend zone. I'm talking about like relationship.
Oh yeah, relationship. You know what? If okay.
You're making me rethink my whole pre-qualifier
In other words,
list.
if I'm in a relationship, it has to be. And one, I never base a relationship on sex. That should be. If it's not a push, sex should be a push. In other words, if I'm getting nut, you get your orgasms, I get my nuts. It should be even Steven, and then we go down with the rest of the list. Right. Okay. Right. If it's the rest of the list is good, and I'm good with it. And all of a sudden you take sex out of it. Okay, you gotta compensate me, because if all of a sudden I wasn't having sex with you, I'd have to compensate you for you being with me. So basically, if you're not having sex with me, okay, well, you know what? I'm not feeling you that way. I want to have sex with you. Okay, well, okay, good. So are we gonna break up? Well, I really enjoy being with you and your companionships. Is okay. How are you gonna compensate me for not having sex? Because now I need more money because I gotta go out and chase pussy.
Damn.
That's real. Get a damn dog.
Now you forcing me to go outside our relationship and go get sex. Because I didn't sign on to be celibate.
In other words, let me make a suggestion. You got to change your mindset from relationship to situationship.
Yeah.
But once you do that, it's going to be much easier to accept.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
BGS, why
there is no such thing as a relationship. They're all situationships. Mm-hmm. From the beginning, a relationship is a situationship because when the situation changed with you, and she don't like the output that's coming out. Ain't that many ride or die chicks. They don't make too many of those anymore. So if she ain't a ride or die, where she gonna be with you, if you feeble and in a wheelchair, she gonna be pushing you in a wheelchair, unless she one of them chicks. And most of them aren't. It's a situationship, because as soon as there's not enough butter on the bread, she's gonna bail. And you got to keep that in your. I mean, huh? What's that? The ride or die. Oh man, she got to be old-fashioned girl. Like I said, she got to be old-fashioned girl. She got to be highly religious. She got to come from a really, really good family, and she got to be one. As you can tell, one of them great people. Just not them. Huh?
Are you saying that first make sure the sex is good, and then then pre-qualify her afterwards?
You know what I'm saying is okay, this is the way I think. Okay, I'm just giving you my mindset of how I think. My mindset is I have to take sex off the table because that's their trump card. Number one. So any guy that talks to me about about game or anything like that, I said, first before you do anything else, You know, if I said, how's your sex game? If it ain't good, I said, what you need to do is get you some porn, and you need what is they call that the thing they call a fleshlight.
Yeah, the fleshlight.
And you got to practice, and you got to get your sex game up, because you got to take that trump card off the table. Because if you don't take that trump card off the table, she's gonna wear you out with that trump card. That big joker is gonna knock you in the head every time she brings it up, and then you gotta have to bail, and then you're gonna have to bail, or you're gonna have to simp out. Okay, so that's the number one thing. You try to take that sex card off the table. If you can't take it off the table, I always suggest you go look for another woman, because you got to take that. You got to do something with that sex card. If you can't get her to orgasm and you can't satisfy her, you need to go find you another woman that you can, because you're gonna have issues. Because they're going to use it. They're gonna use it. They're gonna use it.
What do you mean they're gonna use it?
In other words, if she knows you get off with her, and she has the inkling that she can control you with sex, she's gonna use it as a weapon. They all do.
So if you sex her better than she sexes you, then you're good to go?
If you sex her better, then you become the candy man. It becomes your trump card, but at least you want to push. You feel me? Because after that, then she has to prove herself. What else can you? In other words, okay, her trump card is I look good and you want to get between my legs. Okay, that's her first trump card. And after you do that, and you basically give her orgasm, you satisfy her, and then you can say, well, okay, well, I look good, and well, you just got as many as I got. What else is on the table? And then she has to come up with others. She has to start proving herself to you.
Yeah, you got to beat her at it for sure.
Yeah, you got to take that off the table, because if you don't take that off the table, you never get to the relationship, quote unquote.
All right, I'm good in that department, so I ain't got to worry about all that.
Once that's done, then you go down the list about what else is on the table, and you should always get in a relationship, because when sex is off the table, that's when the relationship starts. What does she provide for you? Is she a good companion? Is she a good cook? Is she good? If she's a 6-figure girl where she's earning money, she bringing money into the household. Blah. Oh, she good. All that other stuff, the intangibles that you want that's on your list. Sex should not be the top number one on your list. Okay, you should start with something else and work your way down. Sex, you want to take off the table, because you want to eliminate that trump card altogether. If it's good sex, if she provides it and you're equal to her, all in good. But the relationship is all the other stuff. If she's affectionate and loving and all that other kind of stuff that you want, whatever it is that you want, is where you start. And then if she takes the trump card off the table, then you have your own trump card. You can go screw it. I got 5 other things, and say, okay, you took sex off the table, then you got to replace it with something. What else can you do if you want to be in a relationship with me?
Wow, this makes a lot of fucking sense. I never looked at it like this.
In other way, it's you have to. It's an emotional component, but it's also a business component. If you keep your eye on your business, you won't get, because a lot of people get simped up because you get swept up in it.
Yeah,
you get swept up in the excitement. If she's everybody knows how it is. Oh, how I feel when I'm with her, and I get this feeling with her, and I like having sex with her, like being around her, blah blah blah. Yeah, that's true, but you have to keep your eye on everything else. Which is I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying I'm just giving you guys ideas, because the possibility of her doing something else is it's in a big city especially, it's really high. Because I've seen so much shit, man. I've seen so much shit.
So you're looking at it as a benefit type of system, then?
Because she's looking at it the same way. She's not with you just because.
Yeah.
I mean, if she's a teenager, she's like she's like 21 or under, she's with you just because she don't know anything, right? She gets past 21, all of a sudden shit starts to change. So unless you down there, unless you got a Google-eyed teenager, and you're the suave older man, that she with you just because, well then yeah, that's a different the case, okay? Because you're dealing with
inexperience.
Inexperience, exactly.
So how would you handle that situation, 21 and under, where she's just with you because?
Oh, depends on how long we keeping her.
2-3 years.
Oh, well, that's fine, man. You can write that out. Don't even worry about it. Just Google wide. It'll last that long. She gets 21, 22, all of a sudden the options start to show up. Well, he's telling me, well, I've been with him since I was 18 or 18 years old, and I'm 22, and I've been with him for 4 years, and I don't believe in cheating on him. He's the one for me, blah, blah, blah. And then Dirty Dick Rodney comes walking in, swinging.
Dirty Dick Rodney.
Brad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Tennis Dick Brad. Tennis Dick Brad comes walking in, and all of a sudden, her options, all of a sudden, she started exploring. I want to explore my options.
Man, the thirst got thick, though, man, on social media.
2 to 3 years, and I'm good then, right?
Huh? Yeah. Yeah, 2 or 3 years. 2 or 3 years, you're good because she's mesmerized, man, for 2 or 3 years, and then she's gonna spend 2 years being mesmerized, and in the third year she's gonna figure out, okay, why am I feeling this way, and what are my options? Because she hasn't learned how to do it yet. But when she learns how to do it, when, like I said, Tennis Dick Brad comes in, and he's gonna take a minute because he got to talk her into it. And once he talks her into it, all of a sudden, it's easier than I thought. And then that's when the problems start. That's when she says, "Oh, the ride on the carousel." She starts hearing the music.
So,
surely that does damage to them, though.
Huh?
The carousel, that's like a damaging part of their lives, though, that they can never.
It's like I compare the cock carousel to being a drug addict.
Yeah.
You know, at the very end, how much their tolerance, the tolerance to the drug goes up. So in other words, it takes more drugs to have the same effect. And all her bonding hormones, basically, she builds the tolerance to her bonding hormones. Yeah, they're not depleted. They're the same. The thing is, your body and your mind will build a tolerance to them. So in other words, say when you first say, I don't know if anybody smokes weed or not, but in other words, your first hit is always your strongest hit, right?
No.
Yeah. in other words, over the years, you build up a tolerance to it. It takes a little bit more to get the same effect. And somewhere along, you have to say, okay, I'm gonna level out. I'm not smoking anymore. I'm cool with this, which is never as good as what the first hit. And that's the same thing with the cock carousel. It's the same. It's a different drug. That's all. So by the time she's 30, she's gone through 30 guys, or stated 30 guys.
So would it be viable?
He said stated.
You're flanging. Repeat it.
I said, would it be safe to keep a six from an early age, and how long do you think that would last?
A six?
Cards right.
It depends. Like I said, environment plays a lot. But six, if you offer her right, then she's not likely to stray. Okay. There's nothing 100% because if she's around a lot of guys,
of course. But it's a higher.
In other words, if you get her six and you offer her right, and she doesn't have an environment where there's a lot of guys. Okay, she works with a lot of guys, then that's something different. If she's just she just got a regular job around a lot of women, it's not likely to happen. And she's not going to risk, she's not really going to risk leaving you because she's not really leaving. She's not going to risk getting caught just to get, she's not for 7-inch Brad. She's not going to risk it. 10-inch Brad walks in, everything goes out the window. All bets are off. Same thing with you. You could be a faithful husband, a faithful ass simp, man, a good ass provider.
Damn.
That dime that's interested in you walks in, and all that shit goes out the window. He said, "Well, you know, it'd be like homeboy on the Harlem Nights. Put your mama on the phone. I ain't never coming home. Take it easy." Like going down to Brazil single. Shit. Married without your wife. Shit. You're gonna cheat. So like I said, I had a couple of partners went down there with their wives. Why are you taking your wife? Because I'm gonna cheat if I don't. She's not watching me.
Damn, you giving me a lot to think about because you just turned like all my pre-qualifiers upside down, and now it's like,
well, they're mine, man. They don't have to necessarily be yours.
No,
Mine.
yeah, but it's a good model because obviously it's worked for you for a very long time, and you have a lot of experience.
Oh man, this is hard one, man. This is being in the trenches. This ain't something I just came up with. It's out of our whole cloth, man. This is being in the trenches. You know,
right,
one of them
and that's what I'm saying.
If one of those things, if I was going to be 20, this is how I would do it all over again. Shit, I'd be that. Oh man, if I could be 20 again, 21 again, chicks would have a hard ass time, man. They would have a hard time. They would have a hard time, and they would have to come out. They have to come out of pocket. They have a hard time.
That's for sure.
Holy shit! Yeah, because I mean,
this is stuff I learned, man. I had to learn this. I had to learn this shit the hard way. Yeah.
Then you accumulate skill at that.
Yeah. I mean, hell, if I had a flashlight back then, man, I'd have been a monster. Because then you can train. You know, you don't have to have pussy to train. You can train. You know, in your off time, you can go just like shooting, like drills in sports. Okay, you know, I can train. And so when I actually go out and play, okay, I'm ready. So I was telling a young man, get yourself a flashlight, man. Get yourself a flashlight and practice. Because if you're safe, because if you have your sex game is on point, then your confidence level will automatically go up. It automatically goes up. If your sex game is on point, your confidence. I've seen ugly dudes whose sex game was on point. I mean, you can't tell them shit.
Yeah.
You know.
Let me throw this in there, man.
Go ahead.
Maybe watch a few videos and whatnot. Like some girl on girls and squirt videos in the third, man.
Yeah, whatever turns you on.
Yeah, you know, I'm just saying. No, I'm talking about for skill, man. To get your skill up, watch what they do. You know.
You know what? Okay, the biggest. For me. The biggest. No. Okay, because I talked about this on the Obsidian show. The biggest barometer is endurance. You know, I don't care what you look at.
Definitely.
What you look at, what you see. Facts. If your endurance ain't up to, if you can't go past 15 minutes, then you need to work on your endurance.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of guys can't.
Yeah, I remember my confidence went way up the minute I.
Yeah, once you pass that barrier.
I remember I was happy as fuck. I was confident as fuck when I got to 3 hours nonstop, no breaks. That shit was like, my confidence was up.
Yeah, then nobody can tell you shit. So they basically you work on your game, and if you can get to 50, if you can get to most chicks won't last past 15 minutes. Most of them.
I've had chicks fall asleep on me like several times while.
Yeah. If you're doing it that long, yeah. They will fall asleep because they've already orgasmed. They're already done, man. They're just too tired to push you off. But most chicks orgasm within 15 minutes. And if you give, that's why you shoot for 15 minutes. You try to shoot and you extend it. But once you get that down, then that's one thing that's off the table. Okay, I got my game down, my endurance down. Then you can add to those skills. The thing is, because the thing is, you're the conductor on the ride. Once you go, the ride is over. Okay. then you can
that's for sure.
well, if that's on point, then you work on the foreplay, and then when you work on the foreplay, you work on there's all kind of books and videos and stuff like that, and look up women's anatomy. You can get into stuff like acupressure points, erotic acupressure points. All that stuff counts. All different skills. Basically, you're playing, and her body's an instrument, and you have to where her keys are. And basically, just like anything else, you touch her in different places to see where her points are. Like that's what foreplay is actually for. Most guys don't like it. What I'm saying is, foreplay is to find out where her points are. If you find out where her points are during foreplay, when you're having sex with her, you know where to go back to. So in other words, if you need, if she's not responding, you give her a kicker by touching one of her points.
Right.
Or if you want her to be done, you want her to orgasm, you start touching her points in succession, and she'll go. But in other words, it's like a game plan, and that's why foreplay is always good to, after you get your game up, is to deal in foreplay. And foreplay is just to experiment to see where her erogenous zones are. Once you find them, find her erogenous zones, and then when you're having sex, you go back to them.
Yeah.
And once you go back to them, then you can play. Then you start playing her. Like I remember, I had a girlfriend. She said, "What instrument am I today?" Because I was playing her just like a piano. I was hitting all her. I was screwing her. I was hitting all her zones, and she.
What is your opinion on frequency?
Frequency as far as what?
Sex. Like if you're in a relationship, like how do you play off the frequency?
Okay, it depends on what you need her for. It depends on who she is and what you need her for. If she's got to take care of your house and take care of your family, or if she's just at home, a housewife, and you don't really have any small children, then shit every day if you want it. But if she's got to go to work, man, I would say no more than 3 times a week.
What if she's at home, she ain't doing shit, and she's just taking care of kids?
No, you can. Anytime she's wet, because she can go to sleep, she can rest.
Now,
but she got to go. But she got to go to work, man. She got to go to work. If you bang her more than 3 times a week, she's not going to work. And I had girls that were high frequency that like you can bang them all day. But the thing is, there's a price to pay at the other end of the relationship, because if you needed to do something, man, she ain't getting out of bed. If you lay it on her, she ain't getting out of bed. So it depends. So if you bang her, with baby's mom, I had to stop banging her every day, man, because she wouldn't get out of bed. Okay, we had to scale this back. Okay, to 3 times a week, where it's often enough where you can be satisfied, she can be satisfied, but she still has enough energy to get up and do what you need to do.
Okay, so you touched on it a little bit, but I want to know more specifically, like some chicks will try to regulate when and where sex will happen. Let's say we're gonna stick to this 3 times a week type thing, right?
Okay.
Well, let's say she's the type that's like, no, fuck that. It's gotta happen at a certain time. If I even want to, yada yada yada. What do you do?
Okay. Okay. One, it depends. Are you married?
Long-term relationship.
Long-term relation. No. In other words, we're talking about cost here. What is it going to cost for you to get rid of her?
So married. Let's say you're married.
Okay.
I gotta go to the worst case scenario.
Okay. If it's a long-term relationship, long-term relationship, then you have an out. Okay. Long-term relationship, you let her know what's up. You say, well, this is when it's going to happen. This is how frequently it's going to happen. You say it's not good enough.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, well, you're not going to get it any more than that. I said, okay, so are you open to me having sex with other people? What do you mean? I'm not with you to be celibate, sweetie. If I wanted a roommate, you'd be paying a lot more money.
What about worst case scenario? You're married.
Okay, if you're married, you do the amounts, man, to see how much it's going to cost you to get out. If it's too much and you need to stay there, then you do what you need to do. You know, you don't say shit. If you talk to her, you see if you can work it out and see if there's something wrong, you can clear something up. If you can't, she wants to stick to her guns. Okay, you don't say nothing. Just go do what you got to go do. You know, you get you. That's when you dabble into the 4 and 5 range because you need somebody that you can hit. You can get your needs satisfied. That's not gonna fuck up your marriage.
Got it.
Wow.
So that's when you dabble. That's when you deal. That's when you dabble into other risky shit. Because okay, I'm married, so you need somebody that has as much to lose as you do. So you prefer a married woman that's in the same situation that you're in.
Right.
Because
Yes.
she has as much to lose as you do. So that's the only time I would say condone fucking a married chick. When you're married and you can't get out, but you need somebody who's not gonna fuck up your relationship. And a married woman who's got a reliable beta male is not gonna fuck up your relationship.
Those are some good tips right there.
So I don't know if that's what I would suggest was because that's why I've seen it work. And if I was if I was married and this is what was happening and I knew it's gonna cost me a whole lot to get out, like it's gonna cost me my kids and most of my shit, and then I'm gonna have to pay alimony. Okay, that's a little too much. So in other words, if it's once a week, we can take it down to once a month, or if you want to. Because now I need to find me a chick that's gonna fit in within my schedule, or basically she don't give a shit. Basically she's not screwing you. She's not gonna really haggle you over you being faithful as long as you don't kind of rub it in her face. So the thing is, you need a chick that's gonna be regular that has as much to lose as you do, and that's what you pick. And you have to pick more situation than looks. So in other words, you can't go out and chase that 8 chick. Okay, you need your good reliable 5 that you can get your needs met. Because it's about
Wow.
that's just me. That's what I would do.
Also, I've got a question.
Me, it would be 4, but I'm giving you guys a break and said 5. Because me, it'd be
I have
4.
a question for you, BGS.
Yes, sir.
When it comes to educated lames, right, and dating options, would you be satisfied with the conclusion that educated lames just went to where, well, whoever would take them, as in like interracial dating is no longer an issue for them and stuff like that? We just let them off the hook.
Okay, it depends on the educated lane. Going outside the black community would be better because you're gonna get more for what you put out because they're looking for you. Um, if it depends on what you want and your tolerance. Okay. If it's an educated lame that's at the of average looks, then I would say because you're educated, I would say I would go take an educated chick that's maybe 1 or so levels above you. Because
if you're above average looks and you could
if you're above if you're above average looks, then you being an educated lame it's not gonna make much difference. If I'm above average looks, I'm educated lame, and I'm shooting for higher class women. I'm looking for 6-figure girls that are educated because I had the package. Then I become what I call a financial merc. I'm not gonna waste my if I'm above average looks and I'm educated lame. I got a high IQ. I got the degree and all that other bullshit. I'm not looking for a chick under 6 figures.
Oh, so money does become a factor then.
Money for me becomes a factor.
I see.
In other words, I'm the package. She's got to compensate me some kind of way.
Right.
Because
I understand that.
Because the scale was not just for what she picks. The scale is also, remember the scale I did in the video? It's also for you. Okay, and then it's just to estimate where you stand on that scale and how much each particular item is worth. So in other words, why when they said, well, we don't want guys with big dicks and swag, I said if he got a 9-inch dick, he's 1 out of 100. So that you had to compensate him for that. You know, that's all he needs. He's 1 out of 100. Just like if you were 8 or 9, if you were 8 or 9 chick, you know, if you're 8 or 9 chick, you throwing that on the table. Okay, the rest is just immaterial. I'm throwing that on the table as a balance scale. If you got a 9-inch dick, you throwing that on the table. Okay, we got to discuss what the rest is. Okay, I had to be compensated in some kind of way because it does matter. But if you're educated, lamb, you go by that scale. You go by that scale and see where you sit. If you're on the alpha scale, the physical side, and you see where you sit, and then you have the IQ and the income on the other side, you're really close to the ideal man, and those are very rare. And you have to act like you're very rare. I mean, you don't have to be overt about it or be a dick about it, but you can be very cordial, very nice, and you can talk to her. And number one, don't shoot too low. Shoot higher. And she says, "Well, I'm this. I make 6 figures." She said, and then you go. Then if she get real dick, I said, "I got this. I got this. I got this." And I said, "How many guys you gonna find out there like me?" And now we can talk. Because I need to know how basically you want to, in a roundabout way, know how you can get compensated. Because you can go right back out and you can pick, if you're like 1 out of 1,000 guys, then you can go out and 1,000 girls, man, and get compensated. You basically turn her over in a heartbeat if you stick to your your area. The thing is, a lot of educated lambs want to kind of dip down below because go on looks and say, well, basically, a lower class girl is not looking. She's looking at looks and money. She's not looking at IQ and all that other stuff because your status as far as IQ and your degree doesn't mean shit to her. A degree to a woman all it means is he's going to make more money.
Yeah.
So in other words, to say if you make more money. If you make more money, then you basically, if you're going to hunt down, well, you can get a better looking low class girl if you want to, but the thing is, you're going to have to adjust your game to the low class girl. Yeah, go ahead.
To meet it, right?
Huh? Well, yeah, you basically because basically at that point I'm teaching guys how to become sellers instead of buyers. Most guys are buyers.
Right.
She looks good. She fucks good. Blah, blah, blah. Basically, I'm putting this down to purchase her, right?
Right.
So the thing is, my thing is to change your thinking and become a seller. What am I worth on the open market? Because a woman does that all the time. What am I worth on the open market? So I have the scale. Basically, the scale is basically just tell you what you're worth on the open market. Where do you sit with all these? That's how come I gave you all the percentages of all the different particulars, right? Because all those percentages means scarcity is what? Valuable, right?
Right.
So it's worth something. So if you're educated lamb and you look at this and see what you're worth. If you have a degree and you make 6 figures, you say, okay, who has a degree and makes 6 figures, and where do I sit on that? And then that's how come a lot of chicks don't like educated lambs, because they know they're worth something. But the thing is, the lower class chicks, it's not as worth as much to them. A degree is not worth much to them.
Even if she's really good looking, then you make really good money, then it doesn't matter.
In other words, and what I'm saying is just those are just one components. I'm just giving you the components. In other words, okay, I'll give the ideal guy. Okay, the ideal guy will have an 8 or 9 inch dick. He'll be 6'1", or he'll be 6'1" or better. He'll be very good looking. He'll be, as far as looks is concerned, he'll be a 7 and above, 8 and above. Okay. He'll earn $100,000. He'll have a high IQ. He'll have a 4-year degree or better, and he'll be not married and have no children. That's the ideal man. If you're that kind of guy, the chick shouldn't make less than $150,000 that you're fucking with, or you shouldn't shoot for anything less than an 8. because you've checked all the fucking boxes. In fact, you checked all the fucking boxes. You shoot for nothing less than 9s. If you know, as far as equivalency, and anything beyond that, she has to start compensating. Okay, is it money? Is it intelligence? Is it faithfulness? All that, all the other stuff. But the thing is, you have to know where your worth is first. You know, if I'm training an athlete, I got to know where you're going to start, what your potential is, what you're working with, and then we can work on that skill. We can build up the other areas. Once you get all those areas, then we can send you out there to play ball or box or whatever it is. But the thing is, you got to know what you're starting with. Most guys don't. Most guys think well, this is the chick I want. You don't evaluate yourself. You got to evaluate yourself. So I gave a measurable, just a measurable, because we're not talking about all the intangibles like attitude, personality, all that crap. Just measurables that you can say, okay, this many guys have this, this many guys have that. So you can rate yourself and say, okay, I'm worth this much because I checked these boxes, and then you start from there. But then you can measure about what kind of chick you want to chase, and it varies depending on what you're chasing. So I'm worth this much. See what I'm saying? So if you're educated lame means a lot of things. Okay, if you're 5'3" and you make $50,000, but you have a 4-year degree or even a PhD, okay, you got a lot of deficiencies you got to bring up. So that the scale is tipped. So you got to set your sights lower. Okay, you know, you got to bring something else. You got to bring more game to the game. But I'm saying, if you start checking boxes, then basically, you know, all you got to do is put yourself in the environment where the chicks that you chase. Okay, because you're checking the boxes. They're going, you know, once they start checking boxes, they're going to be after you. They have to. And then you start choosing and see who has what, because now we have to balance the scale.
So if all she has is just looks, but she doesn't make any fucking money or very little, and she doesn't have any education, she's in, that's all she has to her, just her looks. But you're a solid 8.
Yeah, if you're high on that scale and all she has is looks, then you're undervaluing yourself, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So how are relationships going to fare during the universal basic income then? I mean, if everyone is pretty much on the same plateau.
Oh, well, you know how the universal basic income, everybody gets it no matter what. So if you're a billionaire, you still get the same universal basic income. It's a floor. It's not a ceiling.
Yeah, okay, I got you. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
If that's the case, and everyone's standing on the same floor, then
everybody's standing on the same floor.
Yeah. So then, how will that affect relationships between men and women then? Because then you're taking economics out of factor.
Well, you haven't taken economics out. What you basically you leveled the floor. You haven't leveled the ceiling.
Oh.
So in other words, a guy that's 4'9" is standing on the same floor as a 7-footer, but are they the same height? Right?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, the floor is the same, but the height is different. You know, whereas opposed to if the guy's 4'9", but he's standing on an 8-foot platform, he's taller than a 7-footer, right? Because the floor is different. Right. It's economics. The floor is the floor is different, but the thing is, when you level out the floor, the height is different. So in other words, then all the other things come in factors. You can earn more. You know, you can earn more. Yeah, and you know, and it depends on the woman. If the woman's happy with the floor, and she's happy with the floor. But the thing is, if you start checking the other boxes as the rest of the dudes, you know, it just depends. It just depends on what you're looking for. The thing is hard to say. If you want to undervalue yourself, you're just going for looks. Then you basically have to adjust your game. For educated, you can adjust your game, man. A lot of time, educated people, educated lames don't like to deal in wit. They like to deal in fact. And sometimes you have to. The humor, you know how we are, man. We tell jokes that only people with similar backgrounds can actually understand.
Yeah, of course. Right. I know what you're saying.
And everybody will get it. All the people there, all the people that at that level will get it, but most people won't. You know, and so you have to learn how to bring the humor down to the level of people that you're talking to. So in other words, that's why I say take a comedy course. Go do comedy for uh, uh, 6 months, 3 months, 6 months. So you learn how to and start writing jokes, man. Just listen to comedy, and writing jokes, so that you can learn how to bring the humor down to the level of your audience. And your audience is the chick. So that's just one thing. So your conversation, a lot of the things, a lot of lames, because you deal up in the upper IQ all the time. You talk like that and you think like that, and so when you relate to people that aren't in that world and don't use the same words that you use, they kind of get like deer in the headlight looks, and they feel bad about themselves, and your thing is to make them feel good, especially with a woman. You want to make her feel good. So things you have to bring yourself, I hate to say it, like down to her level. What I'm saying is you have to go down to where she's at, as far as I wouldn't say intellect, but say experience.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean,
Yeah.
And I don't know because smarter you are, sometimes you deal, especially people that have been highly educated, they deal in this little thin layer of esotericism, and only like 1% of the population even understands what the hell they're talking about. So how are you going to relate to a chick that's in the other 99%? Very difficult unless you bring yourself out of it. And if you're dating, you got to you have to be able to translate. Okay, when I'm in this world, this is the way I talk. When I'm talking to regular people, I talk a different way. Because when I talk economics, I talk completely different than I talk to when I'm talking about game and women and stuff like that. Sometimes you can hear me switch back and forth.
So would you say it was the educated lame's own fault, given the fact that they sort of engaged in a sort of solipsism?
Because if you're hunting in your arena, you got to remember the air is thin up where you are. In other words, there's only 5% of the population that's in the area where you are. So if you want to stick to those people, you don't have no problem. But if you want to go outside that world, then you're going to have to develop skills to be outside that world. You're hunting different game.
Yeah.
In other words, you say if you're in a university dealing with a university chick that's got a PhD, you can throw your intellect on the table, and that's your trump card, right?
Right.
Because there's very few people at your level. You can throw down a trump card. It's just what she's looking for, because she's there, right? But if you're looking for a chick, a regular bird, man, you
got to water yourself down.
If you look at a regular bird, you're looking for like Ruben says, a magpie. He's looking for bling. Okay, you using the wrong kind of you're using the wrong kind of hunting method.
Real talk. No, I see what you're saying.
Huh? Say what?
No, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So in other words, and the argument is the argument I have with educated guys. I work so hard to get to this, man. I don't want to come out of it. I want to stay in this world. I said, okay, but the thing is, if you stay in that world, you can't. If you're Prometheus, you got to come out from Mount Olympus and go down with the regular folks. Okay, if you stay up there, you're gonna dealing with the other guys, and there's very few of them. Yep. So in other words, you have to be intelligent enough to alter. You're intelligent, smart enough to alter your methods. But the thing is, most educated lames don't want to do the work because they're gonna feel awkward. And most guys that are educated lames don't like to feel awkward, because when you do something new, it's out of your realm. It's awkward. And we've been, we've gone through enough awkwardness that we don't want to do that anymore. Why should I come down to her level? How come she can't come up to mine? Because she has the pussy. She's down there. You got to go down there and get her. Okay. Well, why should I don't want to be funny. I don't know how to tell jokes. Learn how to tell a joke. Well, if she can't deal with me, you know what thing? You put yourself in a box and take yourself out of the box. If you don't know how to tell jokes, don't know how to tell a joke. Watch, instead of reading the book, turn on some comedy and laugh for 30 minutes a day. So you get used to laughing and joking and telling lowbrow humor, whatever. You know, if you're in Great Britain, watch some Monty Python. Okay.
No one watches that shit. We don't watch Dave Chappelle here anyway.
Yeah.
Huh?
I've noticed that recently, within I think the last year, that I've kind of gone to that area where I'm just too comfortable in that area, and my SMB is good. You know, I'm good to go there, and I kind of feel like I don't want to have to get out of my comfort zone, and downgrade. But at my level, the only thing I can think of is somewhere in America, and I want to fuck with American bitches, and so, you know, I'm having that issue right now where I'm too comfortable where I'm at, and I'm educated guy, I'm the educated lane, but my SMV is good to go, you know, on all 3 levels. I feel really awkward even to even think about having to talk to normal bitches outside of the States. Like, it's just, I shy away from it, to be honest with you, and I've never had that issue before.
Well, because you're in a different hunting environment. You got to get yourself acclimated. So in other words, it's just like learning a new, you know, if you learn a new system, what do you got to do? You got to try and fail, right? You got to go through this. Say if you want to learn a different language or basically learn a new system or something like that, you got to go through the same pain of experimentation. There's nothing different about it. You have to learn the environment all over again.
You know,
and you got to go through the same struggle. But if you know the steps, then you just go through the steps. And but the thing is, once you learn the basic woman, how the basic woman basically operates, then the rest is just learning your environment. Because a lot of times, you know, when I was down in Guatemala, I just know how to speak the language. Okay, you know, and I wasn't comfortable trying to hit on a chick and not knowing how to speak the language because you can't run your game if you can't speak to her, can't talk to her.
Right.
Yeah. But say you speak Spanish, man. Just you got to dust off your old lines. That's all.
Yeah, for me, it's been a minute. You know what I mean? Like, it feels a little awkward, and I'm not in my same country, and
yeah. You
not
just
so
have
many women on my level.
You have to. Well, the thing is, they don't have to be on your level. And sometimes it's better that they're not. Okay, because they're easier prey. Let's put it that way. Yeah. So they're easier prey. So a lot of things, you know. Okay, you want to set you. I had no problems with I know with me because of the school that I went to. I don't have a problem between an 8 and a 4. Okay, they really don't. If a 4 approaches me and she's cool, you know, she's good to go. If an 8 approaches me, she's cool, she's good to go. But I'm an old man, so it doesn't matter to me, man. I'm not trying to reproduce.
Right.
So you know, if I see a 4 with 40 double D's and she got nice fat lips. Okay, we can work something out. You know, I can hang out with you for a minute. You know? Where at 8, I got to evaluate you. How much trouble do I want to go through? Okay, I'll probably be harder on the 8 than the 4 at this point in the game. How much trouble are you gonna cause me?
How much chance does an 8 at like the age of 58 even have? Though? I mean, like, what's she gonna do really?
Yeah, nothing. And if she's still an 8. If she's still an 8, she's hunting for younger dudes anyway.
Oh, they really on that kind of. At that age, they're still on that.
If any human being will take the highest grade person that they can actually get. So if a chick in her 50s thinks she can get a 20-year-old guy to hang out with and roll with, she gonna pick him. Yeah. The same way with at a 50-some-odd-year-old guy, say if he got a cool chick that she's 25, she's cool, and she ain't gonna give him no headaches, he ain't gonna pick a 50-year-old chick over a 25-year-old girl. It's just the way it is.
Has age-appropriate dating not really set in then?
Man, age-appropriate dating is
bunch of bullshit.
Is options. That's all it is. Because if you're in your Hugh Hefner and you're in your 50s and you got 18, 19, 20-year-old chicks laying up with you, and a 50-year-old comes at you, she can kick rocks. I don't need you.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. Let's be honest. Okay.
You can't do nothing but tell you what the next 18-year-old is.
Oh, yeah. The only reason
in the right direction.
The only reason a guy like me is not gonna date some chick in her 20s because she's too much trouble. But she's cool. Yeah. Other than that, yeah. You know, and she, I date a chick and she's in her 20s. Okay, the clock is ticking. Okay, how much time am I gonna spend with her before I push her off to somebody her own age?
Right.
Yeah.
So I should be good trying to get an 8 then in Colombia, right?
Oh man, yeah, shit, yeah. Why go down there if you can't get an 8, man?
No, that's right.
Well, because I'm a solid 8, like in my SMV. So, but I mean, they ain't gonna have money. They ain't gonna bring no money into it. All I want them is for looks.
Well, yeah. What do you care?
I don't, but I'm just saying,
Okay.
is it safe? Is it good to go?
Yeah, as long as she ain't got no crazy baby daddy or whatever haunting you. Yeah. Yeah, you take the highest grade chick you can get. You know, the only thing I say don't fuck with under any circumstances, other than just a weekend, is a 10.
Yeah.
Unless you got a whole lot of money and you need a 10. Even if I had a whole lot of money, I wouldn't get a 10. You know, she'd have to be like, she had to be that chick that you just always wanted. That's what billionaires do. I just always wanted her, like Mariah Carey. Mariah Carey, you know, he just always wanted her. So he said, "Oh, I can afford to get her now." That's all that is. It's just trinkets.
How did Nick Cannon get Mariah Carey then?
She liked him. He's younger, and she liked him.
Yeah.
They certainly want the money.
Huh? No, he didn't have any. Not compared to her. But he was a younger dude, and she liked him. And he said, "Give me a chance," and she liked him, so she gave him a chance. She was good with him for a while. Until she wanted, Diva got the better of her. She wanted, okay, I can do better. So he's like, okay, I had babies by you, and my career done came up. Well, okay, and in other words, you made your move too soon. I'm 30, and I got money now, and I got fame, and now you're getting ready to put me out. Okay, where do I sign? Yeah, where do I sign?
Right.
So he basically won that exchange then.
Oh man, she's still mad. That's like IBMOR and what's his name? He paid her to get. What was his name? Ashton
Britney
Kutcher.
Spears.
Huh? Say what?
Kevin Federline and Britney Spears.
He just lucked out. Yeah, he lucked out. He lucked out because she was crazy, and he had babies by her, and she was crazy. He lucked out.
Is that the new business model there? Man trying to hunt women, get them pregnant, and then like come up on them?
It's always been a business model. It just haven't been talked about.
All right, talk about it then. Make a video then, man.
Yeah. Well, thing is, you have to. The thing is, you rolling the dice because she's got to be crazy.
That's cool. I've dealt with many of them. So.
Yeah. Well, you say you're cool until the coroner's pulling you out with a knife in your chest.
All right. Yeah. You getting 30 phone calls back to back and people knocking on your door and whatnot. Yeah.
Now you know why I'm a MGTOW.
I see. All right. Yeah, regale us in that story, man. Why the thing that?
Oh man, I did mention it, man. I did mention it. I can't remember which show I mentioned it on, but I would have been her man. She's had the best coochie I ever had in my life.
Yeah.
Okay. If she wasn't crazy, I'd probably still be with her at my age.
BGS.
Yeah.
That's that borderline. Was it BPD? I was going to ask you about that earlier.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah. Oh yeah. No, she wasn't borderline.
What, she was
she hit it as long as she could. If she didn't have a coffee maker between her legs, man, I'd have quit her a long time ago.
But that's what they say. Hey, they said part of that, man.
Yeah, they have to, because if not, you're not gonna stay with them.
So they be cooking, man.
I dealt with her. I dealt with her on and off in between people for Jesus. I must have broke up with that chick at least 9 times, man. And
I know, right?
And I had chicks in between, and I think the last time, this was 4 years ago, man. I still remember Valentine's day after Valentine's, man, 2012, man. She went the fuck off on, because I didn't see her on I had to work on Valentine's. I had saw her the next day, so we went out,
Oh
got in the
yeah.
car, and she just went we got about 4 blocks. I said, I turned to her, I said, look, if you don't shut the fuck up, I'm turning around, I'm dropping you back off where I got you from.
Oh
She
yeah.
shut up. She shut up, and she was basically cool. I mean, she was desperately trying to give me some pussy because she did saw that look on my face, And it took me an hour to get her out of the car because she would not leave because she knew. She
Right,
knew.
so roped you in then. That's what was the control method for you was sexting.
Oh man, is that sometimes, man? I mean, I'd get enough of her, and I'd kick her to the curb for 6 months, and then she'd beg her way back in, and we'd be on for 6 months, off for 6 months. It get to be too much. You got to go, and then after that. But that day, man, I said, you know what? I was like Popeye. I said, that's all I can stand, and I can't stand no more. And I put a block. I put a block on the phone. I didn't want to delete it because I wanted to block it. I didn't want it to pop up. So I put a block on her, man, and I ain't talked to her since. I talked to her daughters, but I haven't talked to her since. In fact, she tried to, because I know her kids and stuff. Like she tried to get her daughters to call me. And they talked to me for a minute, and then she tried to get on phone. Click. Nope. Yeah, and nothing you can offer me, sweetie. I know how wet it is and all that stuff, but nope, not anymore. No, 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 no. I'm too old for that shit, man. And that's when I went MGTOW. I said, okay, I had enough. I had enough. I'm too old for this stuff. So I said, oh, MGTOW. Okay, that's for me.
Yeah.
That's for me. That's my MGTOW story. So it's not true forced loneliness shit. Nope. Nope. No, nope, nope. Now, chicks tried it and I said, you know what? I'm done with it. I'm done with it. I said, American chicks, I'm done with them. Maybe when I go overseas or something else, man. But basically, I'm done with it. I don't need it like I used to. Whatever I little need, hey, the little man just said, hey, this is it. If it ain't me the fleshlight, this is it, little man. So, well, let's go. Now I'm not going out to hunt. Nope, not dealing with that shit no more. Okay. and the thing is, man, that at my age, man, a black man at my age, man, we so rare. It's like the last time I looked at my Plenty of Fish page, it's like 300 meet me's. So nah, I'm not into it. Every now and then they'll email me, say hi, and I'll say hi back. I'll chuckle with them, but I'm not interested in a relationship. It's not even sex. I don't even want to. I'm not with them. I don't even want to deal with them. I've been MGTOW ever since, man.
So it takes like a crazy chick to like break
the
spirit. So for instance, like red pill culture. Do you think that's gonna ever become mainstream anytime soon?
It already is, man. It already is mainstream, and that's what chicks are complaining about. It just because people don't follow the gurus, but the thing is, the information filters out. Even people that don't subscribe to it, they practice it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you notice that dudes are doing basically the same things, they might not read the books or even know what red pill is, but you can see them practicing the principles.
Yeah, man. I got like young guys, like 21-year-olds and whatnot, come up to me going, "Oh yeah, I don't want to have a relationship right now. It's cool. I broke up with my girl last week, and I'm not even looking for another one. I'm not even looking to go to a club."
Yeah. Because the environment is forcing guys to do that. It's not necessarily, especially in Great Britain, man. They are. What is it? What is wrong with them, man? What are they? The guys are already not. They're complaining that the guys don't. They aren't dating these chicks or having relationships, and then they pass a law to make it
lethargic. I think it's everyone's feels really lethargic here. Like they can't. They've got no drive. So much has been taken away from their personal freedom in a sense.
Why they keep passing stuff? If guys won't date chicks, then you pass another restrictive law and think they're gonna all of a sudden, oh well, that's a different law. This is even worse. So I have nothing to lose. I'm gonna go date a chick. Hell no, they're gonna be even less.
I think it's a bit of social Darwinism, doesn't it? Because the upper cultures who get this stuff enacted, they don't have a problem with this. They don't have a problem with date rape and stuff like that. They don't have that cultural proclivity, well, at least for it being investigated as thorough. So they don't mind what really passes, so it doesn't affect their social class, whereas everyone else is more affected by children.
Yeah, but it's you guys. They need to actually, perform, and so and women are actually crying about it, but they don't stop them from passing laws and stuff like that.
It will be automated soon anyway, so we won't even be necessary. Seriously.
You would think that should be happening here, man, but the thirst is real, man. These guys, man.
The thing is that the thing is that dudes are getting addicted to sex because it's so free, man. So they can't do without it again. Yeah. And women are addicted to. I said the women are addicted to attention. Yeah.
Yeah. So what happens if there's a sort of cutoff then when all women, not all, but most women start turning the taps of sex off? What will happen to the men if they're so?
That's a good question. That is a good. They turn the tap off after the initial rapes go down. No, basically the laws are so restrictive. I don't think. Guys really don't know aren't aggressive enough to really do anything. Nothing's going to really happen. You see a lot of frustrated guys whining on YouTube or Facebook.
Oh yeah.
But other than that, no. If they cut the tap off, nothing will happen. It depends on how much money they have. If they cut the tap off, then they start importing chicks in America. They say, well, we'll fly to the Philippines and bring one back, or hell, Mexico's right down down the road. There's plenty of chicks, 16, 17, 18 would love to come over to the United States. All you got to do is go down and get them.
The way things are going, they'll never cut the tap off, man. No, because a lot of these ladies run the same type of track, man. They're not gonna. No.
Thing is,
sex crazy as we are.
Well, the thing is, no, it's not that they're sex crazy. The thing is that the American chicks are lazy.
Well, yeah,
they have nothing else except sex, and if sex doesn't, you've turned a chick down that's trying to give you sex, she got no plan B.
Right.
If you're not into her body, the way she looks, she's got no personality or anything. She's got nothing. She's got nothing to back it up.
Yeah,
totally empty. And we'll jump ship.
Yeah. It's empty. Yeah.
So I guess this generation is getting a lower quality of woman, then, isn't it? But I mean, technically, we're getting.
Oh man, they did get the bottom of the barrel, damn near, man. As far as the attitude and personality, these chicks in America, especially in the millennials, they can't do squat, man.
Yeah,
nothing.
They can't do squat. I mean, they can't boil water.
See, it's funny to you guys, but he's not exaggerating.
No, he's serious.
No, dead serious.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. They can't. It's like serious. With chicks, dude said, why do you make her cook? I said, because that's part of her job. I said, why would I want a chick that can't cook? That's just part of that's part of the requirements. I said, I've never had a girlfriend that couldn't cook. Ever. You tell me can't cook, you can't be my girlfriend. We didn't, I don't care how fine you are. We didn't, you're basically useless to me. If you're a dime and you can't cook, you can't do anything. Basically, all I can do is have sex with you a couple times and basically put you back because you're useless to me.
Mm-hmm.
At least know, even if I'm a billionaire, at least know how.
Yeah.
I don't care if you can't. You might not have to, but at least know how.
With the rise of this feminist culture, though, this is seen as sort of like a virtue that women no longer are restricted or can't even cook. They'll be like, oh, no man can control me. I can't even cook or whatnot.
Well, that's when you basically you make them okay. Well, you have to come out of pocket, sweetie. You know, yeah, you got to come out of pocket. You know,
they use the feminine situation, dude. They use it at whenever they feel like it. They turn it on and off, man. They're not real feminists, man. They turn it on and off when they feel like it.
I don't care. I don't care what you feel like once you open your mouth.
Yeah,
that's what we go by. I don't care. I don't care if you're a feminist. You're a feminist. Can you cook? Can you wash clothes?
Right.
Can you take care of a house?
Right.
Do you know how? You know. Well, I'm a feminist, and I was well. You know what? Either you go back to your mother for retraining, and basically our interview is over. Oh, we can be. I tell her, well, we can be friends then.
I noticed there's a difference though.
You can be my woman,
man.
What's that?
There's a difference. Like there's a difference between the white woman, the white feminist, and the black feminist. There's a big difference, man. Like
how so?
Because I feel like they'll go home and take care of whoever, whether it be their father or whoever, and leave that feminist stuff at the door. And then you got sisters that are feminists all the way around the board.
You got to hire five white feminists.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying it's more over on the black side than it is the white side.
No, because black chicks are bullshitting. They're not
exactly.
They're not hardcore feminists. They're just talking that crap. The hardcore feminists are actually on the white side. You got a very small cadre of hardcore feminists on the black community because most black dudes ain't gonna stand for it.
Right. Okay.
If you're a hardcore feminist, you can be a dime, but you're a hardcore feminist. You talking that shit. Most brothers that are most brothers can actually understand what the fuck they're talking about. Have options.
Yeah. I got a question as well.
So few of them, they could diss you. You know what? Because brothers will say, you know what? I can hear shit talking from a ratchet chick, and she's not gonna talk to me. She's not gonna talk as much. She's gonna actually do what I say. So basically, I don't need you. I can go down here and get it. Well, go ahead.
Sorry, man. I was gonna ask, who has the most blue pills then, as in dangerous blue pills who get laws enacted or reinforced and whatnot? Is it like in the black community? Because everyone talks about the feminization of the black male and whatnot. And then if you look at the white community, they just let every single law these women ask for pass. So what's going on?
Because the feminization of black men is different from the feminization of white men.
Yeah, very.
Okay, because the feminization of white men normally happens in the school system. The media and the school system, whereas the feminization of black males happens with the guy's mother. Because you're already in a matriarchy.
Yeah, because I was dating a woman who's a teacher, and she teaches secondary school kids. I guess that's high school kids. And she was saying she wouldn't send her own children to the school she teaches in because she thinks the quality of education is too low. And I said, well, then why have all these boys in school then in the first place if you're not going to give them the best you possibly can? She said, well, we need a place in order to make them less dangerous and to socialize them. And she was basically telling me that the whole point is to defuse them as a threat when they grow up, by giving them basic skills in which they can sort of integrate into society without being a threat to anyone. And it seemed like they're actually very conscious about this, and I had no idea it was that severe.
It's in the literature. That's why most feminists, you start talking a mess. I said, you haven't read your own literature, have you? And I start quoting feminist books where it said that is you cannot have dominant women unless you bring the men down.
So they've actually went out of their way to sort of re-educate males to, basically fuck with us like livestock. You know how we mess with cows and stuff to make them more,
docile.
Docile. They've actually done that with us in terms of males.
Because the baby boom generation was a baby explosion. It actually dwarfed everything else, and males, you know, and males or males between the ages of 15 and 45 are arms bearing males. So you get a huge cohort of arms bearing males. That's ripe for revolution. That's how come that's how the millennials, which are the echo boomers, that's how come they're turning over the society right now with Trump and with Brexit and all this. They're turning over the society.
Yeah.
Because you have this huge cohort of arms bearing males that are dangerous, that have broken the socialization. They tried to socialize them. But the thing is, now you push them to, well, now they've broken out of that.
So
They've
what's this
broken their
next step?
training.
Right.
They don't know. Basically, they don't know. That's why they're worried. That's how come they don't want a Trump, because they know what was going to behind him, who was behind him. You have arms bearing males behind him. That's what they're afraid of. And the echo boomers, the baby boomers are too old. They're starting to die off. So basically, their population is shrinking. And basically, now you have the echo boomers or the millennials coming up, man. And that's a big cohort. It's the biggest cohort of a group, a generation in our country, in the United States right now. So now they're going to start dictating terms. And if you can't control those males, because those old tricks that you tried aren't going to work. They've already been through them.
Oh yeah.
Because you try to socialize them. If they broke their training, basically it's like it's like the lady on Niger riding on the back of the tiger. As long as you're on that back and you got that tiger trained, you're cool. Once that tiger breaks training, guess what happens? The tiger's gonna eat you.
You become somebody's meal.
You become somebody's meal. So basically, that's what feminism. There's two things that happen really that kind of broke the training. Okay, there's a limit that you can actually pound down the males. Okay, there's a limit to it. And the second thing is, if you're gonna pound down the males, you got to have somebody lead. And the thing is, women, as women, they don't want to lead, because women are basically cheap. They don't want to spend their money. So you got chicks that have six figures that don't want to spend that money on you. So they don't want to. They don't want to take an ordinary guy. Because they don't want to spend the money on you, because resources are supposed to come to them, not you.
Right.
So we wiring women like they thought they didn't work. And pounding men down, you only pound men down so much. So you keep pounding them down because the women refuse to rise up. And eventually men, this is as low as we can go. And it basically is like a spring. It's going to recoil and then come back. That's what you're seeing. Big Tower didn't come out of nowhere.
Exactly, BGS. Because that's exactly what ended up happening. Women don't want to take responsibility of anything, but they want to lead.
They want to lead.
And so when they stopped that and took the man out of the position of that, they was faced with responsibility. They very quickly found out that they didn't like it. That's the reason why you catch them on social media trying to shame men into, well, you need to come back in and take care of things. Don't lead, but just take care of shit.
Yeah. They basically don't want to lead. They just want the resources the way they want them. They don't want to lead. If they wanted to lead, they would lead. They don't want to lead. They're asking you to come lead under their direction, basically.
Right.
Exactly.
You build a castle, I'm going to rule it.
Yeah.
And you become the court jester. No.
So when the culture becomes not just mainstream in terms of red pill, and it becomes a dominant culture, then do you have any projections?
Donald Trump is your first red pill president in the United States, believe it or not.
He's red pill.
He got away with saying he's gonna grab a woman in the pussy.
Oh, that's true.
Okay. He's unabashedly the alpha male, and on paper he is the red pill president.
I hear he sexually molested some woman on a plane or something like that. According to Dick Gregory.
Oh, they all had. Wasn't he supposed to go to court for that or something?
Yeah, but he never did.
How many? An alpha male, especially an alpha male with money, is always going to push the boundaries.
Exactly.
because you're used to doing. Everybody used to women giving you what you want, so you're gonna push boundaries, and you're gonna slip. You know, athletes do it all the time. That's why I can see all these athletes being going to court, where it used to get kind of brushed under the rug. But chicks figure now that I can get more money by going to court. But the thing with chicks are actually screwing up, the groupies are actually screwing up their own game. Okay, it won't take too many $1 million settlements before guys start cutting you out. So basically, they'll start pushing all the groupie chicks back down to the rest of the herd.
So like
basically,
regular guys will end up with tens and shit.
Basically, no means no took care of the guys at the bottom, and yes means yes taking care of the guys at the top. So now you got the guys at the top and the bottom mad at you. The alpha male's mad at you, and the beta male's mad at you. So where do you go? That's why I said the gender war. Trump is when I said a lot of people had pushback when I said Trump's going to be the end of the gender war because he's going to change the atmosphere, the dynamic. In fact, all the Title IX folks in the United States are wondering what Title IX is going to be like under Trump because it was very, very generous under Obama. And now all that stuff, all the LGBTQ, TQ, all that stuff is going to be tossed.
Really?
So now
I've never heard him insult or say anything about gay people that would make him seem detrimental.
No, he just put in this chick over something that's anti-LGBTQ and gay marriage and all that stuff. So he's already showing his hand. So that part of that, Obama kept that stuff. He might say a speech or two, but he kept that policy very, very secret. He didn't really promote that openly much, but behind the scenes, Obama did a whole lot of stuff behind the scenes. He smiled. He smiled for the cameras, but all his policies were behind the scenes. He barely talked about them.
Could you give us an example of one?
The rape culture stuff on campuses. Okay, and the Dear Colleague letter. That's under Obama, and he pushed that rape culture, the violence against women, and stuff like that. He didn't trumpet it. He didn't talk about it a lot, but saying is he passed all those laws, and the DOJ went after people that did that kind of stuff, and the DOJ went after a whole lot of colleges suing them. When chicks try to sue and they send the DOJ in to investigate them, chicks were getting paid, man. Had them colleges scared as shit. In fact, I mean, I can't tell you the pages and pages because I did a Google alert about Title IX and that kind of stuff. And man, I it just pops up. I mean, just story after story. I mean, like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 stories a day.
Doesn't that just end up reinforcing the income women have and transferring wealth to them, whereas males, for some strange reason now, aren't really earning much money at all?
It does, but the thing is, when you look at income, you have to look at a family income. It does if you transfer the one money to the females, then you have chicks that are all of a sudden looking for what guys on their level, right?
Yeah.
So they wound up having to take guys that are lesser than them because it's about family. If you want to have a family, then either you're by yourself or you got to pick what's available. All you're doing is shrinking the pool. The guys, so guys that could be with you, basically you've eliminated them because there's not that many. So now you got to compete for the guys that are there. You should know that, man. You probably
no, I got you. It's just
yeah.
So what is it? What would you say is the percentage? Like 80% to 20%, right? Something like that.
They desire the top 20%. That doesn't mean they can get them.
Right. So what realistically will happen?
In other words, you have the 20% is ideal, and then anything below that is settle, and then settle can go all the way down to where whatever level they're at.
Right.
So in other words, if I can't get a guy that's my ideal man, then okay, what am I going to throw out? Is it looks? Is it education? Is it money? And you start tossing stuff, until basically, how it is. We say if a boat is sinking and it's got too much ballast, you got to throw stuff overboard till it rises up and it stops sinking. Basically, that's what they're doing. Okay, You got too much stuff on the boat, so you got to start tossing off stuff that you want till the boat actually floats. And that's the level that you can actually sail at.
But I think BGS that it comes down to that they actually try to see what they actually can get away with. Just like with you was on with the Obsidian about the I'm sorry, with Alan Curry was talking about the delusion. It's that most women will sit up there and get with the dude for, okay, he wants me for just pussy and my looks, and then go for that. And once she settles for that, she then tries to extend that beyond that. Try to build a relationship from something that really wasn't there. Because, I accomplished this first step, I can then imagine I'm going over to the next step.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, hypergamy works within a relationship, within and without a relationship. You always try to get the best deal that you can. A guy, most men will pick a woman for a particular function because it's function over form. In other words, if I got a head doctor, or I got a booty call that's reliable, and she's my old standby. I might go bang her every other week, but she's my every other week girl. And he's cool with that for 20 years because you see the old players that how long you been seeing her, man? She been my every other week girl for 20 years, and she's cool. You're cool with that. Women will always try to grasp more and more and more and more if they can. Because women, I was telling my daughter, I said, she asked me what's the problem with the women in the family. I said, because women don't have boundaries, sweetie. They don't have no boundaries. Men have to set boundaries for women.
Exactly. Because I got a friend of mine, she's like that. She's with this dude, and he actually told her that he'll be with her so long as she lets him fuck other women. And she's actually going along with that.
Yeah, because she's addicted to him. That's not her. Yeah, she's addicted to him. Okay, he's basically alpha widowed her, basically. Pretty much. He's pierced her core, and basically she set up basically what all alpha widow doing is you setting up an addiction. That's all it is. Emotional physical and emotional addiction to that one particular guy. And you're going, if she can't get you, she's going to Jones for you. So that's all you're doing. So in other words, once a guy knows that he set up an addiction and he knows that he set it up, then he can tell her anything he wants. And it's just how badly does she want the drug.
Right. And yes, this is the reason why I'm glad I finally got a hold of you. I wanted to bring the situation to you. It's tied to what I just brought up to you. Okay. The same dude. He's with a lot of the women. The other women know what he's about. Know he's doing this to her.
Yeah.
They still pushing up on him.
Yeah.
Now, I pretty much already know what's going on, but I want to hear from you what's going on.
He's a swordsman. Okay, it's not hard. He fits their type. Okay, because these women are probably very similar to each other, right?
Hell yeah.
Okay, he has a type. He hunts his type, and he knows how to bring in his prey. And if he's very good at it, he gets his prey addicted. And then once you get a chick addicted, she'll do anything you want. I remember when I was breaking up with my baby's mom, right? They're broken up and shit like that. And she always told me she would stop fucking with me if she caught me cheating. And we weren't living together then, but I had gone out on her. I had cheated with this other chick, with my green-eyed chick. Okay. And so we were driving, and she asked me, "Well, you been with her?" I said, "Yeah." Well, call her. I said, "I don't want to call her. You said if I cheated, you're gonna leave. So now, so what? Okay." And I only been with her a couple of times, right? And then all of a sudden, the moment when you find out that they won't leave, then a big gotcha jumps up in your brain. Gotcha.
Right.
I can do whatever the fuck I want to.
Right.
Because you said there's one thing a dude or a chick should never say. What he or she will leave for, and then when the situation comes up, you don't do it.
Yeah, but why?
Because you're
That's
set.
what I can't understand. Because these single women stuff, they
Because
talk a lot of shit. They say they'll never put up with it, but you see them putting themselves in position so that if one thing leads to another, it can. Just like a couple of days ago, she said that she don't want to be anything bothered with him, but she went to lunch with him and she gave him a blowjob.
Yeah,
you know, even though she was trying to talk about that, that's not something that she does. But that's what she wants to do.
Because she can't admit that she's a dick. She's weak for him. She can't admit that. That's her pride. Women have pride, man. Women have as much pride as men do. They just demonstrate it in a different way. You know, because their pride is hurt, and they feel shame that they allowed a man to do this to them. But guess what? They still crave him.
But you do know I'm talking about not the girl he's my best friend. This is the girl he's messing with. Like I said, exactly, not a relationship at all. But like I said, she knows what he's about. But like I said, she said she don't want to do that.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about how other people fucking in the stairway and everything like that. She said, "Oh, I'll never be able to do that." But sure enough, you know, we all caught her going to lunch with him, and she tried to blow it off. And then of course it came out. Yeah. That's what happened. They went to the parking lot, and he got a blowjob.
Yeah. You know what it's about? Because he's already got her. You know, he's got her already. He's already penetrated her emotionally and sexually, and that once you get those two components in, man, it's a wrap.
Even though he's with somebody else.
Yeah. Okay. That's even worse because now she got to compete. He could add a third one if he wanted to.
I mean, he can. We pretty much think that he's been with all five of them, but we see that But you're right though. We kind of see they subtly are trying to compete because they always seem to trying to tear each other down when the other person's gone.
Yeah.
But you know, it's just that we just can't understand how come they end up saying that men ain't shit, but you're not getting away from a man that's like that.
Yeah, well, that's how come. That's how come even somebody like Deborah Cooper, she's never gonna come on the line with me because I will start talking real shit and she don't want to hear it. Well, how come men cheat and stuff? Because they can. Same reason women cheat because they can. You know. So women don't do that. I've seen thousands of women do the same goddamn thing that men do, and even worse, they're just sneakier about it.
Yeah, true.
Because one thing, they're sneaking. Number two, men don't want to admit that their woman can cheat on them.
True.
Because that's a hurtful thing to a man's pride that his woman cheated on him. You know, my thing is you allow me, you basically, I'm not looking for it, and I still cost you, and you're a dumbass. It said, and you being unfaithful is one thing. You being stupid about is another. I can't tolerate that.
But you'll catch men in most situations. We will actually walk away, but women, like you said, 20 years later, they'll still be messing around with the same dude, and then like in their 40s and 50s, they complain, says, "Oh, you wasted the best years of my life." Yeah. We didn't do anything. No, you gave it up. You know, you gave it up. I'm not gonna feel sorry for you because you could have left at any time. I'm not holding you here. Men, it's harder. Men can get addicted. It's just harder for them to do it because there's all kind of guys where the chick's running around and she running around, but she's like normally she's like a 8 or something like that, but she's a loose 8, and he's a good beta male and he don't want to give her up and blah blah blah. He's addicted to her and he you see it, but not as much as women. Not as much as women. Women, they get addicted, and they're willing to share. Well, part of it is because their personality will allow them to share. Okay. Where men have a little bit more testosterone, and they want to be dominant. It's kind of hard to be dominant when your chicks run around on you. Right.
Yeah.
Because everybody be laughing at you.
Yeah, and it's hurtful to a man's pride. Okay. So
Totally.
So the thing is, if you're gonna deal with it, you got to get, if she's gonna clown, you got to get compensated for it. Okay, some kind of way.
True.
I can give some money because I need some money because I got to go out and have my needs met. So if you're doing it, I'm doing it.
So when are you gonna be doing your own Blog Talk Radio?
Right.
Nah, man, this is enough, man.
Come on, you show up on the city all the time. You might as well go ahead and do it yourself.
No, this is enough, man. This is enough.
But you thought about it?
No, never thought about it, man. Never thought about it. Blog Talk. I don't think there's much difference between me doing a blog talk and me doing this. To be honest with you.
But I think with Blog Talk Radio, you have a better platform. Where I think with Google Hangouts, they even talking about shutting it down. Whereas I think with Blog Talk, you'll still be able to be out there for everybody to be able to talk to you, and also be able to record it and people be able to play it back later. And I feel very strong you could be able to get some really, really good conversation, be able to help teach men, both young and old, and everything like that.
Well, this is this basically, the Hangouts is just a thank you for you guys being subs on my channel. That's basically what this is for. This is not to basically bring in subs or anything else like that, man, or nothing like that. This is just okay. This is just my way of showing gratitude to you guys for being subs on my channel. So that I do hang out every now and then and stuff like that because answer questions that I can't get to in like a video or something like that, where you can actually actively ask me stuff and whatever bullshit comes through my head, I can actually throw it back at you. So, I never thought it would be this popular. I said, okay, maybe an hour or so, man, get a couple people in and a few people, maybe 100 people will look at the doggone, but would listen to the doggone thing. And then I think the first one I really did, it had like within a week, it had like 3,000 views. Because I was gonna, leave it up there for a minute and take it down. And people said, no, we like listening to it. So basically, I just leave it up. But basically, this is just my thing, my showing appreciation for you guys. So I never thought it'd be this popular,
Yeah, I listen to them at work, BGS.
Yeah, a lot of people say they do, man. I said, I didn't think that there's that many people that want to listen to me ramble about shit,
No, it's just some real talk though. I mean, it's just basically when you get into like the barbershop or when I do sit around my homies and everything like that.
Yeah.
It's just that real talk and it just helps.
Yeah.
It helps. It really helps.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I was telling my partner, my circle. I said, all this wisdom that I paid for, I might as well give it to somebody, man, because I paid for the damn thing. So, I did. Some of this shit you got to learn the hard way, man.
Are you a college professor?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not. No. I have college professors ask me, "Where's my what did I get my degree in?" I hear that a lot.
I always learn some new shit, so that's why I'm always listening to the whole thing.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck that it's like 8 hours long. I'll listen to the whole thing.
Yeah, I always intended it for be no more than like 90 minutes, man. And like,
you always say that.
Yeah, I do. I'm serious, man. Normally,
I always remember he's like, 45 more minutes, and then I'm out.
Yeah.
And one more question. But I noticed that, man, when I was in Africa, man, like 8 or 9 years ago, man, and I started off talking to one person, another person would come, and next thing I know, man, it's like 10 people, man. We're all sitting around chit chat, and then by the time the end of the tour, man, it's like it's like a 2-week tour, and it's like in the tour, man, 20 people, man, they're all sitting down there. We round table. Even the guy that toured, the guy who's doing the tours, man, said, man, then you got to go see after your folks is down, man, and they'll be all right.
Right.
So, basically, I was telling Dr. Johnson, man, I said, I'm just doing the stuff that the college professors should do, because this is shit they talk about when you're not around to each other.
Why do they do that?
Protect their jobs, mostly.
Don't they have tenure though? I thought they can't be fired.
They can't be fired, man, but they get a lot of flack. It's like any job, you get a lot of flack, man.
Yeah, I had a college professor who was back then when I was a bit of a free market capitalist thinking youth. he was just like, I can't believe you seriously believe that. Like, you're black and you believe in the free market. And he's a white guy. And he's like, I was like, yeah, isn't that what we were sort of taught to believe? And he's like, well, it's not really going to be beneficial to you given the fact how outnumbered you are. So why would you be a free market capitalist? In fact, if you love free market capitalism so much, go to Nigeria and practice it there, along with Stefan Molyneux and the rest of them.
Yeah.
He isn't going to go there, though, is it?
No, yeah. There's no such thing as free market.
Then why do these free market capitalists profess such a love for it? Then I mean,
because it's sold as a free market so that you will follow it. Basically, it's to bring down. Basically, it's basically mercantilism, and the only way you can, if you bring down tariffs and stuff like that in a market, then you can make more profit. In other words, your mercantilism will actually work better because the exchange between two countries cuts down costs and you make more profit. That's what they're selling. It's mercantilism.
But what does a low-brow fool like Stefan Molyneux know about free market capitalism? And it seems to, if
he knows what he knows what he's been told.
Okay.
Yeah, and and basically he's saying what's popular. Because the only person that I actually talked to about this stuff or argue about this stuff with is Aaron Clarey. He's an economist, and Aaron Clarey has never disputed anything I've ever said, even down to what socialism. Because we had this debate on socialism, and I said there is no country where there is no socialism. You can't have capitalism without socialism. You cannot. And he agreed. I said there's a mix now. I said there's a mix.
Is socialism? Sorry, I was going to ask. Is socialism the antithesis to capitalism now?
Okay, I think we talked about this, but I'll talk about it again. But
sorry.
because you know English history because you live in the UK, right?
Yeah.
Remember the Luddites, right?
Yes. In fact, I was in primary school.
Yeah. Have you really looked into the history of the Luddites?
Yes, it didn't start off as a religion. Well, I guess it was intertwined with a religious order to a certain extent.
Luddites are actually they were reason they were anti mechanization because the mechanization took their jobs.
Yeah, they were textile workers, right?
They were hand woven and all that kind of stuff, right? And when the machines came in, they started laying people. It wasn't just the looms; it was other stuff, all technology that was coming in, right? Because it was putting them out of work. So basically, rather than having machines put them out of work, where they would starve to death, they destroyed the machines.
Yeah.
So they're saying, so how? Okay, we're fighting them. But there are too many of them, and we can't stop them. When did the Luddite movement actually start? It's when socialism came in.
So socialism was a solution to capitalism.
A solution to the ills of capitalism.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not the is it the antithesis then? Would you say?
Well, no. Like Wolf says, it's its shadow. It's necessary. If you're in the light, you have to cast a shadow. It's just an effect.
So this pure capitalism, which they speak of, just cannot exist.
It cannot. No, not in a system, because capitalism is there to extract profits at all costs. And the thing is, if you extract profits at all costs in a system where people are not going to accept the system. They're going to reject it and try to destroy it because you're trying to destroy their lives, or they won't purchase what you get. So basically, socialism. I say socialism is the grease that oils capitalism, so the machine runs well without friction.
But obviously not forever. Hence the reason we've gotten to this point.
The thing is, capitalism as a system, when you mix in socialism, is fine. The thing is human beings screw things up. They cheat. and they want you want greater and greater profits. It's on a system will only give you some, which is what the gold system incidentally does. That's how come they're so adamant about the gold system. But the thing, while keeping a stricture on people, so they can't go out. They can only cheat so much and have to go inside the bounds. There's two things that causes this capitalism to crash. It actually accelerated is the profits at all costs, and also the fractional reserve banking system. Because what's going on nowadays is your fractional reserve banking system is way out of whack. It was 30-1. I don't even know what it is now. Basically, they pushed money into the system. But the thing is, if you don't have a base for people to earn money, they can't borrow, so they can't keep the system going. So it doesn't matter how much money you push into the system, because automation has basically changed the way the system actually works. So basically, you're at the end of how capitalism works, and basically you're at the end of it because basically you're killing your market.
That goes into asking I think this is called the super Satan persuasion. When something gets too high of a threat and it has to reset, wouldn't they just do that then? Just write off all the debts and go, okay, fair enough. This is obviously gone its course. This is as far as we can go. We don't need to put a universal basic income. We'll just write off the debts and everyone will just resume from here.
You're talking about a jubilee. Well, the Pope said that way back when, that he needed the jubilee year to wipe off these debts because he saw it coming.
Yeah,
and he said it. He said at the turn of the century, man. He said he wanted to declare a jubilee year where you wiped off all the debt and you reset the system so it can. Yeah, but they did. But people are greedy.
But we can still do that, right? We could still go, okay, we've reached this point in 2016. When maybe 2020 would be a good point. We'd be like, okay, I propose a jubilee in which we do wipe out the debt. They've done it before.
Then you have to get 7 billion people in 184 countries all to agree with it at the same time.
I see. That's the problem. Too many of us.
Yeah. And how do you reset it? And under what terms? Hell, Britain just left the EU. If you can't come to terms with your European brethren, how are you going to deal with China and Russia and Brazil and all those other people?
Fuck Europe. Yeah, I got you.
So basically, I think the fourth industrial revolution and the universal income is the reset. The idea that they came up with. I don't know why I have a feeling I know why they did it, but I can't prove it. But I said this stuff they've been holding on to this, pushing this stuff back for 20 years. Why all of a sudden? Because whatever system that they have is failing and they can't save it. Because you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. I mean, my man from the UK said they're already slowly implemented in the UK, and they're just as much against it as anybody else.
Yeah, 2021 will be in full effect. 2021.
Yeah. They're sneaking it in.
Like you said,
yeah. They're sneaking it in.
Well, I think it's because I'm American, I guess.
What I'm saying is, this is my opinion. I don't. I've been accused, and trust me, I've been accused of having foreign agents tell me stuff. Right? I've been accused of that. I'm just a little analyst, man, sitting in my room in front of a computer screen. I'm just reading the tea leaves as I see them. I don't think they have a choice. Why would 6,000 of the world's richest people from all the governments all agree on the same thing at the same time?
They've reached their tether, the end of the tether, though, hasn't they? I mean, what more can they really do?
Yeah, we can't even agree on a trade on trades and tariffs. But we're going to agree on rejiggering the whole worldwide system. Why do they all agree at the same time? And it's why. Most people, the way you become an analyst is you don't ask what, you ask why. Why would somebody do that? Like why would a chick cheat on you? what under what circumstances, and you go through the thought process. That's how you analyze. And if of all these these people with immense power, immense money, with the best minds working on a particular problem, come up with this, you got to ask, why did they come up with this? Because this is a very radical idea. It's a radical idea. You can't get any more radical than this. This is turning everything on its head. Why would they do that? And that's where you start. That's where you start. Why? You start putting the pieces together. And this is how I would tell you. You don't think so, but the thing is, you don't think so because what? You haven't looked at it. You haven't asked those questions. Why?
No, I would go back to what you said before, that people, the nature of people, that everybody's not going to agree to it. Like you said, England, most countries will, but you're going to have some, just like you got now, some people like, I don't care, let the majority of the people rot, long as me and, mine got something.
Yeah, everybody says that. Everybody says that as long as me and mine, unless you out in the absolute middle of nowhere. Say if you're in the United States, you're in the middle of Idaho on some mountaintop, man. You can't be in the middle of a city and say that because I know you're not serious.
No, I'm not talking about for me. I agree with that.
People say that stuff until shit hits the fan.
Oh no, like the preferences. I'm not talking about for me or that's what I believe. I believe that's what some people like in the rich people in San Francisco or wherever.
They already know it's coming. There's people in San Francisco already know it's coming. They hope that it's not, but they already know it's coming. They're not stupid. They read the same stuff I read. If you read the same stuff I read, then either you're woefully ignorant or you just are Pollyanna. You just don't want to believe it. If you don't want to believe it, you don't have to. Every rich person is not the most brilliant person in the world.
I think that's where the cognitive dissonance sort of comes from.
Yeah,
in the sense that everyone thinks that the rich automatically are smarter than them, more brilliant than them. So they're like, well, can't they think of something better than this? And to be honest, no. It's also a weakening agent having luxury. They don't always have the most insight because they don't have to try. They're not presented with the thing of new ideas.
If you see a billionaire, 90% of that is dumb luck. Okay, you just fell into the you hit a groove and you went with it.
Or you inherited it.
Well, I want to say if you earn $1 billion, I'm not talking if you inherit it. If you inherit it, if you inherited it, that's even more dumb luck. You're just born into the right family. You can't get any more dumber luck than that because you did absolutely squat for it.
But like the guy said, they'll swear those people they're geniuses.
Some of them are, but you have a lot of geniuses that die broke, man. I tell you, you have more geniuses die broke than you have them die wealthy. Believe it or not. Look at the academic world. You got a lot of geniuses, man, that die broke. They just weren't lucky. You got to have a combination of both.
Tesla.
You basically you rather be lucky than be a genius if you want to be rich. Being in the right place at the right time. Donald Trump is more lucky than a genius. His father said that. Yeah.
What's going on with Dick Gregory and his YouTube rant stuff?
I haven't looked at Dick Gregory stuff on Trump. Because I've kind of been inundated.
Come on,
yeah, because I've been inundated with Trump, man. Because even in real life, I do some other internet stuff, man. Yeah. It's been Trump. Like, man, this is the first campaign where I didn't watch. I barely watched the. I didn't watch the speeches. I barely watched the debates and all that stuff because I already knew what the outcome was going to be. So basically, I wasn't interested. I mean, I won't even get interested until January. When he actually has a cabinet in place and he gets close to where he has to start setting policy.
So you think the recount's not going to overturn it?
I would seriously doubt it. because if anything with the elite, if there's going to be cheating, it's going to be in favor of Hillary rather than against her. That's what Obama was trying to tell her. He's like, sweetie, it's not going to change. It's not even close enough to change, but knock yourself out.
Oh, and question. I just saw in my news feed that, well, I don't know how long ago it was, but that countries like the Congo and Namibia, they're actually, even Nigeria, they're actually bringing in white farmers to farm the land.
Yeah, because one they're not as afraid because Europe is in such a mess. They're weak right now. Number two, the Chinese are in a lot more control, and they need people that know how to farm the land. So, but the thing is, they're bringing them in under the conditions that they want to bring them in under. Because there's really not enough people in Congo, and there's a lot of white farmers that are very humble right now.
Oh yeah, after Zimbabwe, there will be.
Mm-hmm. They're very humble.
Oh, it just seems.
Well, you know what? They're trying to bring African American farmers over there to farm the land. But the thing is
we don't farm.
Huh? They got plenty of black farmers. You can, you didn't take that long to train a farmer.
Well, that's what I mean about the countries themselves. You can't train your own people.
It's you know what to train to educate. The most expensive thing that a country can do is educate its people. It's really, really expensive to educate people. And it's a hell of a lot cheaper to get people that are already educated, already skilled to come over and do the work. I mean, I could give you. I mean, my man in the UK. What did I call you, man?
Hey, you can call me Val.
Huh? Adam?
Adam.
Oh, Adam. Okay. He's been in education. He could tell you, man, it's really, really expensive to teach your populace. It's highly expensive. It's a hell of a lot cheaper. It's a hell of a lot cheaper to bring over an expert, man, and actually have them do the work. Because if you just take a regular kid, man, from birth, and basically from the time he's in primary school, say like 4 or 5 years old, to the time he's ready to actually produce, man, you're talking about 12, 13 years that you got to just pay out money, dollars after dollars after dollars, and he's not producing anything. It's cheaper. That's how come the H-1B visa is so popular in the United States. Okay, somebody else has basically done all the heavy lifting. You might do some little finishing work, but basically he's already done. He's already been identified and done. All he has to do is come in and contribute and do the work. Because even a small country like Congo, who doesn't have any money, you're still paying the equivalent in their dollars or their economy, like $200,000, just to educate somebody to actually come in and run something.
It's just outsourcing all over again, really.
It's outsourcing. It's cheaper. That's all it is. It's so. Huh? Go ahead.
Now that you mention it, I remember you on another person's video mentioning that very fact about engineering. It's easier just to bring in an engineer than to get somebody from kindergarten all the way up.
It was on Obsidian's video, and he was talking about Don Calypso was talking about that, and people think I'm attacking them when I say about H-1B visas. I said I keep telling people I'm a political agnostic. I don't care. Okay, I'm just giving you the facts. If I look at the numbers said it's cheaper for me to bring Don Calypso, who's been educated someplace else and been identified as bright. The biggest thing is, one is the educated, and two is identifying identifying the people that you need. Once they're identified, all you got to do is finish up their training, and then they come in and they go to work. They start contributing, and like 90% of the cost has been offloaded to somebody else. Because if you had to come here and train the kid and spend that $150,000 $200,000 training this kid, and then it's a crapshoot whether you're gonna get a prison inmate or a PhD engineer. You don't know. So, but if you already identify the guy as a candidate, and 90% of the cost has already been borne by another country, basically all you got to do is finish him up, and he comes and he goes away and he contributes with very little cost to you. So it's easier to import talent than it is to train it. Yeah, on a broad scale, yeah, you eventually have to train the whole populace because you're raising the floor of your talent. That's what you're trying to do with educating everybody. You're trying to raise the floor of your society, so everybody has a base level education to where they can function. So you can make your society more complex. Like United States and Great Britain, they're very complex societies. And if you don't have any education, you're not going to do very well in that society. You have to be able to read, write, and have some basic reasoning ability just to survive in the society.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, one interview I went for not so long ago, I was doing geometry during it. I mean, I'm an engineer, but like, I'm not that high on the totem pole. I never thought I'd be sitting an exam during an interview process. That's
okay.
So, it's becoming harder and harder. I think a lot of males in the UK are in for a really, really bad spell because we don't have a Trump. You see, we don't have. I mean, you guys have a red, as you said, a red pill.
Yeah.
President. We don't have that. We have Theresa May, a female dictator.
Yeah. Well, she's brought in for a reason. She's not going to be there long.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
She's gonna be there.
No other contender. Who's next?
Yeah. Oh no, there is no contender. She's brought in for a reason. She's brought in to basically they need somebody to basically to do the deal with Merkel, so you guys can get the best Brexit deal you can. That's what she's brought in. And once she doesn't even want the job. Once that's done, she's gone.
Yeah.
I'm not in the UK, but just looking at her, looking at her body posture, her facial expression, and how she talks, she was summoned.
Yeah, she has all business. She's all business. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. So she's not even wanted other people are running the country. She's in there to deal with Merkel and Brexit. That's what she's there to deal with. And basically the higher ups, the royalty has basically called her in, fix this shit. Okay.
I don't know how viable it's going to be because we've got some explaining to do. I'm pretty certain the whole Brexit thing.
Well, the thing is that Germany. Basically you stab Germany and France in the back, and they're going to play hardball. And they said they're basically what they're telling you. Basically, the UK is this. They're saying to the UK, you might as well get it over with. Might as well stop delaying and get it over with. Pass your Article 50 and take your Brexit. This can be done in 30 days if the and they know it. If the Parliament will pass the Article 50 and hand it over, they can be done in 30 days because they know what they're going to give you. Theresa May is trying to stretch it out so she can get better terms. It's going to be a hard Brexit. And they're basically and they're doing it because the UK stabbed them back, and two it's a warning to everybody else. Because if they give a start, if they said if we make Brexit easier, or choose what you want. What do they call it? What did they say? Not a choose what you want. Not a smorgasbord, but what do they call it? I can't forget it. Where you pick the items that you want. A la carte. That's what they said. They said if we make Brexit, if we make leaving the EU a la carte, then everybody's going to do it. So basically, it's hard Brexit or nothing for the UK.
Oh, in terms of that, then surely Greece is pretty much on its way out then, because thanks to Theresa, they got some good deals, didn't they?
I don't know. The thing is, Greece is one thing. UK is a big piece. and you know they basically you have long coattails. If they back off on the UK, then you guys are gonna have long coattails, and you're gonna pull a whole lot of countries with you because they say Spain might be next. Spain could be next. That's what they're talking about. But basically, if you guys got a real good deal on Brexit, I would be stunned. I would be shocked. I'm not saying it can't happen if you do enough behind the scenes work and delay it enough. That's how come they're delaying it until March because they're trying to negotiate in the background. Hopefully, something's going to shake out. But they seem pretty animate about it. Well, hopefully, they said if Merkel's not there, maybe somebody else will be softer on it. But I think they're going to be pretty tough. That's just my reading of it. That's why I was surprised when Great Britain did. I said it's going to be a hard Brexit. And I said you should have just passed a resolution and got it over with. But they're hoping for better terms.
How do you read with the recent thing with Turkey?
Oh, Turkey! Oh shit! There was an article. I gotta find it. An article my one of my circle mates put up, and they're talking about the general that may have been behind the coup. U.S. general had been behind the coup. It's a CIA coup, and basically, yeah. Oh shit! I can't find that article. I had meant to save it. But I can't remember the dude's name. But they said they got some CI funds out of a bank in Nigeria, and basically the general was handing off cash to coup members, and they were paying them up front, and then when the coup failed, well, basically it failed because the Russians warned Erdogan about the coup. So he was already gone. So once he flew the coup, man, basically the coup was already in trouble.
Yeah,
so now you have a sitting president that you try to pull a coup on, and he's not. So basically, he's ready to kick NATO out.
Oh, NATO's lost another one.
Yeah, they basically Turkey's already flipped. Turkey's already flipped. And then they haven't announced it, but they've already flipped.
Well, Turkey did try to be in the EU for a very long time, and they were being denied. So now
they joined the BRICS, yeah.
Yeah, they joined the BRICS.
Yeah. It is what it is. I said whoever came up with that coup idea, they need to, they need to be fired. The same person that came up with the Ukrainian stuff, they need to be fired too.
That's
and see if I can find this.
Does Obama approve that, or
yes, sir?
Or do they just come in the office and say like, we messed up?
I don't know if he approved it or even. Well, if this is something this big, he had to know that it was going on.
So they, so the Army and CIA, they do inform before they make those kind of moves.
Mostly, they should. If it's something this big, if not, he should be. Somebody's head should roll.
I was just wondering.
I'm sure he okayed it. I'd be, like I said, I would be shocked. But I can't find it. He sent it to me. I can't find it now. I get all kind of stuff. In fact, they're pinging me now on my Skype. And let's see what they got up. Let's see. Let's see. What do they have up? 1 killed, 9 is when okay. In French Quarter, that's New Orleans. Okay, nothing there. Anything talking about Castro? What else they got? No, not much. Not much today. It's kind of slow. I said Trump's economic plan is going to this counterpunch. I'm tired of Trump's right now. Well, actually, this election was boring to me, man. So I already know what the outcome's going to be. Everybody kept saying, "Yeah," it's like I knew what Brexit. When they said out there, I couldn't believe they were actually doing it though. That was shocking to me. They're actually going to do this. They said they're actually going to do this stupid shit. Okay. And I guess Sir Ghana of Akkad shocked me when he said he didn't think they would actually the vote would actually vote to leave. I said, I'm not even in the country, and I knew better than that.
It's they also think that racism doesn't exist, so I guess.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Oh, they go as far as that. That's it. They go as far as that. Like it doesn't exist, or it's like something only clan members do. There's no.
There's clan members in clan members in the UK.
Not in the same way. They're sort of like more on a culture rather than some sort of ideology. Like
how do they explain Britain first?
Well, that's the thing. They say it's a culture, isn't it? I don't really think they hold to ideology apart from protecting their patch of land. But yeah, they don't understand. They just ignore them. They pretend Britain First is like a fringe group of like nut jobs.
Okay, all right.
Despite the fact they are a political party.
You agree? I mean, it would be one thing if Great Britain was this huge, massive country.
Yeah.
If it was the United States, you could say, well, maybe it's a fringe group, but the country's not that big. Okay. Country. If somebody, if some skinheads start beating up Muslims in a certain town, the whole country's going to hear about it in the nightly news. Right. I don't get it. I don't get it. You're supposed to be educated. Come on, now, be real. I guess that's the difference. I'm real. I guess I've been at this too long. Because I don't suffer that kind of bullshit lightly.
No, I don't. I'm not convinced by it. It's just that's what they say, and I'm like, oh well. Okay.
Come on, man. It's like no. He was actually see with the Brexit vote actually won. He came on. He said I didn't think it would win. I said, are you kidding me?
It's the same. As I said, it's the same reason they don't believe racism exists and stuff like that. It's like a weird sort of plausible deniability they fall into every now and then.
Oh, okay.
It's just like a cultural thing, like. The weather would be shit, and they would be coming outside and be like, "Oh yeah, the weather's fine, mate." It's like, no, it's fine. I'm serious thinking that shit.
I thought that was an American trait. I thought British were much more matter of fact, realistic about practical. Yeah, I thought they were. Maybe they're not.
No, okay. No. They're polite for no reason sometimes. Even like they'll say thank you even when they've done something that doesn't warrant it.
Okay.
Think of I guess the best way to think of Britain would be like a fusion between America and Canada. Like they have both of the traits.
Okay.
And at the same time, they have their own infectious behavior.
Yeah. Yeah, but we're all from the same place though.
I guess so, yeah. You can say that.
Yeah.
Similar origins of the liberal culture.
Yeah, well one thing I don't understand about Canadians, you put more importance on in the US election than you do on your own. That I don't understand.
Projection, maybe?
I guess.
Think about BGS. Think about it, BGS. If you have a superpower that's south of you, that strong, and there's nothing between your borders, you would be a little bit concerned.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be as important as my own election, my own prime minister or president.
In power, but whoever's in power is going to dictate what that country's going to be doing.
I guess so. Because I said, they're supporting Trump. I said, you're Canadian. What do you care? You can't vote for the guy. Like Stefan Molyneux. Well, I'm supporting Trump. Nobody cares. Supporting Trump, Stefan, you're Canadian.
Did you not hear when he tried to when a member of this audience asked him, what would you do if you ran for president? And he went into this little bit of a diatribe about what he'd do. And then it's like, well, you can't even be a president anyway. You're Canadian. So
yeah. It's like a Canadian talking about United States racism. Dude, you're in Canada.
don't they have their own racism there? Like
yeah, it's Native Americans mostly, but yeah.
Oh yeah, 'cause that's where a lot of them fled, right?
Even though in Montreal they do, it's like it's a difference between the French and the American. I'm sorry, English-speaking Canadians. They have kind of racism between them.
Because I remember the Missouri protests when the football players actually came in and actually helped out the protesters and whatnot, and the administrators left, and they're focusing on this teacher, this professor that actually went after this reporter. I said, wait a minute, this stuff has been going on for a year, and you're focusing on this chick like she's the head of what's wrong with at that university. Well, they can't be racist. I said, do you? I said, you never been to Missouri. You never been to that area of the Midwest. It's very racist. It's been racist for a long time. I showed them a list of stuff that goes back 50 years about stuff that happened at the University of Missouri. And it's like, you're Canadian. What do you know? They're like John the Other. I said, you're Canadian. You don't know anything about this. One, you're not black, and two, you're not even American. Said, I understand it because those are my folks. Okay, I know what happens in in the area. So I don't get that, man, with the Canadians, in American politics or even racial stuff that goes on in America. You're not even part of the country. You never experienced this shit. Okay. Well, I like black fellas. Yeah, because you're Canadian. Okay. It's a difference. It's like what is this chick Beauty Reese talking about interracial relationships, and you're in the UK. Okay. Okay, it's a different dynamic. So sometimes the problems are similar, but they're not the same. Everybody still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I think the only reason people pay attention to America is because I guess it's set up as world politics rather than actually being on politics. It's just more confined to its own region. But like the only reason, for instance, the UK pays attention to certain social proclivities that America would have is because they do bleed into our culture, because so much of it is based on a very similar trend.
Okay.
Apart from this is taken to higher degrees, obviously because of the drift between population size and obviously its own cultural niches.
Yeah. I said, what is a female in the UK care about swirling? Because the dynamic is not the same.
Big. It is kind of big, only because they're dealing with obviously in America you guys have a more liberal culture, I suppose, in the sense that money, and it's pretty much plutocracy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, here in the UK, class and families do actually sort of mean more, and aristocracy.
Yeah.
So a person's family history actually still holds a lot of weight here.
Yeah.
So a lot of black women, I can imagine, would think to themselves, okay, I'm interracially dating with this person who has an extended family history. It's not just some white boy from Idaho who just grew up on a farm and sacrificed his whole European culture to be an American. Here, they still classify themselves as an Englishman or a Welshman or Scotsman.
Okay.
So you're dealing with the same way you deal with like a Nigerian who's actually identifies as Yoruba or something.
Yeah.
The English deal with themselves as a sort of tribe too, to a certain extent. This person knows that person who knows that person who lived together with these people. And I guess swirling means something more because it's like, okay, I'm not just going into a relationship with a person, I'm going into a relationship with a culture and a family history. Long-standing one.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And plus, in the UK, if you're black, you're only 3% of the population. So naturally, it's you're going to make it. It's easier for you to mix in with the dominant population.
Yes, it's like a schism because the millennials and the baby boomers, like for instance, I was dating a white girl, maybe like 3 years ago, and her grandparents hated me, right?
Really?
Like he hated my black ass from start to finish. You know, like you wouldn't be surprised. In fact, she sort of got disowned for a little bit because of it.
Okay.
And it wasn't until I went to the christening of their newest grandson, I met many of the family, and they were like, okay, so you are the guy who, you know, X, Y, and Z had a problem with, but you seem lovely, like, and it was like a case of, okay, so we don't know why he hates you so much, and we don't share his views, but there was a schism in the family where half of them did share those views, and the other half didn't, because it did sort of have a lot of to do with where they lived as well. So certain areas had this dominant ideology, and some of them didn't, despite the fact they were all very close with each other. So swelling does have an issue.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not okay because of the size of the population. You know, it's not something where say if you're black in the UK, it's not something that's highly unusual for you to date a white woman or date exclusively white women or whatever.
No,
you know,
it's not.
it's not unusual. Where in the US it's a little bit, because it's such a small percentage that it's like because I calculated the total of black men actually married to white women. And because they always say it's like 7%, but 7% of the married men. If you divide it by 3, it's like 2% of all available men that are actually married to white women. It's a very, very small percentage. So it's not rare, but it's still unusual. So what swirling means here in the United States is not the same as it means in the UK.
Definitely not.
No, it's not, because not only is it basically promoted as in the UK, because there's only a limited amount of black people you can actually date or marry or whatever. It's much easier to date. It's much easier to find a white woman in the UK to date or marry than it is a black woman in the UK.
Yeah,
because there's more of them.
I got a question. I shouldn't say that, but like I don't necessarily watch a lot of TV, but it's on, and I see a lot of commercials. If you notice the commercials, there's nothing but black women, white men.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see more of that than you will see a black couple together.
They're trying. Well, yeah, they're trying to encourage white men to date black women. Okay, so they're trying to put it out there. It's not that the problem is not black women dating white men. It's white men dating black women. Because the biggest cohort of white men marrying out is Asian. Because I was looking at the demographics of California, and I said the Asians make up 13%, but there's like there's 1.4 million Asians. No, it's less than that, and it's it's 1.7 million Asian, and the bulk of those are female. And I said, why are there's almost like double the amount of Asian females in California than there are Asian males? I couldn't figure out till I realized, because they're married to other people. They're not married to Asians. They're married to white or whoever. They're actually married to white men or black men or whatever, because they're not married to Asians. So I said, this is way out of kilter. So basically, white men choose Asians and Hispanics, or Hispanics first, because Hispanics are considered white in the United States, and then Asians, and then whoever before they even get to black. Black women are the low on the totem pole as far as white men. So you have to, if you want to swirl, you have to encourage white men to get with black women.
But why are they suddenly starting to promote it. I mean, what good do they have from getting from
because
black women?
we want to force integration, assimilation in the society. So you got to promote it. Otherwise, there's going to be issues. Because if black women don't date or marry white men, they're basically going to prevent black men from doing the same thing. Okay. So in other words, if you want to clear the block to assimilations, you can't go through the men, because it's not black men that have a problem with interracial relationships. It's black women, and the only reason that they bring the stuff up is ha 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 ha. I got one too, basically. And same thing in the UK. I think it's the same problem. It's the black men don't have a problem with it. It's the black women that have a problem with it because they're the last ones chosen.
Yeah, we get accused of not being loyal and shit, though.
Yeah. But they'll parade it all day long if it's them.
Yeah.
Oh, if you see a black woman with a white man, you will see public displays of affection.
Mm-hmm.
Walking on the street, you will know. She will let you know that we are together.
Yeah. Because I had to tell was one chick, I think it was Texas RN, because she kept saying that my husband is white. I don't date black men. I finally got tired of it. I says, you know what? I said most people that are my subs have either date or have dated in some time in their life somebody outside the race, whether it's Hispanic, Asian, or white. And interracial dating, it doesn't mean squat to us. And I said, personally, I said I care less about I care about as much about who you're dating or who you're married to, what color they are, as I care about what toilet tissue you actually use to wipe your ass. That's a 2-ply, I hope.
I got a question for Adam.
Yeah, I was cracking.
You said that like American culture, bleeds into English culture. Why do y'all let some of the most ratchet things of black culture ease into, how does that happen?
Oh wow, that's that takes the conversation about economics as well, because in the it's just like any other, as you say, ratchet thing. The poorer someone is, the more more time they have on their hands to sort of absorb that sort of culture, because they're just being saturated with it anyway. Once I went to university, there's a lot of stuff I had to cut off myself, because obviously the bands of people you start talking to are different, because suddenly you're not dealing with Rodney from around the corner who sells you weed every now and then. Suddenly you're dealing with Marcus from the upper echelons of society or whatnot, and he's studied the same thing as you, so obviously he's not going to relate to you on those things. It's just to do with vicinity, isn't it? Like the closer you are to something, the more you're going to be saturated by it. And to be honest, I think people really enjoy it. I see a lot of white boys who really like world star hip hop stuff.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
Love it. It's to do with boredom, isn't it? Like a lot of people just are bored of what they've been doing, so they want to try something new. And America always has something new to offer. Always.
And it appeals to the lowest common denominator.
It does. Sex, money, drugs, hedonism, isn't it? Really.
Yeah.
You give us that, and we're just going to like it like any other thing.
Yeah. It hits you at a base level.
I can understand something like you said, the hedonism and all that, but just some of the most ratchetest things you see. And you go on YouTube, and like you said, they went over there. You see African women. I'm like, why are you with clean hair?
Yeah, because America sets culture sets, because America is the financial capital, basically the financial capital of the world.
Yeah.
It sets the trend.
It is
the dollar moves things.
It is the cultural capital of the world as well.
Yeah.
I think it has the highest amount of cultural products for offer.
Yeah, with the empire sets the culture, just like Great Britain did in the 19th century.
Yeah, look at Africa. You go through there, a lot of West Africa where Africans were dominated by the English in particular. They still dress like they're English. Like even in their court system, they wear those stupid floppy white hats, hair hats.
Yeah.
That shit. It's unbelievable watching it. It's disgusting, but they still do it.
Yeah.
Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's embarrassing. To me, at least on a global level, the way I see it, it's almost like a cultural branding, if you will.
It is.
You know, that's something that it blows my mind. Me being a Garveyite, a Pan-Africanist. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if I was some type of dictator, I mean, and B just let me know if I'm being unreasonable here, but it get to a point where I would scrap everything. I don't know if it would hurt the country more to
Mugabe tried it in Zimbabwe, so there's upsides and there's downsides to it. He scrapped everything. I mean, he scrapped everything. He didn't want nothing European in his country if he could help it. Even down to the currency. But it's you just can't rebuild a whole society from scratch just like that. It doesn't work that way.
I mean, the way I've seen, we've been on this earth, at least according to anthropologists, for almost 200,000 years as modern human beings. It's what's done now. I mean, if I can romanticize it, it's something that it isn't something that we haven't done before.
Yeah, well, the thing, but it takes time to do it. So the thing is, you do it, but the thing is, it takes time. We talk about big sweeps of time, because like I say, a big sweep of time, 100 years is nothing. In when you talk about 200,000 years or of modern human beings, it's nothing. So so they say capitalism is the best system. We don't know because it's only been around a couple hundred years. We don't know. Same thing with any. Yeah. So in other words, when you build in a society, okay, a culture or society, you just can't scrap it to nothing. You have to build on what you already have and change it over time and change it slowly. So, and if you scrap everything, you have to start all over, man. You're setting yourself up for a long haul of just recreating the wheel. Who was it? Who found that out? No, Africa's actually in a pretty good place.
Oh no, I mean culturally, as in like their old systems of doing things are pretty much dead. Like, I mean, it's good if they weren't really practical, because Lord knows my family's got some impractical parts of their culture they still keep alive. But for in terms of practical use, they've adopted some things that are useful. They have adopted.
Oh yeah, but the thing is, culture is very pervasive, and you can't just adopt wholeheartedly a foreign culture. It's not going to happen. You has to be integrated with yours. So it will create something new, and any culture will change. It has to change. That's just the nature of it. When the environment changes, it'll change. So a lot of if you look at Europe from the time of Rome to the time of now, you wouldn't recognize it.
Yeah.
Or even Europe. I would say even Europe 300 years ago. It's a huge change in Europe now. So, and even the culture has changed quite a bit, because you didn't have, before the what is it, the which treaty was that created the modern state? Can't remember which one it is now, but the modern country state is only 300 years old. It's not that old. That's the idea of it. It's not that old. So we think that stuff has been around forever, and it hasn't been. If you take the broad reach of time, it's a very small sliver.
Yeah, and most people used to live on the countryside, and then
now
they created the cities in order to get away from the feudalism of the countryside.
Yeah, and plus the Plus, the modern industrialism actually made the cities livable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's where most of the manufacturing actually takes place. So now, yeah. So now it makes sense, and I think it's going to see a reverse in a little while, where you see a dispersal. They're going to break up the big city centers and disperse people over a wider area. But Africa is going to change. If you're going to be part of the globe, you got to be part of the monoculture. It's just the way it is. That's the price you pay of changing the environment. If you change the environment, you're going to change the culture anyway. And once you connect people and change the environment and industrialize them, people start to be way more similar.
What's the optimal amount of cultural assimilations that Africans could do that would appease the rest of the world? I mean, do they really want them to change that much, or do they want them to stay the
Yeah,
same?
well, yeah, because you're going to change the environment. You're going to change. The Africans want to change it. It's not just the rest of the world. The Africans themselves want to change it. They want the modern luxuries just like everybody else. They want the iPhone, the internet, the house, the air conditioned house, better food. When I say better food, but different varieties of food and stuff like that. Paved roads. They want all that stuff like everybody else. That's what they want. So,
If capitalism is coming to an end, sorry.
Huh?
If capitalism is coming to an end, how could they expect exactly the same things that came out of capitalism?
Because the technocracy, what I call it, the fourth industrial revolution, is a technocracy, and it's going to bring with it even better a better technology than what happened under capitalism. In other words, to basically pave a road, once to get the right material. You're an engineer. You change the materials get cheaper. Guess what happens? Roads get cheaper. You can do it at a fraction of the cost.
Yeah.
And then maybe you don't need that many roads because of modern transportation, trains and whatnot. They put up that train going from Ethiopia to where is that? Djibouti, the port of Djibouti, and I think it's like a year and a half they put the train up, man, because of Chinese technology. They laid them tracks, man, boom. So
do you see Garveyites actually picking up steam in the future? Because I mean, I guess that's a good question for Wilsonian, actually.
What's that?
Basically, where do you see Garveyites in the next 5 years then, given the fact that capitalism is going to collapse? Someone speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Subscribing on YouTube.
You hear that?
Yeah, I hear him. Yeah. I'm gonna mute him. Where is he?
Please tell me that's not a swirler.
No. I think it's a kid, man.
Please. I mean, by this time it's starting to get old and tiring. But that question about Garveyism,
yeah,
that's a question I ask myself. That's a question that's something I would hope PJ can touch upon. We're not going to have a choice, but I think it would be a betterment for the race, for lack of a better term, as a whole. If for any reason, at least some form of economics, it's funny because I actually went to the club. I should say this. And I'm watching, they have TVs around, and I'm watching a Drake video. Now, if anybody knows Drake, they know that Drake is half Jewish. So now it's his bar mitzvah. You have all the old white guys, all the old Jewish guys dancing, having a ball, blah, blah. And the reason why it strikes out to me is that you you have somebody who has a culture that's not only highlighting the transition from being a young adolescent to manhood, but you see that this is a cultural infrastructure. In doing so, at the same time, you have Trey songs, you see other rappers, other black men. We don't have that. The culture that we have is what, coming out of jail, gang things of that sort. And what's the long term effects of doing so? So
can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, basically the long term effects in the United States is that I think that eventually, if you want to have a black community, you're gonna have to go back to Africa. So what Garvey said eventually is 100 years later is going to be true. You're going to have to go back because they're never going to allow a thriving black community in the United States. It's just not going to happen. So you can try to form a community and get together and all that kind of stuff. It's not going to work because you're going to have the dominant community as a counterweight. So that's been their policy, never to let it happen. You can't do it here. So you can either assimilate or you can go someplace else. And I know there's a lot of black people in the United States don't want to hear it. But I said if you want a black community or a black community like you say you want, you can't do it here. But there's plenty of space to be absorbed. If you're going to be black, be absorbed by the continent. But that's a cultural shift I think a lot of black people don't want to have.
No, they do not.
Yeah.
But I think what it is that black people themselves will be the downfall to it, because you can never be able to get enough together for critical mass.
They're not going to let you get enough. You know, the thing is, it's not. We have to stop imagining that this is a level playing field, because it's not. That's what I've been trying to point out. It's not a level playing field. Now, if you're willing to basically roll that rock up the hill to have a community that's already broken and shattered, and try to force it back together, because it's going to take everybody. You know, the women are going to have to get off what they're on. The men are going to have to come together, and you're going to have to say, I'm going to sacrifice myself for the next generation. That's the only way it's going to work. And I think we're too diluted and we're too assimilated already to actually do it. So that's why I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah. And that's if you don't get a backlash from the dominant society. So that's how come you have gentrification, because they're basically eliminating you out of your own, not eliminating you, but they're removing you out of the big block of communities that you've been in.
Exactly, something that we all could connect with, because I'm in that very same neighborhood. They put up a lot of houses. There's a lot of white people around. In fact, when my mother came to visit me, she said, "Well, what are all these white people doing jogging?" She was like surprised.
Okay, where you at? Where you out of?
Music City, Nashville.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Crane City, huh?
Yeah.
How big?
How did you know? How'd you know?
Because I got partners that one she's in Memphis, and the other my other partner he's in what's the capital?
Nashville.
Nashville's the capital. There's a bit of the big city.
Memphis, Jackson, Knoxville, Chattanooga.
Knoxville.
Okay, because that's what we call it now, Crane City, because when you ride around, that's all you see.
All you see is how big of a black community is there in Nashville?
It's actually pretty good. I would say it's almost like about 45% of the population actually.
Oh, really? In Nashville?
It was always in certain It was always in certain enclaves, especially what they call South Nashville.
Okay.
We all came from there. In fact, a lot of people my age and so forth, we all have the same kind of connection to our culture there.
Okay.
But like I said, you see a bunch of cranes, you see a bunch of houses being built. It's right in those black neighborhoods.
Yeah. Because I was wondering, man, because I said, because I don't know the cultural mix. I didn't look at it. I should have looked at it. The cultural mix of Nashville, because I said, wait a minute, according to the plan, it doesn't make sense for there to be that many cranes because I didn't think Nashville had that big of a black population. But now that you tell me, now it makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not by accident, man. It's intentional. Same thing's going on in Atlanta.
Yeah. A couple of us kind of figured that out. So this is intentional. They're trying to
it's intentional. Yeah,
they got rid of the projects, well, most of them,
and
everything, and then and even the Section 8, they make certain that they put people in different areas of the city now.
Yeah, because in Los Angeles 20 years ago, before Hope 6, right after the Rodney King riots, I think Los Angeles was I think Los Angeles was like at least 25% black, maybe even higher than that. I got to look at it. But 20 some odd years later, man, we're not even 10% of the population.
That's scary.
And in fact, if I'm correct, Asians were less than 5% of the population in Los Angeles, and now they're like 11%.
I remember they used to say that was going to happen.
Yeah.
The Asians would come to California like that.
Oh, well, now with China especially, China's buying up everything in California, man, that they can get their hands on. But Hope 6, Hope 6. If you look it up, HOPEVI, Hope 6 was passed under George Bush right after the Rodney King riots, because I think he knew that the Rodney King riots had cost him an election, and he passed that bill, and they started to basically what they call gentrify urban centers. When you say urban, that means black, and they've been doing they've been doing Atlanta and Los Angeles for 20 years. Because right before the Olympics, they got rid of most of the projects in Atlanta, and they started moving black people out, and just a steady pace, because they build these humongous police stations that look like forts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That was the first building they put up. That we knew something was up.
Yeah.
First thing we noticed.
This is me. I'm serious. I'm serious. In 1993, man, because this is when I was still in my 30s. I was still young, man, and 1993. Huh? Excuse me?
They're doing that in Orlando as well. Orange Block Trail. If anybody has been to Orlando, is it's basically the hood. And there's a building. Excuse me. I just want to interject real quick. There's a building that I noticed that was being built, a large building, and this building was being made quickly. I was asking myself, I said, what building is this?